In this video, we're going to go over cards that have effects that can basically get rid of all the cards in your opponent's side of the field. And at number 10, we have Witch's Strike. This is a counter card that was designed to counter the Solemn Counter Trap cards, which are a series of counter trap cards that are heavily played in meta decks, which have effects that counter other things. As what Witch's Strike does is, if your opponent negates the summon of a monster, or the activation of a card effect, you can then activate this card afterwards, which will allow you to destroy all cards on your opponent's side of the field and in their hand. So that's a pretty big effect if you're able to pull this card off. And you'd think, since the Solemn cards are so heavily played, that Witch's Strike would see more play, but it really doesn't. It's a little bit too slow to see play in normal meta decks, and not every single top deck plays the Solemn cards. It does also work off of some hand traps, more specifically Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, which is a hand trap that can be activated when you try to move a card from the graveyard somewhere else, and has a distinction where it negates the activation of the effect rather than the effect itself, like Ash Blossom does. So Ghost Bell can activate Witch's Strike, but Ghost Bell isn't anywhere near as heavily played as Ash Blossom. If maybe Witch's Strike could work on cards like Ash Blossom, it might see more play, but considering the power of this card, that's probably for the best that it isn't. And at number 9, we have number C69, Heraldry Crest of Horror. This is a rank 5 monster, which has the effect that when an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can destroy all cards your opponent controls. This effect is not once per turn either, but I doubt you'll be resolving it more than one time per turn, as if you destroy all your opponent's cards, they won't be able to attack with anything else. This card also has a baseline attack of 4,000, and another effect that doesn't really get used. Now, this card did see play in Burning Abyss decks, surprisingly, back in the day. For those of you who don't know, Burning Abyss decks revolve around level 3 monsters, and this is a rank 5 Exceeds monster, who has effects relating to a rank 4 Exceeds monster, neither of which have anything to do with level 3 monsters. Well, there's a thing called Rank Up Magic Astral Force, which allows you to rank up a monster that's 2 ranks higher as long as they share the exact same attribute and type. And rank 3 monsters have access to Chronomaly Crystal Chrononaut, which is a light psychic type rank 3 monster, who, if ranked up with Rank Up Magic Astral Force, can be ranked up into Crest of Horror, who is a light psychic type monster. And its stats and effect to destroy all your opponent's cards, if they dare attack, were good enough for this card to actually see competitive play, and it also occasionally sees play in rank up focused level 4 decks as well. And at number 8, we have Earthbound Immortal, Coco. This card has the effect that if it's destroyed by a card effect, you can destroy all the cards on the field. And what's interesting about this card is that it doesn't specify where this card is destroyed from. So, if you destroy this card in your hand, with a Fire King card or a Dragonic Diagram, you can activate this card's effect to destroy all the cards on the field, from your hand, which is basically how this card saw play, and it was rarely actually brought onto the field to do other things, where its on-field effect is that it can attack directly, it can't be targeted for attacks, and it destroys itself if there's no face-up field spell card. And at number 7, we have Beast King Barbaros. This card has the effect that you can choose to tribute 3 monsters in order to tribute summon this card, and if you choose to summon it in this way, you can destroy all cards your opponent controls. Now, what's interesting about this card is that it can be summoned in 2 other ways as well, as it has another effect where you can normal summon this card without any tributes at the cost of just setting this card's original attack to 1900, which is not half bad for a non-normal tribute summon. And you can also tribute summon this card with just 2 tributes like normal, for no additional effects. Now, because of the versatility of this card, where you can bring it out without tributes, or you can bring it out with 3 tributes to destroy your opponent's entire field, this card did see competitive play when it came out, and just occasionally would see competitive play over the years, where the last time this card saw play was in 2019, in a Danger Blue Eyes Guard Dragon deck, because they ran a whole bunch of level 8 monsters, and also had a whole bunch of tribute fodder, which was perfect for this card, which both loves tribute fodder and is also a level 8 monster itself. And at number 6, we have Outer Entity Azathot. This card is currently banned, and not because of its ability to destroy all your opponent's cards. This card has the effect where if it has at least 3 Exceeds materials, who are Fusion, Synchro, and another Exceeds monster, then you can detach 1 material from this card to destroy all cards your opponent controls. Now, this was actually not as hard to accomplish as you'd think, when Elder Entity Norden was still legal, as there's a level 4 Synchro monster called Old Entity Cthugha, and a rank 4 Exceeds monster called Outer Entity Gnarla. So as long as you could get Cthugha in the graveyard through a proper Synchro summon, you could then use Instant Fusion to bring out Elder Entity Norden, use Norden's effect to bring out Cthugha from the graveyard, use the 2 of them to go into an Exceed summon of Outer Entity Gnarla, and then just simply rank up Outer Entity Azathot on top of Gnarla, as Azathot has an effect that allows you to rank it up on another Outer Entity Exceeds monster, and then you have all of the conditions fulfilled for its destroy all of your opponent's cards effect. With Elder Entity Norden banned, though, this is much harder to accomplish, and with Outer Entity Azathot getting banned recently, it's no longer even possible. And the reason Azathot is banned is because it has another effect, where when this card is Exceed summoned, your opponent cannot activate monster effects for the rest of the turn. So if you simply bring this card out during your opponent's turn, with something like Phantom Knight's Rank Up Magic Launch, a quick play Rank Up Magic card, then you could lock your opponent out of monster effects for the entire turn. And with the Link monster, Phantom Knights of the Rusty Bardiche, you could easily search out that Rank Up Magic card and easily get a material on the field in order to go into Azathot during your opponent's turn. And that's why this card is kind of lower on this list, even though this card is banned. It's not banned because of its ability to destroy all your opponent's cards. And at number 5, we have number 86, Heroic Champion Rongo Miniad. This is another card that's currently banned, but not because of its ability to destroy all your opponent's cards. This card gains effects equal to the amount of Exceeds materials it has, and if it has 5 Exceeds material attached to it, it gains the effect to, once per turn, destroy all cards your opponent controls. With 4 or more materials, it locks your opponent out of summoning monsters. And at 3 or more materials, this card is also unaffected by all other card effects. Its attack and defense go to 3000, then it cannot be destroyed by battle. And it's these effects, which is why this card is currently banned. Now originally, this card was supposed to be balanced around the fact that it's kind of hard to get 5 materials on this monster. So it was never broken, but it did occasionally see play. Then they released a card called number 76, Bamboozling Gossip Shadow. A card which could just attach itself and all of its Exceeds materials to Rongo. Rongo Miniad then had all of a sudden become much easier to get all 5 materials on it, as all he had to do was just bring out Rongo Miniad with 2 level 4 monsters, then just bring out Bamboozling Gossip Shadow with 2 Exceeds materials, and then you could just move Gossip Shadow over to Rongo Miniad, and he'd instantly get up to 5 materials. And because some decks were able to get out both of these cards a little bit too easily, thereby shutting down your opponent and destroying all of their cards, they ended up banning Rongo Miniad. And at number 4, we have Black Rose Dragon. This card has the effect that when it's synchro summoned, you can destroy all cards on the field, including itself, but even though it destroys itself in the process, this effect was pretty good where this card appeared on the ban list for a couple of years. As if you had the ability to go into a level 7 synchro monster, you could destroy all the cards in the field, which used to be a really good effect back in the synchro era, and I guess that is still pretty good even today. It's just we have things like the number 3 spot, which lets you do this, but a little bit easier instead. And with how Destrudo allows you to go into level 7 synchros pretty easily, this card is actually not that hard to bring out. And some decks even bring it out during your opponent's turn, which is better than using it during your turn, because you can use its effect to wipe out your opponent's field to disrupt their entire turn, rather than trying to destroy an established board during your turn. Black Rose Dragon is so well known for its ability to destroy the field, that most people don't even know it has a second effect, where it can banish a plant monster from your graveyard to swap one of your opponent's defense position monsters to attack position and change their attack to 0. This effect isn't half bad, but it's not as versatile as its ability to destroy the field on its summon. And at number 4, we have Evilswarm Exaton Knight. This is a generic rank 4 monster, which has a spell speed 2 effect to destroy all other cards on the field, under the conditions that it's the main phase or your opponent's battle phase, and your opponent has more total cards than you do. So basically, if your opponent was ahead of you in card advantage, you could go into this card in order to destroy their entire field. And this effect was incredibly hard to stop. Because you see, this effect was not once per turn, and this effect only required detaching one material, where it would start out with 2 materials. So, since this card is a quick effect, if your opponent tried to negate the effect, you could just do it again, as long as it wasn't in the same chain link, as it, at least, had that restriction where it couldn't use its effect twice in the same chain. Your opponent had to negate this card's effect 2 times in order to actually stop it from destroying all the cards on the field. And it could do this during both players' turns, which made this card a little bit broken, considering how easy it was to bring out. As I should remind you that level 4 monsters are the most plentiful types of monsters in the game. And this card got banned for a few years and only really came off the ban list recently because Xyz monsters don't see as much play in Master Rule 4. Although with the Master Rule revisions coming out pretty soon, this card might end up on the ban list again once people remember how good its effect was. And at number 2, we have Judgment Dragon, the boss monster of one of the most played and long-lasting meta decks of the game's history. Judgment Dragon has the effect where you can pay 1,000 life points to destroy all other cards on the field. So this card actually gets to survive the board wipe, unlike Black Rose Dragon. And this effect is not once per turn. You can use its effect as many times as you want, as long as you have life points to pay. So, if your opponent's monsters float into other monsters, you can just use Judgment Dragon's effect again to destroy those new cards, and just keep doing it until your opponent doesn't have anything left. And the conditions to summon this card is just to have 4 or more Lightsworn monsters with different names in your graveyard. So, if you have other copies of Judgment Dragon in your hand, you can just bring them out after you wipe out the field, as all of the conditions are basically the same. And since Lightsworns are all about sending cards from the deck to the graveyard, its conditions are pretty easy to fulfill. Judgment Dragon is such a good boss monster that Lightsworn decks have basically seen competitive play since this card was first introduced, and they haven't really stopped seeing competitive play since, even though Judgment Dragon has gone on and off the ban list over the years. Currently, Judgment Dragon is unlimited, still currently sees competitive play, and is still an absolute beast of a boss monster, where they were very careful about giving other boss monsters once per turns on their destruction effects, after they kind of messed up with Judgment Dragon. And at number 1, we have Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End. Now technically this list was for any cards, which get rid of all cards your opponent controls and not just technically destroying them. It's just kind of a coincidence that every single card in this list up to this point specifically destroyed cards instead of banishing them or returning them. As Chaos Emperor Dragon has the effect where you can pay 1,000 life points to send all other cards in both players' sides of the field and their hand into the graveyard, to then inflict 300 points of damage to your opponent for each card sent to the graveyard with its effect. This card is also incredibly easy to summon from your hand, as all you have to do is banish one light and dark monster from your graveyard. And this card was basically the reason cards are banned in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it was so strong when it first came out that it basically forced Konami to get rid of this card from the meta because of its power level. And even then, the card was so powerful that there was no way they could ever unban it unless they changed its effect, which is exactly what they did, where it still has the same effect, only it actually has restrictions on it, where you can't use any other card effects during the turn you use this card's effect. So, since this card sends a whole bunch of cards to the graveyard, if you're just playing a graveyard-centric deck like Orchest, for example, you could just use this card to get rid of your opponent's field and hand, and then just do your plays like normal. But with its new errata restrictions, you have to wait a turn before you're able to do that. And this would also have to be the first thing you did during your turn, so you wouldn't be able to set up your graveyard for its card summoning conditions, and use its effect in the same turn that you brought it out. So, the restriction actually did a really good job of slowing this card's powerful effect down, to the point where this card is currently unlimited and doesn't seem overly powerful, even if it does still occasionally see competitive play. Because it basically takes 3 turns to set up. 1 turn to get the cards in your graveyard, 1 turn to actually use its effect, and then your 3rd turn to actually do things from the graveyard, instead of all of that happening on 1 turn. So this card kind of takes the top spot for its historical purposes, and the fact that even in its nerfed state, it still sees competitive play. Seto Kaiba was obsessed with strength, which is why he filled his deck with rare and powerful cards that he'd used to crush his opponents, and was the first to laugh at lesser duelists for even considering weaker cards. But despite how often Kaiba paraded the power of his particular strategy, he used some terrible cards that even the weakest deck builders would laugh at. So today, we're looking at some of Kaiba's worst cards, how they held him back from becoming the king of games, and why these cards did so terribly in the TCG. Reigning over the number 10 spot is arguably the most legendary and meta-warping card in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Chaos Emperor Dragon Envoy of the End, and CED earned that title. In order to summon to the field, you have to banish a light and dark monster from your grave, which is a small price to pay for getting access to its absurd effect. Because if you're willing to pay 1,000 life points, you can send every card from both players' hand and field to the graveyard, and then inflict 300 points of damage to your opponent for every card sent. This made it the perfect game ender, and while it only appeared as part of Kaiba's arsenal a single time, its impact cannot be understated, as its presence helped to end a decades-long rivalry between Kaiba and Siegfried von Schrödinger, proving to the world that Kaiba Corp reigned supreme. You see, after Kaiba Corp's stocks crashed, Kaiba set up the KC Grand Championship to regain the public's trust. And Schrödinger saw this as an opportunity to humiliate Kaiba by having the winner of his tournament to be the head of his rival company. Kaiba eventually caught on to Schrödinger's plans. However, he knew that by disqualifying him, it would only make Kaiba Corp seem even weaker. So instead, he challenged Schrödinger to a duel. If Kaiba won, he would save his reputation and Schrödinger would be officially disqualified. But if Schrödinger won, not only would he remain in the tournament, but Kaiba Corp would be humiliated. So, in a way, everything Kaiba had ever worked for rode on this duel, and Schrödinger initially held a huge advantage with his Valkyrie strategy, especially when he equipped Kaiba's XYZ Dragon Cannon with Nibelung's Ring, forcing him to discard every monster he drew during the draw phase while keeping him locked under the effects of the three goddesses. And this advantage culminated in the summon of Brynhilde, to which Schrödinger equipped with the enchanted sword of Nuthung, which made virtually every dragon monster in Kaiba's strategy useless against the Valkyrie. Or at least almost every dragon monster, because with a lucky draw from Graceful Charity, Kaiba managed to draw into Chaos Emperor Dragon, and with emergency provisions, he had just enough life points to wipe the field in both players' hands clean, burning Schrödinger for a lot of damage and leveling the playing field just enough for Kaiba to strike back. And strike back he did, as on his following turn, Chaos Emperor Dragon was one of the dragons that Kaiba returned to the field with Dimension Fusion in order to perform an utterly ruthless OTK, saving Kaiba Corp's reputation and finally leaving Schrödinger Corp in the dust, for the time being anyways. So with such a dominant display in the anime, how did Chaos Emperor Dragon turn into one of the worst cards that Kaiba's ever played? Well, for a while, it wasn't. In fact, Chaos Emperor Dragon might just be the most meta-warping card in the game's history. You see, Chaos Emperor Dragon's effect is busted, but was especially strong in classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Where few other cards matched its power level, and the slower game meant that it was really easy to flip your graveyard with light and dark monsters, ready for you to drop this bomb of a monster and either level the playing field with its wipe, or just end the game outright with its burn. This made CED an absurd card, but what put it over the top was its synergy with both Sangan and Witch of the Black Forest, which you could summon to the field alongside CED to get a free search after you use its field wipe effect, which you would use in order to search out for Yata-Garasu, a spirit monster that can skip your opponent's draw phase if it can deal battle damage, preventing them from drawing for the turn. And because CED's wipe dealt with all obstacles, Yata-Garasu had an open field, which left your opponent with 0 cards in hand and no way to draw to free them from the lock, while Yata-Garasu poked for 200 damage each turn, slowly but surely securing game. This was known as the Yata lock and was so strong that Yata and CED were among the first cards in the game's history to be banned. It remained on the list for over 15 years, where they were both deemed safe to release only somewhat recently. However, while Yata managed to escape the ban list unscathed, the original effective Chaos Emperor Dragon would have still been just as busted in the modern day. So to make it safe to release, it received an errata to nerf its effect. But this errata did more than just make CED safe, it made it unplayable. As while its effect was virtually the exact same in its original form, it now had a new restriction which prevented you from activating any other card or effects for the entire turn if you wanted to use CED's wipe, which, while effective at preventing you from recreating the Yata lock, also makes it virtually impossible for you to search CED, set up your graveyard for its summon, or do anything else if you want to use its effect, making it an incredibly awkward card to use. So awkward in fact that no one plays CED anymore, as its best use is as vanilla extender that is outclassed by most other chaos monsters in the game that actually allow you to use their effects, including CED's Pendulum evolution, which despite having a weaker field wipe, actually has managed to see solid play in Dragon Link for its strength as an extender. But in terms of the original Emperor, so long as it has its modern restrictions, it'll likely never see play again. And it's honestly really sad to see because Emperor Dragon is an icon of early Yu-Gi-Oh! that showed just how busted cards could be, to the point where if CED still had its old effect, it would still be overpowered 20 years later. And while its errata allowed for you to come back from the ban list, it sucks that such a legendary card has been reduced to one of the worst chaos monsters in the game. And shining brightly at number 7 is Blue Eye Shiny Dragon, a monster designed by Pegasus that was meant to be capable of defeating the Egyptian gods. And if Shining Dragon is brought out to the field, it might actually succeed in that goal, as it gains 300 attack for every dragon monster in your graveyard, meaning that with enough dragons, its attack points can grow well beyond Obelisk, Slifer, and Ra. But that's not all, as Shining Dragon also comes with an effect known as Shining Diffusion, which can negate any effect that targets it. Overall, these two effects make up a pretty solid boss monster, but in order to access them, you have to summon Shining Dragon in the first place, and the only way to do that is by tributing the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Even for Kaiba, this was a huge investment of resources, as it took him 5 turns in the Pyramid of Light movie to actually summon out Ultimate Dragon, and an extra few turns for him to draw into Shiny Dragon. But in Kaiba's case, he was more than willing to wait, as whether by his own judgment or the manipulations of Anubis, he truly believed that Shiny Dragon would lead him to victory. And Kaiba was absolutely right. You see, in his duel against Yugi, Kaiba held a fairly dominant position until Yugi brought out Sorcerer of Dark Magic, whose effect happened to perfectly counter both Deck Destruction Virus and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. But as soon as Kaiba summoned out Shiny Dragon, there was almost nothing Yugi could do, as its targeting protection meant that Sorcerer couldn't manipulate its stats, and its overwhelming attack forced Yugi on the defensive to the point where all he could do was appeal to Kaiba's senses, and try to warn him of the dark forces that were influencing the duel. Whether or not Kaiba believed this is hard to say, but he did end up attempting to destroy the Pyramid of Light with Shiny Dragon's other effect, so that he could have a perfect victory by summoning out the banished Egyptian gods with return from the different dimension, which might have been a solid OTK. But Anubis intervened to protect the pyramid and threw Kaiba to the side and take over the duel. But this wasn't the last we saw of Shiny Dragon, as not only did Yugi revive it from the graveyard to destroy the Pyramid of Light, but it was the only card capable of taking down Anubis' monstrous form. However, in the actual game, Shiny Dragon isn't the god-busting tower as the anime made it out to be, and definitely isn't the ultimate Blue Eyes card as Kaiba believed. For what it's worth, its on-field effects were actually pretty solid for its time, and made it one heck of a beatstick that some decks might have genuinely struggled with. But the main issue with Shiny Dragon has never been its effects. It's because it takes a lot of effort to summon. Because in order to summon the Blue Eyes Shiny Dragon, you must first summon the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and for the longest time, this was actually a pretty tall order. In fact, when Shiny Dragon first released, it was actually impossible, since Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon wouldn't be released for another year and a half. But even after Ultimate Dragon came to the TCG, Shiny Dragon was still unreliable, because you needed specifically 3 Blue Eyes and a way to fusion summon in order to go into Ultimate Dragon, as well as Shiny Dragon itself in order to bring it to the field, which is 5 specific cards of investment for a somewhat decent beatstick, when you could instead rely on individually powerful cards to either disrupt your opponent, or allow you to access even stronger monsters for a lower investment. Now, thankfully, with more modern cards, it's a lot easier to bring Shiny Dragon out to the field, but in the current format, it simply outclasses a boss monster, even when compared to other Blue Eyes cards, who better embody what it means to be the ultimate Blue Eyes. And protecting the number 8 spot on this list is one of the simplest cards in Kaiba's arsenal, Negate Attack. In fact, it's so simple that the card's name pretty much explains what it does, as whenever your opponent declares an attack, you can use Negate Attack to target that attacking monster, literally negate the attack, and then end the battle phase. Now, it was pretty strange to see such a defensive card in Kaiba's beatdown focused deck, but the way that he used the card was actually pretty smart. He'd often use it to either protect his own monster and guarantee a follow-up, or cut the opponent off from a potential OTK. This was especially strong against Pegasus' Toon strategy, an entire deck revolving around monsters that could attack directly, which got especially dangerous whenever Pegasus had the likes of the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon on the field. And the reason why this play was so smart is because it actually has some solid bases in the TCG, where a ton of cards across the game's history have seen genuine competitive play for being able to fade a battle phase or prevent an attack. The big issue with Negate Attack, though, is that it's one of the worst battle faders you could possibly use. And that's because it's a counter trap that can only be activated specifically when your opponent's monster declares an attack, making it incredibly vulnerable to common removal options that your opponent will use to deal with it well before the battle phase even starts. On the other hand, the likes of Waboku and Threatening Roar can be activated at any point in a turn, and can simply be chained to any removal effect while doing the same thing that Negate Attack would. Meanwhile, classic cantraps like Battle Fader and Gores can also end the battle phase in their own way, while also providing you free advantage. Negate Attack just doesn't have the benefits to justify its use, as the only real upside it has over most other cards is that it's a counter trap, so it can be difficult to interact with once it's activated. But even then, there are a ton of better cards to use that just give you much better payoffs for the same condition. Wallow Disruption can mean that your opponent runs face first into destroying their own monster, Jelly Cannon can act as removal, and of course the likes of Mirror Force can wipe an entire field. Now in the modern era, cards that stop the battle phase and battle traps as a whole are currently a lot more niche, because in the modern game, it's a lot easier to set up a negate or just remove the trap from the field to make an OTK a lot safer. But even in decks that might value skipping your opponent's battle phase, or want to use battle traps in some way, there are an infinite number of better cards to use. So while Kaiba's strategy was actually pretty relevant, he picked one of the worst possible options to facilitate it. And embracing this season of giving at number 7 is Gift of the Mystical Elf, which you'd probably receive as a White Elephant exchange. Because all this particular gift does is allow you to gain 300 life points for every monster on the field. The way that Kaiba used the gift though was somewhat interesting. You see, in his Duelist Kingdom duel against Yugi, Kaiba knew that he'd be fighting an uphill battle, but in order to get the chance to face Pegasus and save his brother Mokuba, he had to assure victory in some way. And so his plan was to slowly assemble the pieces of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, with the Gift of the Mystical Elf being used to provide him extra life points to stall out for a few more turns, as he believed that no matter how the duel turned out, as long as he got Ultimate Dragon on the field, he would win. Kaiba was technically right, as he did end up winning this duel, but Gift never had a big impact, as while it did allow him to recover life points, the 300 he gained didn't end up mattering, especially after Ultimate Dragon was defeated, which caused him to threaten to jump from the castle walls if Yugi didn't let him win. And if you play Gift of the Mystical Elf, you might be driven to the same point. Now, it is important to prevent your opponent from reducing your life points to 0, and a lot of cards come with some kind of life point cost that can end up having a huge impact on a duel by making it easier for you to be OTK'd. But gaining life points is rarely ever going to be the reason that you win a duel, because it doesn't get you any closer to actually winning. And while higher life points can make it more difficult to OTK you, it's not worth giving up card advantage for. In fact, the best life point gain cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are the ones where increasing your life points is just a bonus as part of a better effect, rather than the card's entire purpose, helping to facilitate a deck's regular game plan, while also making it harder to reduce your life points to 0. But cards like Gift of the Mystical Elf don't really have a place in modern strategies, where life points act more as a resource system than anything else, and most decks are more than willing to spend this resource if it gets them closer to the particular win condition. And Gift doesn't really facilitate any kind of win condition. But even if your deck desperately needed a way to gain life points to function, there are a ton of cards that exist that allow you to gain way more life points for a lot less investment. Overall, it's unlikely that Gift of the Mystical Elf is ever going to be particularly impactful in a real duel, as even in the anime, it didn't really do much to turn the tide of the duel in Kaiba's favor. And duplicating into number 6 is Cloning, a trap card that let Kaiba use his opponent's monsters as a resource. And that's because Cloning actually summons a token whenever your opponent normal or flip summons a monster with a level, and that token will have the exact same type, level, attribute, attack, and defense, making it almost a 1-to-1 copy. But if the monster that your token was cloned from ends up being destroyed, your clone will also get popped too. Kaiba could have technically used cloning to use an opponent's strongest monster against them, but of course Kaiba was too prideful for that, and instead would simply use the clone token as a stepping stone to summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon. And once more, Kaiba showcased his intelligence, as the way of using his token was genius. He just so happened to pick one of the worst token generators in the game. In general, cards that can summon free tokens have always been pretty strong, especially when you're able to convert those tokens into more powerful monsters by using them as material for an extra deck monster. But cloning itself is absolutely awful, and a huge part of that is because of its particular activation requirement. If cloning were just a trap card that can summon a token during any point in a turn, it would still be pretty bad, as it doesn't interrupt your opponent in a meaningful way. But it would be okay as a slow extender or a way to block an attack, just like a trap monster. But you're instead entirely reliant on your opponent's normal summon to activate cloning at all. And while normal summoning is something a lot of decks do, you get a single opportunity to use it on your opponent's turn, or it's just a dead card. And the worst part is that it's not like that your opponent's normal summon is even going to have decent enough stats to copy, as more often than not, they're just going to convert that monster into a much stronger one using their extra deck, and you wouldn't be able to copy that monster since it's a special summon, meaning that it's pretty likely your clone token is going to be being over or removed from the field before you get a chance to use it. So as a whole, cloning is slow, awkward, and it's unlikely you'll ever get to use the benefits of the card in the first place. Which honestly makes it a miracle that Kaiba was able to use the card in the first place, even if he had a decent strategy in mind for it. Hiding his shame behind a mask at number 5 is Masked Beast Descardius, a card that Kaiba actually won from Loomis and Umbra, two of Merrick's rare hunters. And that makes a lot of sense, as both of Guardius' effects revolve around the use of mass. In order to bring out to the field, you have to tribute 2 monsters, including either Grand Tiki Elder or Melchid the 4-Faced Beast. This gives you access to its massive 3300 attack, but also means that whenever Guardius is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can target a monster opponent controls and equip it with the Mask of Remnants directly from your deck, which allows you to take control of that monster permanently. Now, taking control of an opponent's monster sounds quite strong, but in practice, Guardius is really awkward to use. So awkward in fact that Kaiba never actually used it in a duel, and only ever revealed it as part of his 4-way duel against Yugi, Joey, and Merrick. And this was actually a pretty tactical move from Kaiba, as the turn order of this 4-way duel was going to be determined by the attack strength of the monster revealed. Whoever had the highest attack was going to go first, but each player had to banish their revealed monster. So instead of banishing a copy of Blue Eyes to guarantee you win first, Kaiba instead chose to reveal Guardius, a monster that he'd won earlier that he couldn't summon anyway. However, we do get to see Guardius see some real play in Yugi and Kaiba's tag duel against Loomis and Umbra, where it put on an impressive display, beating over Blue Eyes White Dragon and stealing Valkyrion the Magnet Warrior with the Mask of Remnants. But the funny thing about this duel was that Loomis didn't even summon it properly, and instead had to rely on the effect of Chosen One, because even in the anime, summoning Guardius can be really unwieldy. Tributing 2 monsters to bring it out is a pretty big investment already. But what really hurts Guardius is that at least one of the monsters you tribute has to be one of 2 very specific and pretty bad normal monsters. But the worst part of this entire package is Mask of Remnants, which is entirely reliant on Guardius to be useful, because if you happen to draw into Remnants, its only effect is to reshuffle itself back into the deck, making it one of the most useless cards in the game. And if you want to get any mileage out of this package at all, you must play Remnants, as otherwise, you're just jumping through a ton of hoops for a 3300 vanilla beatstick, which isn't really impressive in the modern era. But even if you do choose to play Remnants, it's honestly not worth the effort of summoning Guardius and playing either Melchid or Tiki Elder, when you could instead play the easier to use mind control cards that don't require any setup at all. Overall, Masked Beast Guardius just isn't worth the effort and deck space required to play it, because even if you play every card required to make it useful, there's no guarantee you'll even draw into it. So Kaiba definitely had the right idea by getting it out of his deck as soon as possible. Taking control number 4 is Mesmeric Control, a card that allowed for Kaiba to influence his opponent's monsters, but not in the same way as a card like Brain Control or Change of Heart would, because in the anime, Mesmeric Control simply made an opponent's monster sleepy, which reduced its attack by 800. This is a lot different to the TCG version of the card, though, which instead prevents your opponent from changing the battle position of their monsters, except via card effects, during their next turn. Regardless of this drastic difference, Kaiba took Mesmeric Control to one of the most important duels of his life against Maximilian Pegasus, the creator of duel monsters who had kidnapped Kaiba's brother, Bokuba, and locked his soul inside of a card. So in order to save his brother, Kaiba did everything he could to counter Pegasus' strategy, which is why Mesmeric Control came in clutch. Because when Pegasus tried to destroy Rude Kaiser, Kaiba used Mesmeric Control to reduce Parrot Dragon's attack by 800, allowing Kaiser to make a counterattack, destroying Parrot Dragon and leaving Pegasus shocked from the surprise. But this all turned out to be a ruse, as Pegasus was just simply toying with Kaiba. With his Millennium Eye, he knew that his set card was Mesmeric Control and chose to play into it to make himself out to be a total amateur, so he could further aggravate and humiliate Kaiba before taking full control of the duel. Ultimately, Kaiba lost this duel due to factors well outside of his control, as there was no way he'd be able to predict the power of the Millennium Eye. But if you ever need to save a family member's soul like he did, it's not a smart idea to play Mesmeric Control. Stopping your opponent from changing battle positions technically restricts them, but it's one of the least impactful restrictions in the game, and doesn't stop your opponent from playing, unlike other floodgates which can stop spell cards, negate all effects, or even lock an opponent out of their main extra deck monster. Now, there are technically a few extremely specific situations where Mesmeric Control could be useful, but even in the best case scenario, you would much rather the card in your hand be any kind of removal or just a better floodgate, because more often than not, Mesmeric Control is just going to do nothing. Reinforced number 3 spot is Boar Soldier, one of the worst monsters in the game. And at first glance, you'd be forgiven for thinking that Boar Soldier has any kind of utility, as its 2000 attack stat makes it seem like it could be a decently strong beatstick. But you need to bring it to the field first, and if you try to normal summon Boar Soldier, it immediately destroys itself. And what's worse is that even if you summon it to the field in another way, the moment your opponent controls a monster, Boar Soldier reduces its own attack by 1000. Kaiba was no stranger to these kinds of difficult to summon cards, such as the likes of Rare Metal Dragon, which was difficult to bring out, but gave him a strong beatstick as a solid payoff. But even he struggled to make Boar Soldier work, as he only ever used it in a single duel, and it wasn't even against a real opponent, as he was trying to test the power of Obelisk the Tormentor against one of his dueling robots who was using his own deck against him. And if Kaiba had actually drawn into Boar Soldier, it would have been a dead card, But thankfully his dueling robot had set Cyberjar, which allowed both Kaiba and the robot to special summon a bunch of level 4 lower monsters from the top of their deck, and one of the monsters Kaiba summoned happened to be a boar soldier. Given Kaiba's usual genius, you might think that each monster summoned had a role to play in his strategy, and that Boar Soldier held some secret strength that would put him at a huge advantage. But in actuality, Boar Soldier did absolutely nothing during this entire duel, except temporarily defend Kaiba's life points until it was tributed off for Obelisk. Boar Soldier has almost no impact in this duel. In fact, Kaiba was lucky that it was even able to be used as a tribute fodder. Boar Soldier is a card that almost doesn't want to be played, because if you want to bring it to the field, you either have to set it, special summon it, or find a way to prevent its effect from resolving. All of these things are possible, and if Boar Soldier had any kind of interesting payoff, it might have been worth jumping through those extra hoops. But instead of rewarding with a strong effect, Boar Soldier is pretty much just a vanilla beatstick. In fact, Boar Soldier is actively worse than most other vanilla monsters. Not only because it's more difficult to summon, but because the moment your opponent controls any monster, Boar Soldier gets scared and loses attack, ruining any strength that could have as a beatstick. The only deck where you might even consider running Boar Soldier at all is in a skill drain beatdown deck, as with skill drain up, you don't have to deal with either of Boar Soldier's downsides, making it a solid 2000 attack beatstick. But even in classic Yu-Gi-Oh, there are quite a few low-level beatsticks that not only have higher attack, but have downsides that are a lot more manageable if you don't happen to have skill drain up. As a whole, it's a miracle that Boar Soldier found its way into Kaiba's test deck, as it's nearly unusable in both the anime and the actual TCG. And Kaiba likely realized how bad the card was himself, as after this single test duel, he never used Boar Soldier again. Lighting up the darkness number 2 is the Pyramid of Light, the titular card of the Pyramid of Light movie and Anubis' calling card. In the actual TCG, all the Pyramid of Light does is let you special summon both Andro Sphinx and Sphinx Talia from your hand with their own effects. And if it happens to be removed from the field in any capacity, you have to destroy both Andro and Talia Sphinx on your side of the field. But the anime version actually had an extra effect, which banished every god card on the field. And it's for this reason that the Pyramid of Light was able to counter the Egyptian gods. You see, after Battle City, Kaiba grew frustrated that he'd been defeated by Yugi once more, and now that his rival had the 3 Egyptian god cards, it seemed like beating him would be an impossibility. This led to him eventually winning both Blue Eyes Shiny Dragon and the Pyramid of Light from Pegasus in the hopes they'd give him a way of actually defeating the gods. But unbeknownst to Kaiba, he was being influenced by a mummified sorcerer known as Anubis, whose spirit had returned to seek revenge on the Pharaoh Tem and chose Kaiba as his champion to take his vengeance. This caused Kaiba to challenge Yugi to another duel, one in which he did the unthinkable by giving Yugi an opportunity to summon all 3 of his Egyptian gods at the same time, just so he could banish them from the field with the Pyramid of Light. However, by activating the pyramid, he had trapped both himself and Atem into a shadow game, where every life point lost would do real physical harm to each duelist. Kaiba eventually broke free from Anubis' control and attempted to pop his own Pyramid of Light, but Anubis intervened, and used his magic to protect the pyramid and throw Kaiba aside to take over the duel, summoning both Andro and Talia from thin air and putting Atem into a tight spot as his deck was running thin. Thankfully, from the Millennium Puzzle, Yugi and his friends managed to expose Anubis' weak point, disrupting his magic and allowing for Atem to pop the pyramid, which destroyed both of Anubis' sphinxes. But this just gave Anubis an opportunity to summon out Thenin, the Great Sphinx, another boss monster that almost managed to single-handedly defeat Atem. Now, all of this sounds really impressive, as the anime did its best to make the Pyramid of Light come across as a real threat on par with the Egyptian gods, especially because even if you managed to destroy the pyramid, it would just summon out a new, stronger boss monster. But the Pyramid of Light and its sphinxes are far, far weaker than the Egyptian gods when talking about the TCG. Pyramid of Light does literally nothing when it's activated. It doesn't interrupt or restrict an opponent, it doesn't give you any kind of advantage, and it doesn't change game states at all. The only benefit that it gives you for being on the field is that it allows you to summon both Andro and Talia from your hand by paying 500 life points. But because Pyramid of Light is a trap card, you have to wait through your opponent's entire turn before you get any benefit from it at all, and hope that your opponent doesn't remove it from the field. And even if everything goes right, the sphinxes that Pyramid enables are just high attack beatsticks that come with summoning sickness, which is a pretty bad payoff for the amount of time and resources you have to sink into summoning them if you use the Pyramid of Light. But the thing is, none of the sphinxes actually need Pyramid of Light on the field to be summoned. Both Andro and Talia can be summoned via regular means, and then it just needs both of its parts to be destroyed at the same time. So even decks that want to summon the sphinxes won't play Pyramid of Light, because it's simply just a lot easier to summon them out normally. All of this is without even considering Pyramid's downside, where if it's removed from the field, you have to destroy any Andro and Talias you control. You might think that this technically isn't a downside, as you want to pop both of your sphinxes at the same time to summon Thenin. But in reality, it just puts a glowing weak spot in the strategy that tells your opponent to pop the Pyramid before you get both of your Sphinxes on the field. Overall, if Pyramid of Light was a card that did nothing, it would be slightly better than its TCG version, as it can even be detrimental in the deck it was made for. But even if you manage to perfectly set up Pyramid and your Sphinxes, the boss monster you summon from it are mediocre at best, and not worth the effort, especially in the modern era where it's a lot easier to summon high attack monsters. Firing off at number 1 is Virus Cannon, a card so bad that it almost caused Kaiba to lose against Ishizu Ishtar in the Battle City Finals. Virus Cannon can destroy an opponent's deck, but how it does that depends on which version you're looking at. The TCG Virus Cannon requires you to attribute any number of monsters you control, and then force your opponent to send the same number of spells from their deck to the graveyard. The anime version of this card is a lot stronger, as with this single card, you get to destroy every spell card in your opponent's hand and deck for no cost. And that's why Kaiba valued the card so much, as it gave him a way to prevent your opponent from using any spell cards against him. This was a genius move in theory, as he paired it with Crush Card Virus, one of the most busted trap cards that also destroyed an opponent's deck by getting rid of strong monsters, so that the only cards to be left with were their weakest monsters and a bunch of trap cards. However, the one time that Kaiba managed to use both Virus Cannon and Crush Card Virus in the anime, his opponent was Ishizu Ishtar. This meant that his strategy backfired almost immediately, because after having her deck destroyed, Ishizu simply activated Exchange of the Spirit to return every card she milled back to her deck and leave Kaiba with only 6 cards left. Arguably, the only reason Kaiba's strategy failed was because he happened to face an opponent who could benefit from it. But interestingly enough, if you played Virus Cannon in the TCG, you'd notice that a ton of strategies actually benefit from having their spells milled. From Fluffles getting free searches from Toy Vendor to Infernoble getting to set up with Phoenix Blade, a ton of strategies can get a lot from milling their own spell cards, to the point where some strategies are willing to play Foolish Burial Goods. And funnily enough, one of the best strategies that can take advantage of milling spells happens to be Ishizu Telements, which plays quite a few spell cards that they're eager to mill. So if you happen to make the same mistake as Kaiba and use Virus Cannon to force them to destroy their own deck, a lot of strategies would be happy to get these mills for free, especially because they're the ones that get to choose which spell cards they send, which means that you don't even get a chance to scout out their strategy or snipe an important spell. This is already a terrible effect on its own, but Virus Cannon also comes with an associated cost required that you have to tribute monsters use it in the first place, helping your opponent in 2 ways by letting them mill their select spells while also getting rid of your monsters for them. Even if you're playing a dedicated mill strategy, there is no way to justify the amount of resources you have to invest for Virus Cannon to have any kind of impact. But even then, it's likely your opponent is going to benefit from it anyways. But maybe the biggest kick in the face for the card is that if you want to mimic the best part of its anime effect and rip out your opponent's spell cards from their hand before they can use them, you can, and for a much lower cost, run Eradicator Epidemic Virus, which can also hit trap cards too. Like Pyramid of Light, Virus Cannon is worse than useless, but instead of just being a detriment to you, it's also an active benefit for an opponent, and is only a card that you'd want to play if you're trying to lose. And it speaks volumes that despite being wielded by the second greatest duelist in the world, Virus Cannon was almost the reason that Kaiba was demoted to simply being a top 8 instead. There's no feeling as special or gratifying as the moment you summon out your boss monster. Whether it's a game-ending threat, an absurd interruption, or even just the silly or unknown card that's unique to your strategy that you put everything into making. And the anime manages to capture that feeling incredibly well. From the cool and creepy bosses of villains and rivals, to the graceful, majestic monsters of our protagonists. So today, we're going to be looking at some of the boss monsters featured in the anime, how they've been used in the show, and why they were so impactful in the TCG. Absorbing the number 10 spot is Thousand Eyes Restrict, an even more terrifying version of Relinquish that almost allowed Maximilian Pegasus to land the final blow against Yugi. Thousand Eyes effect is split into 2 main parts. Its first effect relates to its Thousand Eyes, because once they're open, your opponent's monsters are permanently immobilized, preventing them from declaring an attack or even changing their battle position. Meanwhile, its second effect allows you to target a monster your opponent controls and equip it to itself, absorbing both the monster and its stats, just like Relinquish. And if your opponent tries beating over it, it'll protect itself by destroying the monster it's equipped with instead. Pegasus took great delight in forcing an opponent to attack their own monster, because while he was under the influence of the Millennium Eye, he was cruel and sadistic, even using mind games and the power of the eye to ensure he had complete control over everything around him, allowing him to lord over opponents with unoutable tunes while restricting their actions in both floodgates and joyful threats. But it was only in Pegasus's final Duel of Duelists Kingdom against Yugi where we got to see this sinister nature shine. You see, Yugi and Yama Yugi push Pegasus to his limit by defeating the undefeatable, using the Mind Shuffle technique to constantly shift between Yugi and Yami so that he couldn't see what their next play would be. So to beat this technique, he forced Yami and Yugi to begin a shadow game, draining the original Yugi of his mental energy and forcing Yami to face off against Relinquished alone. Relinquished was a powerhouse because despite its non-existent stats, it was able to absorb and use Yami's monsters against him, even using the Dark Magician as a shield, forcing Yami to rescue him with Mystic Box. However, with the power of friendship blocking the gaze of the Millennium Eye, Yami managed to turn the tide of the duel in his favor, by taking control of Relinquish and using its equipped Jigen Bakudan and Dark Magician for the ritual summon of Magician of Black Chaos. This terrified Pegasus, but once he regained control of Relinquished, he fusion summoned Thousand Eyes Restrict and intended to absorb Black Chaos, which would have won them the duel and the Millennium Puzzle, if it hadn't been for Kuribo's Infinite Multiplication, which protected Black Chaos from being stolen while also binding Thousand Eyes and negating its effect by exploding on contact. But the funny thing is, while furballs were Thousand Eyes' main weakness in the anime, they're actually the reason it became a meta-dominant boss monster. You see, during the classic days of the game, during GOAT format, the extra deck was a lot different to what it is today. It wasn't even called the extra deck yet, it was just the fusion deck. And at the time, fusions were an abundant amount of investment needing polymerization and 2 specific named materials to go into. So it just wasn't worth it to fusion summon a monster, especially not one with really freaky materials like Thousand Eyes. Which is why you would cheat it out, and scapegoat control strategies were more than capable of doing so thanks to Metamorphosis, which you could use to tribute a scapegoat token into Thousand Eyes Restrict, turning a weak defensive wall into a strong offensive threat. And this particular strategy was so strong that it didn't just do well in the format, it defined the format for the longest time, with scapegoat control being the very reason we call it GOAT format. And because of how much a game would swing in your favor by Metamorphosis tributing a scapegoat token, Thousand Eyes was eventually banned in 2006 and remained on the list for a decade. But even today, Thousand Eyes is a pretty solid piece of removal. It's definitely not commonplace anymore, especially with its retrain being favored due to its strength in beating hand traps, but you can relive the glory days of GOAT by using instant fusion to cheat out Thousand Eyes and force your opponent to interact with it. Otherwise, their boss monster is getting absorbed. It's honestly amazing in of itself that over 20-year-old boss monster is still more than capable in the modern era, and can be just as much of a threat against Snake Eyes and Branded as it was against Warrior and Chaos Control. And just for its legacy in older formats alone, it deserves its place on this list, defining the format it was in as it further proved that Yu-Gi-Oh! Wasn't just a game of beat sticks and battles, since a zero-attack monster was the boss of its day. And swimming into number 9, we have number 101, Silent Honor Arc. The signature over 100 number of Shark, otherwise known as Nash after he accepted his Baryon form. You can make Silent Honor Arc by building the overlay network with any 2 level 4 monsters, giving you access to its 2 effects. Its first allows to detach 2 overlay units to target a special summoned attack position monster your opponent controls to attach it to itself as a material. But Arc also has a defensive effect too, because if it would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can just detach a material from it instead. Both of these effects are actually pretty indicative of Shark's character throughout Zexal. At first, he might have just seemed like a cruel bully intent on stealing the cards and decks of others, like how Arc steals monsters. But in reality, Shark had dedicated most of his life to caring and protecting those he cared for. However, Silent Honor Arc and Shark both shared a secret. Their current form isn't their true one, because just like how Silent Honor Arc harbored Silent Honor Dark, Shark's soul was that of Nash, the leader of the United Lands of Poseidon Ocean who, after his death, would go on to become Nash, the 7th Baryon Emperor and protector of the Baryon world and its people. So it was only fitting that Shark obtained both Silent Honor Arc and Dark after he'd fully accepted himself as Baryon, mirrored by the fact that it was Baryon Chaos draw into Rank Up Magic the 7th one that allowed for Arc to unleash Dark. And this is usually how Shark would use number 101, drawn into the 7th one to rank up into Dark, but in his first duel using these numbers, we actually got to see him use Arc to its full potential against Quattro, dealing Gimmick Puppet to Giant Grinder with its first effect and nearly assuring victory. Now in the TCG, most players were never summoning Dark, especially not with Rank Up Magic the 7th one, because it was a pretty mediocre payoff for an incredibly gimmicky setup that requires so much to go right to actually use. However, Silent Honor Arc was a game-changing meta staple. You see, back in 2014, while there were a plethora of powerful XCs that had been released prior to Honor Arc, none of them could do what Honor Arc could do in quite the same way. Diamond Direwolf, for example, was a very strong tool for removal, but still destroyed and would clear itself from the field. And while Big Eye had an absurdly strong mind control effect, the number of decks that could access it was extremely limited. But Arc hit a very specific sweet spot between being an amazing removal tool and being easy to go into, which suddenly meant that you had to worry about your boss monsters being absorbed by a rank 4. An arc-specific kind of removal prevents most kinds of graveyard effects from being activated. Because the monsters removed aren't being sent to the grave or destroyed, they're being put under arc, which denies your opponent access to potential graveyard resources until they're sent from underneath it to the graveyard anyway. Now, arc didn't do too much time as a premier rank 4 removal option, as within this same year we got Castel, which was arguably better than arc since it shuffled the monster into the deck, and while this did mean that arc saw a little less play, and didn't drop off in terms of viability, and still saw widespread play for a long while. However, in 2024, you are pretty unlikely to run into a strategy playing arc, because now the removal tools we have available are even easier to access. So it's not as revolutionary now as it was 10 years ago. But attaching your opponent's monsters is still a pretty great option, as we've seen recently with Full Armor, Dark Knight, and Lancer. Light and Dark combine at number 8 with both Chaos Emperor Dragon Envoy of the end and Blackluster Soldier Envoy of the beginning, two historically overpowered boss monsters. Both of these monsters are Chaos monsters, so they have a shared summoning condition. You need to banish one Light and one Dark monster from your graveyard to bring them out from your hand. If you summon Blackluster Soldier, you have the choice between two different effects. You can either target a monster on field and banish it, but preventing BLS from attacking for the turn, or if it destroys a monster by battle, it can make a second attack. Meanwhile, Chaos Emperor Dragon only has one effect, but it's a broken one, allowing you to pay 1,000 life points to send every card from the hand and field of both players to the graveyard and inflict 300 damage to your opponent for every card sent to the grave. Of course, being representative of the two opposing forces of Light and Dark, these Chaos monsters were wielded by the most iconic rivalry in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Seto Kaiba and Yugi Muto. You get to see Kaiba use Chaos Emperor Dragon in his KC Cup duel against Siegfried von Stradinger, who had kept Kaiba under a brutal lock where every monster he drew for turn would be discarded. And the effects of these three goddesses gave Siegfried enough time to summon out Valkyrie Brunhilde equipped with Sword of Nathog, as a counter to almost every one of Kaiba's dragons. However, Chaos Emperor Dragon wiped away the field and allowed for Kaiba to level the playing field. And on the following turn, a draw into Card of Demise gave him everything he needed to summon out his 3 blue eyes, as well as Chaos Emperor Dragon from the banish pile, resulting in a swift OTK. Such a dominant display is likely part of why Chaos Emperor Dragon ended up on the ban list, not just in the TCG, but in the anime, because by the time of GX, we learned that Chaos Emperor Dragon was canonically banned. Coincidentally, in the same episode we learned this, Blackluster Soldier appears as a new boss monster in Yugi's deck, but it wasn't Yugi who played the card. It was Dimitri, a copycat duelist who stole Yugi Muto's deck and tried to copy the personality of the King of Games in the hope that it would lead him to improving as a duelist. And fair to him, he did a great impersonation of Yugi, pushing Jaden Yugi to his limits throughout the duel, and of course getting to bring out Envoy at the beginning, who crushed Hero Avian before using his effect to attack again and threaten Burstinatrix. Meanwhile, in terms of the TCG's competitive history, Chaos Emperor Dragon and Blackluster Soldier are as important as Yugi and Kaiba themselves. Chaos Emperor Dragon is the very reason that we have a Forbidden List, because while there have been a selection of cards that have been limited or semi-limited prior to CED, it was CED's busted hand and field wipe effect that brought about the first bans in the game's history. On its own, it was already absurd for forcing both players into a top deck war, but if you could stick a Sangan or Witch of the Black Forest before you wipe the field, you'd have the opportunity to search out Yatagarasu, which you would then normal summon and then poke and poke and poke, preventing your opponent from drawing every turn, meaning they were helpless as you gradually whittle away their life points 200 at a time. Meanwhile, BLS proved itself a legendary strong card that was a bomb of a boss monster in every early format where it was legal. It was essentially a better version of Chaos Sorcerer, not only being able to banish actual face-down cards, but also having the option to attack twice with its beefy 3000 attack, which could just end the game outright. Now, this was strong enough for BLS to eventually be banned just under a year after Chaos Emperor Dragon, but it came back way earlier in 2011, limited to 1 copy. But even after 6 years on the ban list, BLS was still kinda broken, and was the bomb in just about any deck that could theoretically use it, with it reaching its prime in 2014, where this GOAT-era card rubbed shoulders with the likes of Shadal and Burning Abyss, where it was just as much of a boss monster as it was during the game's early formats. Now, there's no doubt that the current context of the metagame, both CED and BLS, are a lot worse than they once were. The removal and OTK potential BLS has is now just pretty commonplace, and while CED's original effect would still be broken to this day, it's received an errata that has permanently made it unplayable, preventing you from using any other card effects for the entire turn if you want to use the board wipe. But regardless of their modern statuses, these are legendary monsters that deserve respect on their names. In planted number 7, we have Black Rose Dragon, the ace monster of the Signer Dragon of Akiza, and her alternate personality, the Black Rose. Black Rose has 2 relatively simple effects. Its second effect lets you banish a plant monster from your grave to target a defense position monster your opponent controls, change it to attack position, and reduces attack to 0. But of course, Black Rose's most iconic effect is its field wipe. because if you manage to synchro summon it, you can destroy every card on the field. The Signer Dragons of 5Ds were generally reflective of those who wielded them, and the same is true of Black Rose Dragon, whose effect was indicative of the person of Akiza believed she was. You see, Akiza has psychic abilities, and these abilities allowed her to manifest dual monsters. However, she struggled to control them and often ended up hurting people around her, so much so that she believed herself a monster. With Black Rose Dragon being capable of destroying everything around it, or dealing a bunch of damage to a defenseless opponent, the similarities are quite clear. But no matter how tragic these effects are, there's no doubt that Akiza was incredibly effective at using both, either wiping the field with its first effect to clear away every card your opponent controlled to put her at a huge advantage and leaving them struggling, or its second effect to beat over an opponent's boss monster while dealing a whole bunch of damage. However, the thing about Akiza is that she was never really the monster that she thought she was. She just believed that she was an evil person because that's how the world had treated her. But in actuality, she was just a lost and hurt person who needed friends and a home. She was thankfully found in Team 5Ds, and as the mascot for another cool and mysterious duelist. And in a really sweet turn of events, Black Rose Dragon itself also found its home. Not just with another Signer Dragon, but also within the extra decks of thousands of duelists across the years. Wiping away the field is just straight up an amazing effect, as it blows up every one of your opponent's resources, and while you'll definitely lose your own cards in the process, being able to Dark Hole and Heavy Storm an entire field is game-winningly strong, especially since it's something you can access on demand from the extra deck. Which makes it even more surprising that Black Rose was among some of the game's earliest synchro monsters. And because of its busted effect, it's seen competitive viability since it was first released, appearing in just about any deck that could even theoretically make a Synchro 7, from dedicated synchro strategies like Plant Synchro to even Dragon Rulers. While Black Rose has definitely fallen off in viability since the wider array of removal options and other Synchro 7s becoming more readily available, it's still an incredibly powerful card in the modern era, with it being virtually uncontested in its board-breaking capabilities, allowing it to pop in decks that can use Revolution Dragon to pair their level 4 monsters, or just decks particularly proficient at making level 7s. It's honestly refreshing to hear that such an old and iconic boss monster not only has a storied competitive history, but also that the history is still ongoing, that Black Rose can and will still do well competitively, and has a solid future ahead of it. It's been a powerhouse since its release so long as the right decks are playing it, and in a way, that's a great reflection of Akiza's story too. She was always a good person, she just needed the right people to help show it. Synchronized at number 6 is Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, the evolution of Yugioh's Clear Wing Synchro Dragon. To synchro summon Crystal Wing, you need a tuner and at least one non-tuner synchro monster whose levels add up to 8. And what you get is pretty much just a straight upgrade of the effects of Clear Wing Synchro Dragon, allowing you to negate and destroy any monster effect while getting the attack of the monster you destroyed. And that's not all either, because Crystal Wing also has a bonus effect, where if it battles a level 5 or higher monster, it gains the attack of that monster during the damage step. Now, being remnants of Zark, Yugioh held a special connection to Yugioh, which is why they were capable of synchronization and caused Yugioh and Yuya to duel together at the same time, with Yuya being able to see through Yugioh's eyes during his duel against Selena. By all means, Yugioh was meant to lose this duel, as it was partially fixed in Selena's favor, and she had Yugioh on the ropes after she summoned the unaffected Lunalight Leo Dancer, which Yugioh had no way of defeating. Well, almost no way of beating it at least, because due to the creation of Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon with synchronization, Yugioh had an opportunity to strike back, synchro summoning with Clear Wing as material and attacking over Leo Dancer with its Honest-like effect for a game. And in the TCG, Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon is still an absurdly strong monster, one that altered the landscape of the game with its release as one of the earliest generic extra deck monster negates. You see, prior to the release of Crystal Wing, while extra deck negates were around, they were neither as commonplace nor as applicable as they are today, which is why Crystal Wing's introduction warped the game. Now at first glance, it might not seem like it's that accessible, but there's actually two different ways of summoning out Crystal Wing. The first is by synchro summoning it the normal way. This was pretty difficult when the card first released in 2017 until we got the Wind Witches, which was more than capable of synchro climbing from level 7 synchros to a Crystal Wing with just a single ice spell. However, the alternative way of summoning Crystal Wing was with Ultimate Tzolk'in. With Tzolk'in, as long as a card is set in the field, you could use its effect to special summon out any Power Tool monster or level 7 or 8 Dragon Synchro monster from the extra deck. And Crystal Wing was, and still is, the best target possible, protecting your plays on your turn while negating your opponent's best plays with its powerful monster negate, which is why even to this day, Tzolk'in is used in decks like Virtual World to bring out Crystal Wing. Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon has been a powerhouse since its first release, with it being one of the first powerful and generic extra deck negates that changed the landscape of Yu-Gi-Oh! Forever. And in any deck that can make it, either normally or with Tzolk'in, it's going to live up to its legendary status. And taking flight at number 5 is Stardust Dragon, Yusei's Fudo's ace monster. Stardust has a simple but deceptively powerful effect, because whenever your opponent would activate a card or effect that would destroy a card in the field, you can tribute Stardust to negate the activation and destroy that card. However, if you use this effect, Stardust isn't gone forever, because during the end phase, you get to special summon it back from your graveyard. These effects are indicative of Yusei's personality, because just like how Stardust sends itself to the grave to protect the field, Yusei was more than willing to risk his own life if it meant saving his friends and those around him. And Stardust Dragon existing as a boss monster in Yusei's deck gave it the strength it needed to save those he cared for. And we got to see this firsthand during both of Yusei's duels against Jack Atlas. During the Fortune Cup arc, where Yusei was fighting for his friends, for their dreams, but also to save them from being threatened. In both duels, we got to see almost the exact same sequence of events play out. Yusei manages to get Stardust to a side of the field to face off against Red Dragon Archfiend, and after Jack uses End of the Storm to destroy monsters on the field, Yusei uses Stardust's effect to negate the effect to prevent him from taking effect damage. But the reason why Yusei was so willing to sacrifice himself wasn't just because he was a kind person, it was because he genuinely valued the friends he made and the dreams they shared. And it was through those bonds that Yusei would grow and evolve, just like how Stardust would evolve. Now nowhere is that more apparent than in Yusei's duel against Z1, where he would synchro summon Shooting Star Quasar Dragon by using every one of Team 5D's boss monsters. And the really cool thing is, both of these aspects of Yusei's characters are actually represented in how Stardust was used in the TCG. Stardust Dragon's release was game warping. Even amongst the game's early synchros, Stardust was something special. It was a great beatstick and pretty easy to access, but its effect brought it to a whole nother level, because destruction effects were both incredibly common and extremely effective with the likes of Heavy Storm, Mirror Force, and Dark Arm Dragon, all being respected forms of removal. However, with the release of Stardust, those pieces of removal suddenly had some really interesting counterplay, and weren't guaranteed to always be effective. And even years after 2008, Stardust still saw continuous play in a ton of different formats, because for a while, it was one of the best Synchro 8 monsters you could make, since it gave you a proactive way of protecting your cards while establishing an impressive field presence. And this viability was further backed by Starlight Road, an amazing normal trap that protected your macro, and let you special summon a Stardust for free in the right circumstances. It was only around 2018 where Stardust did end up falling off a little in terms of competitive viability, as newer and stronger Synchro 8s would start seeing play. But it wouldn't be long before Stardust returned to the extra decks. In fact, you might end up seeing Stardust in current deck lists thanks to its evolution, Excel Synchro Stardust Dragon. A pretty powerful card on its own that's made playably stronger if you include Stardust Dragon in your extra deck as a way to synchro summon a quick effect speed while making the synchro you summon to towers. Stardust Dragon changed the game, that much is clear. But what's more impressive is that it wasn't some flash in the pan boss monster that was only good because it had no competition. Stardust was good because its protection was both valuable and viable, and forced people to change the way they play by just existing on the field. Connecting the real with the virtual at number 4 is Access Code Talker, the last monster that Playmaker ever link summoned. Access Code Talker is a link 4 with 2300 attack, but when it's link summoned, you can target one of the link monsters in the graveyard that was used for its summon, and then gain attack equal to the monster's link rating times 1000. And furthermore, it has a second effect that allows you to banish a link monster from your field or grave to destroy a card your opponent controls. The effect has no once per turn, but you can't banish the same attribute twice in the same turn. The best part though is your opponent can't activate cards or effects in response to the activation of either of these effects. Yusaka actually only used Access Code Talker a single time during the final duel of Reigns against AI. You see, Playmaker was close to losing. Not only had AI managed to summon out the Arrival by using each of his fallen comrades' boss monsters, but every attempt that Playmaker had made to deal with the Arrival had been for naught. He had virtually nothing left, a fact that AI recognized, and because of AI's unwillingness to let go of the past and those it cared for, he hoped that he and Yusaka would become one in the virtual world. Yusaka, however, was not willing to compromise. With just a single link summon, managed to call forth Access Code Talker by using the revived Dark Fluid as link material, reaching an incredible 7300 attack. And like the Arrival, Access Code Talker also relied on the strength of its controller's friends. But unlike AI and the Arrival, who were desperate to protect and preserve everything they had, even if it put them in danger, Access Code and Yusaka were able to let go of the memories and trauma caused by the Hanoi project and look forward to the future, banishing 6 different attributes from the grave, one for each victim of the project, including Yusaka, to wipe AI's field so that only the Arrival and Access Code Talker remained. And so, the highest attack link monster of Reigns' history faced off against the highest attack link monster of today. As these two philosophies clashed, only Access Code and Yusaka should have remained. However, AI had used the graveyard effect of Gusari to bring the attack points of both monsters down to 3000, causing them to both crash. Now, Access Code didn't quite manage to win the duel here, but the way Yusaka used the game as a game ender was genius. and it's precisely how it's used in the TCG. Access Code's OTK potential is immense, absurd even, and puts it among the game's best OTK enablers. But the reason why Access Code outclassed nearly all of them is because of its ability to clear a field, and funnily enough, because of how easy it is to access. A card like Borosword Dragon, for example, is like Access, an amazing Link 4 for ending the game, and changed the game in its own right when it was released. But Access Code is way easier to summon because it only requires 2 or more monsters, rather than needing 3 or more like Borosword. This means you can get to pair Access Code with some pretty powerful Link 3s, and lets Access Code hit 5300 attack, which with any 2700 or higher attack monster on your side of the field is game on an open board. And the craziest part about Access is that it makes its own open field. While it's unlikely you're going to be able to pop 6 times like Yusaka did, even just 1 or 2 activations of Access Code can steal the game in your favor. It's for these reasons that Access Code has become a widespread staple of virtually any deck that can make a Link 4 without getting locked, being a boon to both meta and rogue strategies alike as the best way to quickly end the game. And its presence, alongside the presence of other Link-based OTK enablers, has drastically sped up the game and changed the way we play. Because if you can't break an opponent's board, Access Code is likely sleeping in their extra deck, ready and waiting to strike. And shockingly, at number 3 isn't the boss monster of a protagonist, rival, or even a main villain. It's number 16 Shockmaster, one of the boss monsters of a minor villain known as Fortuno from Zexal. If you can bring out 3 level 4 monsters to the field, you can access Shockmaster and its crazy floodgate, which allows you to detach 1 material and call a card type between monster, spell, or trap, and lock both players from activating that card type if you declare spell or trap, or lock them from using monster effects if you declare monsters until the end of your opponent's next turn. But for such a crazy effect, we only got to see Shockmaster in a duel a single time during early Zexal. After Shockmaster was summoned, Fortuna was able to tell that Yuma's hand was dominated by trap cards with his fortune telling, and so used Shockmaster to prevent any trap cards from being activated, including Yuma's bye-bye damage. But traps were the wrong call, because with Revolt, Yuma was not only able to detach remaining materials from Shockmaster, but that allowed him to use Voltage Summon to bring out 2 level 4s from his deck and build the overlaid network to form number 39 Utopia. Yuma eventually went on to win this duel, but the way Fortuno used Shockmaster was actually correct. But Shockmaster wasn't just limited to trap cards, which is why it was so busted. Being locked under the card after it called monster was debilitating, because it prevented you from comboing off and doing much of anything other than setting cards and passing your turn. The worst part though was that you didn't need to use Shockmaster's effect immediately, and you could just wait until after you fully comboed off to lock both players out of a certain effect, well after you've used everything you needed to. And assuming that Shockmaster survived, which is likely that it would, you could just use its effect again, beating your opponent's trap cards, or just locking them out of monsters again to push for lethal without needing to worry about Battle Fader. The only thing that held Shockmaster back was that not every deck could make it, but for decks that could, it was way easier than it ever should have been, which is likely why Shockmaster ended up locked behind the ban list just over a year after its release. It's kind of funny that amongst ace monsters, evolutions, protagonists, and rivals, one of the most broken boss monsters from the anime is a small-time villain. But while the duelists had virtually no impact on the anime, their boss monster stands as one of the pillars of Yu-Gi-Oh's ban list, as a card that will never be able to return. Infected at number 2 spot is Topologic Gumblar Dragon, one of the Topologic boss monsters that Varus pulled from the Data Storm. Like the other Topologics, Gumblar has an effect whenever a monster is special summoned to a zone that a linked monster points to, and in this, it allows you to discard 1 or 2 random cards from your hand to force your opponent to discard the same number. However, Gumblar also has an extra effect, allowing you to force your opponent to discard 1 or 2 cards if Gumblar is extra linked, and then if they have no cards in their hand, you burn them for 3000 damage. But not only do each of these effects have hard ones per turn, you can only use 1 of these effects per turn. Gumblar might have been the most important Topologic dragon that Varus pulled from the Data Storm. You see, during their duel at the Tower of Hanoi, both Playmaker and Varus were fighting for the fate of those they cared for. Playmaker for the existence of AI, and Varus for the sake of humanity. Which is why, when a particularly dense data storm rolled around, neither of them hesitated. But due to the strength of the storm, they couldn't access it without help. Playmaker got help through AI, but Varus lost so much more from the storm because the help he received was from his father, who used the last of his strength to regenerate Varus' lost arm to allow him to properly access the storm to generate Gumblar Dragon. And in this particular duel, Varus used Gumblar's first effect excellently, destroying all cards in both of their hands, and then using the effect of Drop Draco to force a draw. But after Yusaka tracked down Varus, aka Rokon in real life, they put their ideals to the test one more time and both logged into Vrains for one final duel of philosophies. This duel had a bunch of moving parts to it, but we did get to see Gumblar Dragon summoned again, completing the anime's first extra link. and even got to use its second effect to leave Playmaker with virtually nothing, and would have won the duel with its burn if it hadn't been for Yusaka's trap card. Now, Playmaker did manage to turn the duel around in his favor, and later even used Gumblar's effect to his advantage with the Graveyard effect, a spam mail. But while Graveyard effects are common at TCG, it is extremely difficult to have Gumblar's effect turn out in your favor. In fact, there are 3 key reasons why Gumblar was banned and remains banned to this day. 1. Ripping cards from your opponent's hand is absurdly strong at Yu-Gi-Oh! By removing even a single card from your opponent's hand, you removed a potential threat. And while Gumblar requires you to discard 2 of your own cards, if you manage to establish it and use its effect first, you already have more than enough resources to spare. 2. Gumblar is generic, and can be made by just about any deck that can spit out the link materials necessary for its summon, but was specifically infamous with Goki, a deck that not only could reach Gumblar, but did so through Isolde, which gave you potentially free discards in Phoenix Blade, a free search, and a summon from the deck, and could even be summoned with Neospace Connector to summon out Neospace and Aqua Dolphin to rip yet another card from your opponent's hand. And point 3, its first effect can be activated during your opponent's turn if a monster is summoned to its link pointing arrow, which you could trigger yourself before your opponent's first main phase with a Link Karibo, letting you rip another 2 cards from your opponent's hand, leaving them with just 1 left to break your board. Essentially, Gumblar's existence was toxic, as it enabled a style of gameplay that resulted in your opponent not being able to play. And while Varus used Gumblar excellently in honor of his father, it's good that this malware was eventually deleted from the game. And Lincoln is number 1 is the most busted anime boss monster we received, and the original ace of Playmaker, Firewall Dragon. Firewall can be made with 2+ effect monsters, making it incredibly generic, and has 2 effects. Its first effect can only be used once while it's face up on the field, and allows you to target monsters in the field or graveyard, up to a number of monsters that are co-linked to Firewall and return them to the hand. Meanwhile, its second effect is a hard once per turn, and allows you to special summon a Cyberus monster from your hand if a monster Firewall points to is destroyed by battle or sent to the graveyard. The way Playmaker used Firewall is actually pretty interesting, because it's entirely different to how it was used in the TCG. Playmaker used Firewall offensively, using its first effect to clear away an opponent's board with the power of its co-links, and then using Firewall as it was intended to be used as a boss monster, attacking over threats and taking on rival bosses. But it was pretty rare that we ever got to see Yusaka use Firewall's second effect, only using it in a single duel. This way of using Firewall is a great way of representing just how much Yusaka cares about the bonds he's forged with his friends, because any board or co-link that he makes increases the strength of Firewall even further, and allowed him to break a board or save the monsters that were sent to his graveyard. But in the TCG, Firewall Dragon represented a different story and was one of, if not the most oppressive boss monster in the game's history. And it's mainly because of its second effect, which has actually been eroded, because originally the effect could summon out any monster from your hand, and could do so multiple times as this effect initially had no once per turn. This paired perfectly with the likes of Cannon Soldier or any monster that tributed another to deal burn damage, because after tributing a monster linked to Firewall, you got to trigger its second effect. This meant that with the right monster, you could easily generate infinite burn damage, and was most infamously used with Dark World FTK, which would use Cannon Soldier to tribute Grapha to then let you summon a Dark World monster from your hand with Firewall, which could then be returned to the hand to summon Grapha so that you could tribute him again over and over until your opponent's life points reach 0. And the crazy part is, these FTKs were consistent, in part due to Firewall's first effect, because with Curious sending any card from your deck to the graveyard, you could just send Cannon Soldier and add it back to your hand to be summoned with Firewall later. But even outside of its FTK potential, Firewall was just absurd and one of the best link payoffs available for a long period of time, and even had the perfect link arrows to more easily enable extra linking, which in Master Rule 4 would basically lock your opponent out of the extra deck. Firewall did what we once thought was impossible. It got the Ace Monster protagonist banned, simply because it was one of the most oppressive, easy to use, and accessible boss monsters ever made. In the modern age of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Goatee tuners cycle infinitely back when banished, Gate Guardian pieces hop into and out of the banishment, and Kashtira treat banishment like it's a big joke. But it didn't always used to be this way. In the bygone days of early Yu-Gi-Oh!, getting banished was akin to getting banished face down today, in that you likely weren't coming back from it. The term banishing wasn't even part of the game yet. Instead, cards that banish use the text remove from play, which indicated just how final a banishment was intended to be. This is a top 10 for those early remove from play cards that were banishing before banishing was called banishing. And targeting this list number 10 spot and remorselessly executing it is the continuous trap, Cloak and Dagger. This card released in February 2002 as part of the Strike of Neo set, and requires that you declare the name of a monster to activate. From there, Cloak and Dagger sits and mostly does nothing, but your opponent will probably still have to commit resources to get rid of it as soon as it's convenient. While nothing is likely to happen at the time of activation and name declaration, Cloak and Dagger remains on the field until your opponent summons or flips the monster you declared, whereupon both Cloak and Dagger and that monster are removed from play. The card evokes the vibes of an undercover assassin, both with its effect and in its art. The artwork shows an unsuspecting figure standing on a lamp-lit street, unaware that they are being watched through the scope of a rifle. Unsurprisingly, when moving from OCG to TCG, this card was censored to remove the scope's crosshairs to make it a little less sniper-like. But the impression remains in the card's circular border. The effect of Cloak and Dagger is patient and targeted, as you would expect from the work of an actual tactical espionage agent. To ensure most impactful use, you will need some advanced intel so that you know what name to call. But with good matchup knowledge, Cloak and Dagger can become a wild card negate that can serve the dual purpose of discouraging your opponent from summoning a key combo piece and protecting set back row, since they might prioritize removing this visibly dangling sword of Cloak and Dagger before neutralizing set threats unknown. Of course, this won't help you against board breakers that have also been around forever, like Heavy Storm and Harpy's Feather Duster, but that's nothing new. The most careful plans can always be waylaid by your opponent's lucky draw. In the years following its release, Cloak and Dagger would see niche experimentation that would pick up slightly over time, peaking in 2013 and 14. There wasn't a real pattern in what kind of decks would use it, beyond that they could use a pocket ace to hard target one specific card. But Cloak and Dagger has been recorded in Dark World, Blackwing, Zombie, and Inzektor decks. It also has one competitive placement in a deck list built around Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames, a level 10 fire pyro that gains 1000 attack for every continuous trap in your grave, and has to summon itself by sending 3 face-up continuous traps you control to the graveyard. Cloak and Dagger was a great choice for this deck since it served the triple purpose of countering your opponent, getting Uriah on the field, and powering Uriah from the graveyard. But it was in Duel Links that Cloak and Dagger would see the largest amount of play. Released in March of 2023 at the lowest possible rarity in the Pulse of the Quasar minibox, Cloak and Dagger was an accessible option Duel Links players could use to counter specific cards. And Cloak and Dagger's effect was even a little more powerful in Duel Links, since a minimum deck size of 20 meant that your opponent's plays would often be a little more predictable, with less space for spice outside of core combos. Cloak and Dagger would see significant experimentation in decks like Altergeist, Duel Links Dragon Link, Starry Nights, and even Red Eyes. If you want more contraband intelligence on low rarity Duel Links cards that are actually pretty good, check out this video with 25 of them. Cloak and Dagger is a fascinating card that can be leveraged to devastating effect in skilled hands, but it's not enough to win a duel on its own, and didn't impact the game as much as the cards on this list to come. But it's too versatile and subtly cutting to cut it from this list entirely, hence its spot at number 10. While the number 9 spot on this list didn't see a large amount of competitive play immediately following its release in 2006 release in Shadow of Infinity set, things would in time come around for the normal trap, Karma Cut. On activation, Karma Cut requires that you discard a card, but for that cost, allows you to target one of your opponent's face-up monsters and banish it. But the effect doesn't end there. Otherwise, it would just be a slower Dark Core. Alongside the field banishing, Karma Cut banishes every monster in your opponent's graveyard with the same name as its on-field target. In 2006, this was nice, but not really the biggest deal. Maybe you deprived your opponent of a choice target for Call of the Haunted, Monster Reborn being banned at the time, or if you were lucky, disrupted some graveyard chaos plays. This was nice, but not really notably impactful for the format. But the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Evolved, and so did the graveyard. Far from being a place where demolished cards rest in peace, the modern graveyard is like a second hand, where you can pull resources and cards with powerful activations, making the effect of Karma Cut comparatively stronger. This is reflected by the way competitive use of this powerful trap rose in tandem with Burning Abyss decks, which both favored a full graveyard and enjoyed disrupting those of their opponents. Karma Cut's discard could easily be leveraged to gain advantage with powerful Burning Abyss graveyard effects, like Skarm for the Search and Seer for the Revive. And since Burning Abyss decks tended to run 3 copies of important cards, the chance of disrupting your opponent's graveyard with Karma Cut during a mirror match definitely made the card worthy of consideration. But in Duel Links, Karma Cut saw more than mere experimentation. Released in the March of 2020 minibox Arena of Sanctuary, Karma Cut was a vital tool for navigating the Duel Links meta. With main decks able to hold as few as 20 cards, you could rely on seeing your copies of Karma Cut sans Search with much more consistency than in the TCG, which was good because Karma Cut went on to become one of the best answers to one of Duel Links' best decks, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Regularly receiving both support in form of new cards and ridiculous skills, The historical clout of the Blue Eyes White Dragon in Duel Links really sells the point that Seto Kaiba made this game, but all the favoritism in this virtual world couldn't save Blue Eyes Nepo Baby decks from getting karma cut. Blue Eyes decks loved summoning their dragons from the grave and had a ton of tools to accomplish this, from Azure Eyes Silver Dragon to Silver's Cry to banishing the White Stone of Ancients from the grave to recruit lost dragons, but Karma Cut didn't mind any of these. Since Blue Eyes' alternative White Dragon's name became Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field and in grave, that effectively doubled the number of targets you could hit with Karma Cut and doubled your chances of accomplishing a dragon ruining activation. You could even use Karma Cut to safely remove the White Stone of Ancients, circumventing its graveyard effect to summon a Blue Eyes monster from deck during the end phase. Even better, if your opponent already had copies of the White Stone of Ancients in grave, you could deprive them of an additional end phase and or the ability to banish their tuner to reclaim a Blue Eyes. Karma Cut was so good that Blue Eyes decks would run it too, taking advantage of the discard to drop copies of the White Stone of Legend or Ancients. If you were feeling risky, you could use Karma Cut against Duel Links' other powerful name-changing deck, Harpy Ladies. Although it was harder to successfully utilize Karma Cut here, because Cyber/Harpy Lady could dodge the big banish by bouncing herself back to the extra deck. It could still force your opponent to bounce their boss, and if activating against a Harpy main deck monster, you had a chance of emptying your opponent's entire graveyard since the name of almost all their cards became Harpy Lady. Though usage has dropped in recent years, Karma Cut is still a powerful card in decks that can afford to run it, and has continued to see play in the present Duel Links format in decks like Live Twin, Zombies, and Destiny Heroes. And reviving from the bygone past the 2007's Gladiator Assault set to take the number 8 spot is Necroface. This zombie has 4 levels, 1200 attack, and 800 defense, and a wild effect that's guaranteed to move a wild quantity of cards around. A normal summon, Necroface shuffles all banished cards into the deck. Your opponent's cards, your cards, all of them. Then, Necroface gains 100 attack for every card shuffled by this effect, although in most cases you probably won't be using your Necroface to swing for game. But don't worry, because there's another thing Necroface can do. When it's banished, both players must banish the top 5 cards of their deck, or their entire deck if they're down to their last 5 minus cards. The effect is what helped Necroface see the most amount of play, and even a 12-year stint on the ban list at semi-limited, and limited until 2020. Having 3 copies of Necroface was too many because it enabled the severely janky Necromill OTK strategy, where duelists would use Grinder Golem, a monster you could play on your opponent's field, and at the time would summon 2 tokens to yours. Since Grinder Golem had 3000 attack and your tokens had none, you could meet the damage threshold to activate the spell Infernal Tempest by crashing the token into the golem. This quick play spell removes all monsters from the decks and graveyards from play, and this includes the 3 copies of Necroface in your deck, milling an additional 5 cards each. At this stage, if your opponent is running 20 or more monsters and doesn't have any in hand, they might auto-lose, since that 20 or so plus Necroface's 5 times 3 and their starting hand's 5 could potentially add up to all of their cards outright. It's worth noting that although Necroface is now back in the game at 3 copies, Grinder Golem went from 1 copy to none outright in 2019 before Necroface got fully unlocked, meaning that even with maximum levels of Necroface, the Necromill cannot be accomplished via traditional means today. Outside of deck out OTKs, Necroface has had some competitive application strategies that benefit from banishing cards or recycling their banishment, like Phantom Knights, Infernoids, Golden Castle, Grand Maju, and more. Now, while Necroface didn't technically appear in the Duel Monsters anime, Yami Bakura did use it against Yugimoto in the manga. But arguably, Necroface does make an appearance in episode 82 and 97. These are the episodes where Yami Bakura uses his Battle City Ace monster, Dark Necrofear, against the Pharaoh and Yami Merrick Ishtar. Special summoned from the hand by banishing 3 fiends from grave, Dark Necrofear has some synergy with Necroface in that you can banish the latter as part of the summoning cost of the former, resulting in a bunch more banished cards. But the bond between Necrofear and Necroface is probably deeper than that. In the 4Kids iteration of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, Dark Necrofear would be censored to remove the cursed doll it cradles in its arm, a cursed doll whose head looks suspiciously like Necroface's zombie cranium, meaning that if you're watching the uncensored anime, you might be potentially witnessing a Necroface cameo appearance. And traversing countless ruined worlds and blistering realms to claim number 7 on this list is DD Warrior Lady, a level 4 light warrior with 1500 attack and 1600 defense that first broached the TCG plane in December of 2003 as part of the Dark Crisis set. Like many of the strongest cards in Yu-Gi-Oh!, DD Warrior Lady's effect is very simple. After damage calculation, you can choose to banish both her and the monster she battles together. If you'd rather not, you can hang on to DD Warrior Lady. and with 1500 attack, you might want to, since she can clear a decent swath of low-level monsters without resorting to her remove from play dead man switch. And this is what really makes DD Warrior Lady such a strong summon. It's hard for your opponent to get a free clear of DD Warrior Lady without burning resources. Those resources might come in the form of destruction effects that otherwise would have gone towards another card, or getting rid of DD Warrior Lady the old-fashioned way by stacking a monster against her. On top of the strength of her effect and stat line, being a light warrior monster is a great thing to be in Yu-Gi-Oh! DD Warrior Lady gets to enjoy a bunch of type and attribute support, including cards like Reinforcement of the Army, Exchange of Night and Day, Photon Veil, Gaia the Polar Knight, and more. When DD Warrior Lady was released at the close of 2003, it's not an exaggeration to say that she was one of the strongest cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! She would see tons of competitive play for years after her release, only tempered by a 2005 ban list that fixed her at a limit of 1. By 2009, the ban would lift, allowing DD Warrior Lady back into her world at 3 copies. But like so many times before, DD Warrior Lady would find herself navigating an unfamiliar landscape. Time had advanced the meta to a strange and new state in 2009, including synchro monsters, and DD Warrior Lady was unable to dominate decks like she used to. But that doesn't mean she completely vanished either. Simple, powerful cards have a way of finding niches even past the twilight of their most competitive years. And DD Warrior Lady is an excellent example of that. She's also an excellent example of storytelling through card art. DD Warrior Lady is the more experienced future form of Warrior Lady of the Wasteland, herself an older version of Rookie Warrior Lady. At some point, Warrior Lady of the Wasteland would suffer a grievous, extra-dimensional injury during the events of Karma Cut. Finding her arm severed, she would then replace it with a mechanical prosthetic somewhere in her journey to become DD Warrior Lady. At some point in her dimensional travels, she'd party up with DD Warrior, DD Assailant, and DDM Different Dimension Master, and their adventures are likely depicted in the part of the cards on Dimensional Fusion, Dimensional Reversion, and Return from the Different Dimension. On top of this, the Different Dimension Gate can be seen in the background of DD Warrior Lady's card art, with the card Different Dimension Gate showing DD Warrior Lady's arrival into the world pictured on her own card. In her travels, she's encountered multiple forms of Warrior Digrapher, both turning down his proposal to dance, fighting him, and repelling the amalgant entity Dark Lucius level 4 from a timeline where Dai took up the wicked Breaking Flameberg Bow in Different Dimension ground. It's worth noting that since DD Warrior Lady fought Dark Lucius level 4, the Dai/Bow hybrid creature would survive, eventually evolving into Dark Lucius level 8. It's also worth noting that the trap card that depicts the formation of the extra-dimensional Warrior Lady, DD Recruits, connects the D.D line of monsters with the D/D. Let's actually return to that party and focus on DD Warrior. This card is a predecessor to DD Warrior Lady, in that she's an improved retrain of him. Their key differences are that DD Warrior Lady has a slightly better stat line, but most importantly of all, has an optional effect. DD Warrior is forced to banish itself in any monster it faces. Funnily enough, despite releasing to the OCG in 2002, DD Warrior wouldn't make it to the TCG until 2005. 2 years after DD Warrior Lady had already made her way into the game. DD Warrior Lady might have a decent attack at 1500, but the number 6 card on this list can beat over her with 300 points to spare. Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer is a level 4 Dark Spellcaster with 1800 attack and 700 defense from the 2003 set Labyrinth of Darkness. And really, you probably wouldn't choose to crash it into DD Warrior Lady if you can help it, because Kaiku is pretty good on the field. For starters, when you inflict battle damage to your opponent, you can remove up to 2 monsters in their graveyard from play. That's pretty cool. And with 1800 attack, it's an effect you might realistically see. Historically, this has been great for messing with Dark Armed Dragon decks that need exactly 3 dark monsters in grave. No more, no less. But Kaiku doesn't have to deal damage to disrupt Dark Armed Dragon and other strategies that rely on the graveyard. In addition to its powerful triggered effect, while Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer is on the field, your opponent is barred from banishing cards from the graveyard. This applies to both your graveyard and their own, meaning that a surprise Kaiku completely stops Dark Armed Dragon from banishing cards for its removal effect. Chaos and other strategies that love utilizing the grave suffer against a Kaiku that basically just responds to "no you can't" to all their plays. Destiny Hero Malicious and the Necros hated seeing Kaiku, unless it was one of their own. But Kaiku's competitive highlight was as an anti-meta tech for countering Dragon Rulers. This deck revolved around a series of 4 elemental dragons with strong effects that could special summon themselves by banishing a combination of dragons or cards with the same attribute from hand or grave. Under Kaiku, you'd have to summon your Dragon Ruler monsters by banishing from the hand only, meaning you ran out of resources fast. if you had enough to pull off a summon to begin with. The effect of the Dragon Ruler cards themselves usually allow you to offset their summoning costs by stocking your grave with cards to use as materials for future summons. But not against Kaiku. And that's what propelled Kaiku to no less than 70 competitive placements in June of 2013. Most commonly employed in anti-meta spellbook decks that were able to search it with Spellbook of Judgment, Spellbook Starhall, and the Grand Spellbook Tower. Kaiku would also see experimentation in other decks, like Necros, Bujins, Trap Tricks, and more. Although we don't have a storyline to cobble together for Kaiku, he appears to be connected to a few other monsters, including Anarchist Monk Ranshin, Chaolin the Prophet, Chaosai the Ghost Stopper, and Gendo the Ascetic Monk. Although Chaosai definitely holds the strongest ties to Kaiku, all these monsters have similar aesthetics, and masks that obscure different parts of their face. And at number 5 on this list, we have Caius the Shadow Monarch, a level 6 Dark Fiend with the traditional Monarch stat line of 2400 attack and 1000 defense from 2004 structure deck The Dark Emperor, where it was actually the cover card. And Caius did its structure deck proud by attaining mainstay status in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Competitive scene for years to come. And let's look at why, starting with the effect. Like the other monarchs, Caius accesses its effect on Tribute Summon, and after these conditions are met, Caius will target and banish a card on the field. If that target happens to be a dark monster, then Caius will also burn your opponent for 1000 damage. A banish removal of any card on the field without restrictions is fantastic, and it's not hard to see why. And the flexibility of Caius' effects meant that even if your opponent's enticing monster targets were immune to targeting, their back row probably wasn't. While the small burn part of the Caius' effects is definitely the least notable component, 1000 isn't an inconsequential amount. And the fact that Caius also has the option to self-target and banish for a guaranteed 1000 burn makes it a little better, since you can always clean up games that have gone down to the wire without interacting with your opponent's cards at all. And there are actually even more ways to use Caius the Shadow Monarch. With support from cards like Dark Advance or Escalation of the Monarchs, you can tribute summon Caius during your opponent's turn, potentially disrupting plays while setting up your own board. Predictably, for such a clearly good card, Caius had wide applications in the TCG competitive scene. Monarch decks made heavy use of Caius, of course, but so did other strategies, like Dark Armed Dragon, Emergency Teleport, Burning Abyss, and even Plant Synchro. Caius also had the minorest of minor appearance in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 anime, seen for a short second on an advertisement for the Leo Institute of Dueling in episode 1, and that's pretty much it. And it didn't even make it into the dub where all the cards are removed from the background of the ad. Before we move on to number 4, let's dig a little deeper into the structure deck that released Caius the Shadow Monarch, because there were some other interesting cards there, including previously featured from this video Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer, DD Warrior Lady, and Karma Cut. On top of these cards, structure deck The Dark Emperor also included Dimensional Fissure and Macrocosmos, two powerful continuous floodgates which would redirect cards on their way to the graveyard into banishment. Both Fissure and Cosmos could have easily taken spots on this list, except I decided to focus on cards that remove cards from play actively rather than as a passive floodgate effect. Still, these cards were, and continue to be, hugely important, and definitely deserve a mention in this video, and right now is a spot that made the most sense. And speaking of cards that were in structure deck The Dark Emperor, it's time to talk about the normal spell designated number 4 of this list, Nobleman of Crossout. While it was printed in the Kai structure deck, Nobleman of Crossout actually released in the TCG a few years earlier as part of the Pharaoh Servant set. Before Nobleman's printing in 2002, there were only a little more than 100 main deck effect monsters yet printed, and about a fifth of them were flip monsters. This was good news for Nobleman of Crossout, because this flip monster counter could target a face-down monster, destroy it, and then banish it. For most targets, this is where the effect of Nobleman of Crossout would end. But if you hit a monster with a flip effect, that's when things got interesting. Both players would reveal their entire main deck, setting aside any monsters with the same name as the card that got crossed out, and removing them from play. A single monster hit with Nobleman of Crossout is punted off the field, but a flip monster designated by the Nobleman is eradicated from the game. As you tend to expect from a simple spell with a powerful effect, Nobleman of Crossout was pretty good, and saw extensive competitive play over the years, with use spiking in formats where the elimination of face-down threats was particularly relevant. It was a fantastic option for removing set monsters with powerful effects like Raikou Lightsworn Hunter, Gravekeeper Spy, and Gear Guy Armor. Raikou specifically was an exciting catch for those fishing with Nobleman of Crossout, since duelists often relied on both the Lightsworn Hunter's destruction removal and alleged drawback of milling 3 off the top of their deck. Hitting Raikou meant you no longer had to worry about your opponent's set monster being Raikou, and could commit your big boss just a little bit more safely. An opponent stalling for time with the set Spirit Reaper or Marshmallow could get ruined by Nobleman too, and the card comboed well with cards that flip cards face down like Book of Moon, and later, the generic rank 4 XCs Maastroke the Symphony Jin. The cross-out Nobleman's colleague, Nobleman of Extermination, has a similar effect, but targeting traps instead of monsters, and the Nobleman even has a modern retrain in the form of Crossout Designator, a powerful card for countering hand traps and other effects. Additionally, Nobleman of Crossout has a tumultuous relationship with the ban list, shifting positions 8 times over its lifespan, which is the most a card has ever hopped around to date. It's also got a few anime appearances scattered around the series. In episode 195 of the Duel Monsters anime, Siegfried von Schrödinger had it in his hand, but swaps it in with the top card of his deck for the effect of Wotan's Judgment. In Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's, Nobleman of Crossout had 3 more hand appearances without hitting the field. Held but not used by Bolt Tanner in episode 7 and Grieger in episode 15. A duelist called Mr. Armstrong would even pull a Siegfried and reload his copied Nobleman of Crossout into the deck in episode 10. It had 2 more seen but not used appearances in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal as part of Caswell Francis' deck building in episode 26 and on a soccer ball of all things in episode 27. A copy of Nobleman of Crossout is shown in the possession of Chojiro Tokumatsu in episode 60 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, and was repossessed but still never used by the Lancers in episode 62 as they broke out of the Arc 5 iteration of the facility. It seems like anime characters like to have this card but never actually use it. Harnessing the powers of Dark and Light to claim this list number 3 spot is one of Yu-Gi-Oh!'s most infamous spell slingers, Chaos Sorcerer. A level 6 Dark Spellcaster with 2300 attack, Chaos Sorcerer entered the TCG as part of Invasion Chaos in 2004, alongside iconic cards like Red Magenta Aiza, Dark Magician of Chaos, Compulsory Evacuation Device, and a few more cards we'll talk about later on in this video. Chaos Sorcerer cannot be normal summon or sent, but that's not a problem because the conditions for its special summon are super lenient. All you need is a light monster and a dark monster in grave, and by banishing them, Chaos Sorcerer can be specialed from hand. On field, Chaos Sorcerer has another effect. Once per turn at the cost of giving up Chaos Sorcerer's attack that turn, you can target and banish a face-up monster on field. And even that isn't a huge downside, because you can dodge the consequences of Chaos Sorcerer's effect by just using it as a Synchro, Link, or XC summon material. There are even ways to materialify Chaos Sorcerer in GOAT format without expensive extra deck mechanics. Since summoning the Sorcerer doesn't burn your normal summon, you can use it as a tribute for Kai's the Shadow Monarch to pull off a second banish, or even extend with Metamorphosis, trading out your Chaos Sorcerer for a level 6 fusion like Darkblade the Dragon Knight. Nobleman of Crossout from the last century might hold the crown for biggest move over and shaker the TCG ban list, but Chaos Sorcerer is close behind, with a sum of 7 adjustments to its name, putting it only 1 off of Nobleman's record. Deemed forbidden in 2006, Chaos Sorcerer would re-enter the TCG in 2009, where it would frequently float between 1, 2, and 3 playable copies until 2015, when it regained unlimited status, probably for good. Its largest spike of competitive usage were in 2006 as part of the light and dark themed Chaos decks, and 2014 as tech for Burning Abyss and Shadow Hall strategies. But even outside of these outliers, Chaos Sorcerer was and is a strong card that's found a home on many deck lists. Not content with just competitive domination, Chaos Sorcerer told Konami it wanted artwork features and retrains, and Konami said, "Yes, Mr. Sorcerer, please don't banish us." And so they put Chaos Sorcerer in the artwork of Eternal Chaos and Dark Supremacy. In regards to retrains, there's a Light Ray Sorcerer, and also 2 retrains as 1500 attack normal monsters in Rush Duels, Dark Sorcerer and Light Sorcerer, with the flavor text of these 2 vanillas suggesting a chronological order to these cards, starting with Light Sorcerer who dabbled in forbidden arts to become Dark Sorcerer, and finally Chaos Sorcerer as the volatile powers within him bubbled and frothed. Aside from appearing in the censored Leo Institute of Dueling advertisement alongside Kai's the Shadow Monarch in episode 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, Chaos Sorcerer was an actual character in episode 143 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX anime. The Chaos Sorcerer Duel Spirit challenged Zane Truesdale to a duel and proceeded to lose, probably because he was running Perfectly Ultimate Grey Moth for some reason. Anyway, Chaos Sorcerer and Moth both got Cyber and Dragoned. Additionally, in episode 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, Chaos Sorcerer clocked a brief appearance in a montage of duels at Yuma's school. Chaos Sorcerer's Banish a Light and Dark from Grave summon condition is pretty commonly held with a line of Chaos monsters, and there are contemporary cards out there with those same conditions that are even better than Chaos Sorcerer, and we'll be talking about them a little bit later. But one thing that Chaos Sorcerer has that some other cards in this list had not was accessibility. As an Invasion of Chaos common, accumulating 3 copies of Chaos Sorcerer was ironically uncommonly easy for such a good card. Winging it all the way up to number 2 on this list is the level 1 Winged Beast from the 2007 Strike of Neo set, DD Crow. It's got a dark attribute, 100 attack and defense, and 1 effect, and it's a quick one. During your turn, during your opponent's turn, whenever you choose, you can discard DD Crow to immediately banish 1 card from your opponent's graveyard. It's very simple, and that's what makes the bird so dangerous. In Yu-Gi-Oh! There were cards like Chaos Sorcerer that help you overwhelm and vanquish your opponent with powerful effects and attacks. But then there are cards like DD Crow that still ruin your opponent, but with only 1 small activation. DD Crow is a stiletto, able to nimbly poke through your opponent's defenses and isolate its targets with surgical precision. So many strategies rely on the graveyard, and some of the most used cards in the game aim to disconnect your opponent from their graveyard. Look at Necro Valley. Look at DD Crow. Is your opponent attempting to revive a target? Fizzle their effect by banishing their monster with DD Crow. Is your opponent running cards that have powerful graveyard effects? Remove them from play with DD Crow. Did your opponent use Melody of Awakened Dragon to search Chaos Dragon Levianeer? Drain materials and throw off the balance of their graveyard by banishing a light or dark monster with DD Crow. There are a ton of cards that could potentially provide more disruption than DD Crow. Take Dimensional Fissure for example, which you can actually see featured in DD Crow's artwork. We already talked about Dimensional Fissure back when we were going over Caius, but in case any viewers out there were taking a little nap, it's a continuous spell that causes any monster sent to the graveyard to go to banishment instead, meaning it could potentially banish a whole lot more cards than DD Crow. But many still choose Crow over big floodgates like Dimensional Fissure. And that's because of the Crow's precise nature. Maybe you don't want to banish every card. Maybe you're relying on your own graveyard. Or maybe you'd prefer your opponent think their graveyard is safe so DD Crow can swoop in and steal just the right card. From release, DD Crow immediately saw play in hundreds of decks and just never stopped. You can easily find whole murders of DD Crows on deck lists today. It's no exaggeration to call DD Crow one of Yu-Gi-Oh's most played cards. It was the first level 1 Winged Beast, and it's the last stubborn card like Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, and Branded Fusion want to see. And before we get to the number 1 spot, we're actually going to hold off just a second, because we have a super honorable mention. No list of the best cards that are removed from play could be complete without Chaos Emperor Dragon Envoy of the End. First released as a secret rare in this same Invasion of Chaos set that brought us Chaos Sorcerer, Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End, was game-breakingly good. And as a result, we've rightfully talked about it over and over again in TheDuelLogs top 10 videos, including top 10 Chaos Monsters, top 10 Worst Erratas, top 10 Boss Monsters that age badly, top 10 cards that changed the game of Yu-Gi-Oh!, top 10 strongest cards of all time, and even Kaiba's top 10 worst cards from the anime. To keep these videos interesting to watch, I've chosen to give Chaos Emperor Dragon a prestige designation and open up the rest of the list to other cards. But hey, if you want to hear me talk about more Chaos Emperor Dragon, the good news is you can watch any of these 6 videos I mentioned, plus any I may have forgotten. There are a lot of these lists. So let's wrap this up by going from the end to the back. You probably guessed it, number 1 on this list goes to Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning. A level 8 warrior with 3000 attack and 2500 defense, BLS EOTB entered the game as an ultra rare in this same Invasion of Chaos set that's honestly overrepresented the back half of this list. It was a pretty big deal of a set. In a lot of ways, Blackluster Soldier is similar to our number 3 card, Chaos Sorcerer. It has the same summon conditions, requiring you to banish 1 light and 1 dark from the grave, so it's not hard to commit this card to the field. It also can activate a similar effect to Chaos Sorcerer by targeting and banishing 1 monster on the field, but unlike Chaos Sorcerer, BLS can banish face-down monsters too. And that's not the Envoy of the Beginning's only trick. While you do have to give up the turn's Blackluster Soldier attacks to resolve the banish, if you elect not to use that effect, you gain access to Soldier's other effect instead. When it destroys an opponent's monster by battle, it has the option of immediately following up with a second attack. While this effect does rely that Blackluster Soldier wins a fight condition with 3000 attack, that's a pretty good bet. If Chaos Sorcerer saw extensive play, it's not surprising that Blackluster Soldier did too. In fact, the only thing that stopped BLS from seeing as much play as Chaos Sorcerer was the hard limit 1 it got stuck with early in 2004. By the end of 2005, restrictions had advanced for Soldier, and it was forbidden from play until 2011, when it was allowed back into the game at 1 copy. After a handful of months at 2 in 2017, Soldier is back in the game unrestricted as of February of 2018. Since its release in 2004, BLS has seen a ton of play, finding spots in basically any deck that traffics in Light and Darks, like Shadows, Burning Abyss, Lightsworn, Star Seraph, Thunder Dragons, Agents, and a bunch more, but also, and of course, Chaos decks. BLS does have a few anime appearances, oddly enough, none from the original Duel Monsters anime where Blackluster Soldier was one of Yu-Gi-Moto's ace cards. That's because both Blackluster Soldier and Magician of Black Chaos were effectless ritual monsters that got retrained in Invasion of Chaos. When Yugi's deck was featured in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, the original Blackluster Soldier and Magician of Black Chaos rituals were replaced by Envoy the Beginning and Dark Magician of Chaos. These were both seen during the duel between Jade and Yuki and Dimitri, who had stolen Yugi's deck from the display. Blackluster Soldier Envoy the Beginning was and is a super powerful monster whose offensive toolkit can swing games. It's an iconic card and one of the key reasons Invasion of Chaos was such a strong set. It might be the Envoy at the beginning, but it well deserves its spot at the end of this list. In this video, we'll go over 10 of the best cards in the game, which have a cost of paying 1,000 life points, which is a surprisingly common cost, so a lot of these cards are pretty powerful. And at number 10, we have Exchange of the Spirit, a card which could have probably taken the number 1 spot on this list if it wasn't for the fact that it got an errata. You see, the old effect of this card was if you had 15 or more cards in your graveyard, you could pay 1,000 life points so that both you and your opponent would swap your decks with your graveyards. So what you would do with Exchange of the Spirit was just get 15 of your own cards into the graveyard while making sure your opponent had no cards in their graveyard, and then you would just activate this card to swap the decks, which would instantly mill your opponent out of all the cards in your deck, and then you would win by just simply ending your turn, where your opponent wouldn't be able to draw any cards for their turn, so you'd win the duel. And Exchange of the Spirit to Makura the Destructor FTK is one of the most consistent decks you can build if you play with a whole bunch of banned cards and their pre-errata effects. However, this card did get an errata because it was an incredibly broken card before, where now both players need to have 15 cards in their graveyard for it to use its effect, which means you can't instantly win with this card anymore. And they even slapped on a once per duel restriction just to rub salt in the wounds. And now the card is not good at all, and only makes a spot on this list for legacy reasons, kind of like the next spot on this list. And at number 9, we have Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End. This card's effect is to pay 1,000 life points to send all cards in the field in both players' hands to the graveyard, in which case you get to inflict 300 points of damage to your opponent for each card sent to your opponent's graveyard with this effect. And this card is super easy to bring out, as you just have to banish one light and dark monster from your graveyard. And to top it all off, it has great stats, as it has the exact same stat line as the Blue Eyes White Dragon, who's the capstone for high attack normal monsters. And this card was incredibly broken, just like Exchange of the Spirit, which is why they gave this card an errata. Where now, it still has the same effect in Summoning Condition, but you just can't use any other card effects the turn you use the effect, which actually did enough to slow this card down that it almost doesn't see play in meta decks anymore. It's still a nice target for the Melody of Awakening Dragon, and it is a nice body to be brought out with only 2 monsters from your graveyard. Because you see, the way this card was broken before was you could set up your graveyard so that you could bring this card out, as well as get a monster on your side of the field, which would allow you to search after it uses its effect, like having a Sangan on the field that would let you search out Yatagarasu. But with its new effect, you wouldn't actually be able to activate its effect on the same turn you set everything up. So you'd have to wait a turn before you could use its effect, in which case your opponent would probably get rid of everything on your side of the field, or disrupt whatever you had set up. And even if you just set up your graveyard instead, and then use the effect to clear the field, you'd then have to pass to your opponent because you'd have to wait until your next turn before you could start actually using the stuff. Basically, it's errata turned what used to be possible in 1 turn into a 3-turn ordeal, to use it in the same way it was used when it first came out, which definitely slowed the card down to the point where it's no longer used for its effect. But everything else about this card was still so good that it still occasionally sees competitive play, which should really say something about how broken this card was in the past. And at number 8, we have Judgment Dragon. This card was probably modeled after Chaos Emperor Dragon, because what its effect is you can pay 1,000 life points to destroy all other cards in the field. And in order to bring this card out, you just need to have 4 or more Lightsworn monsters with different names in your graveyard. So if you have multiple copies in your hand, you can just bring them all out since you don't actually have to remove any resources for this card to come out. You just need to have a graveyard state set up. Although the other Judgment Dragons would destroy each other, so the best way to use this card would to bring out one of them, destroy the field, and then bring out the other copies from your hand. And that's why when this card first came out, this card was placed on the limited and semi-limited list for a handful of years, because it was just way too strong in the past format, as the effect is not once per turn. When you bring out Judgment Dragon, you can just keep paying 1,000 life points to destroy all the cards in the field, just in case your opponent had a whole bunch of cards that could float or something. Judgment Dragon was probably a mistake of a boss monster, because it's so easy to summon while having good stats on a non-once per turn effect, that they definitely don't do things like this with boss monsters anymore. Well, kinda. Eventually broken cards will slip through the cracks. Now, even though Lightsworn decks have basically seen competitive play since they came out, and never really stopped seeing play, a lot of modern versions of the decks don't even play Judgment Dragon anymore, because it's not really needed, as Lightsworns are all about sending cards from your deck to the graveyard during the end phase, which is actually just really good setup for the graveyard with graveyard effects, so that you can go into Link monsters or something. A strategy which doesn't really revolve around trying to get Judgment Dragon out of the graveyard, as it would get milled there pretty constantly in the past. And at number 7, we have System Down. This card has the effect to pay 1,000 life points to banish all machine-type monsters your opponent controls and in their graveyard. And this is one of the best anti-type cards in the game, as this card existing as a side deck option immediately makes machine-type decks less valuable. And that's why System Down sees heavy competitive play in the side decks, whenever a machine-type deck is seeing some kind of success. Because being able to get rid of all of your opponent's cards from their side of the field and graveyard, banishing them even, is surprisingly a super good effect. For the simple price of 1,000 life points, you can just kind of win the duel against certain decks with this card, which is why it kind of has to make this list, at a slightly higher spot than Judgment Dragon, since this card does see more play than Judgment Dragon, surprisingly. And at number 6, we have Cosmic Cyclone. This card allows you to banish any one spell or trap card on the field at the cost of paying 1,000 life points. So it's basically like an MST and has all of the benefits of MST of being a quick play spell card, except it has a life point cost to it, and it removes the card in a better way, as there are not a lot of spell or trap cards that have floating effects, so you're pretty safe in just destroying them by card effects. However, for the few decks that do have floating effects on their spell or trap cards, Cosmic Cyclone is just a better option for removing those cards, as almost no spell or trap cards float upon being banished, except things like Waking the Dragon, or XYZ Dimension Splash. And that's kind of why Cosmic Cyclone sees so much play alongside things like Twin Twisters, which allows you to destroy 2 spell or trap cards on the field. Because sometimes just banishing one spell or trap card that can float is better than being able to get rid of multiple. So it's just a staple spell or trap card removal card that's used alongside Twin Twisters, Lightning Storm, and even the old school MST. It's also the most popular form of spell or trap card removal in Duel Links as well, but mainly because they don't have the other 3 cards I just mentioned. And at number 5, we have Chicken Game. This is a field spell card, which allows the turn player to pay 1,000 life points in order to activate one of 3 effects. You can either draw one card, have your opponent gain 1,000 life points, or destroy this card. It also has a passive effect on the field, where the player with the lower life points takes no damage, and for some reason, its activated effect on the field is spell speed 4, so you can't negate it once you use it. And currently, this card is banned in the TCG, but not in the OCG for some reason. Because you see, with this card, you could basically just pay 1,000 life points to draw a card, which allows you to go hand neutral after using it. Your opponent can use this as well, but the general strategy of using Chicken Game is activating another copy on top of it so that you can draw another card. As this card is only a soft once per turn effect, so it acts almost exactly like an Upstart Goblin and allows you to dig through your deck easier. Except for the fact that Chicken Game can be searched out of the deck a lot easier than Upstart Goblin, since it's a field spell card, and there's a lot more support for field spell cards than there are for normal spell card searching. And those search effects allow you to thin your deck even more, which can be further expanded upon if you play Pseudo Space, which is a field spell card that can allow you to banish a field spell card from your graveyard in order to gain that card's effect for the turn. So with 3 chicken games and 3 pseudo space, you could draw 6 cards at the measly cost of 6,000 life points, which was equivalent to playing a 34 card deck, or even lower if you count all the cards used in order to search out these field spell cards. It just added a layer of consistency to a lot of combo decks and allowed Exodia decks to top certain events. So they then banned Chicken Game for being too good at drawing cards with all of the support cards that existed for field spell cards. But apparently this isn't a problem in the OCG for some reason, as it has no restrictions over there. And at number 4, we have Instant Fusion. This is a card that allows you to pay 1,000 life points to fusion summon a level 5 or lower fusion monster from your extra deck, basically for free as you don't use any of its materials. You just cheat that card out of the extra deck and it gets counted as being fusion summoned properly, so it can be brought back from the graveyard later on with cards like Monster Reborn. But there are some restrictions to it. It does need to be a level 5 or lower, the card can't attack the turn it's brought out, and it's destroyed during the end phase. And this effect is so good that level 5 or lower fusion type monsters have to be balanced around the fact that this card exists. And they sometimes even place cards on the ban list because of instant fusion, like Elder Entity Norden for example. Being able to cheat monsters out of the extra deck is one of the most powerful effects in the game, and instant fusion allows you to do that pretty easily. The monster gets to keep its effects for the turn, which allows you to bring out stuff like Thousand Ice Restricts to absorb one of your opponent's monsters and then go into link plays. It also just gives you an extra monster on the field for all kinds of other ways you might need it. Like if you specifically need a Thunder type monster on the field, Instant Fusion can give you one of those instantly so that you can use it for bringing out Thunder Dragon Titan, for example. Instant Fusion is just so useful in so many different kinds of decks that I think it's in leagues with some of the banned cards on this list, and why I place it at a higher spot on this list than a card that actually is banned like Chicken Game, because it's just so game-changing and so heavily used, because there are so many different ways to gain advantage from getting a level 1 to 5 monster from your extra deck out, and all at the measly cost of 1,000 life points, and a hard once per turn on its effect. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that it had a hard once per turn on it, it probably would have been banned ages ago. And at number 3, we have Confiscation. This is a banned card which makes you pay 1,000 life points to look at your opponent's hand in order to select and discard one card. Essentially, this is a 1-for-1 in card advantage and doesn't really advance the game state very much, but this effect is actually incredibly powerful. You see, there's this other card called Neospatian Aqua Dolphin that was thought of as a joke card for a long time. But then support was released that allowed it to be played a little bit easier, and it all of a sudden started seeing tons of play, because it had a watered down version of Confiscation as its effect, where you can discard one card to look at your opponent's hand, and then discard a monster if it had less attack than a monster you controlled. So it was used to get rid of hand traps, since most of them have less attack than Aqua Dolphin. So Confiscation would absolutely see play, as noted by the fact that Aqua Dolphin saw play, because hand traps are so prevalent in the current metagame, and being able to snipe it out so easily with Confiscation would just allow you to go through your combos without any kind of interruption, which is super valuable for meta decks. Even if you don't target hand traps, you can just get rid of one of your opponent's only starters in their hand. If you know your opponent's combos and plays well enough, you can just completely stop them from putting up any kind of meaningful board with a single Confiscation. There's just so many ways to take advantage of being able to look at your opponent's hand and then get rid of any card you want, which is why this card is banned. But funny enough, it was the last banned card of the 3 spell cards that let you remove cards from your opponent's hand, because it was thought to be the worst of the bunch. But speaking of them, and at number 2, we have Delinquent Duo. This card allows you to pay 1,000 life points to essentially discard 2 cards from your opponent's hand. One of them at random, and the other one based on your opponent's own choice. Now, you don't actually get to look at your opponent's hand, or choose the cards you discard like you can with Confiscation, so some people might even say Confiscation is better. But Delinquent Duo is an inherent +1 in card advantage, since you're losing 1 card to get rid of 2 cards from your opponent. And having your opponent start with 2 less cards in their opening hand is such a huge advantage that I think Delinquent Duo is still better. Because it means they have less cards to potentially have hand traps to stop your plays, and less cards to potentially go into their combos. But due to the random choice nature of its effect, there is always the chance they'll just send a good graveyard effect monster to the graveyard, and the random discard will be one they didn't need anyway, so it could be useless, unlike Confiscation, where you're pretty much guaranteed to hit a good card, as a much weaker version of these two cards, called a Pointer of the Red Lotus, has been seen play recently in competitive meta decks. A Pointer of the Red Lotus requires you to pay 2,000 life points to look at your opponent's hand, and then it only gets rid of one card from your opponent's hand for one turn. They don't even lose the card permanently like they did with Delinquent Duo or Confiscation. And people are playing this card because being able to look at your opponent's hand and get rid of one of their best cards is pretty good. And you can't really beat an inherent +1 in card advantage that Delinquent Duo gives you. So I'd say it's a little bit better than Confiscation, though I could totally see arguments comparing the two because they're both great, which is why they both get high spots on this list. And at number 1, we have Magical Scientist. Remember how I said Instant Fusion is such an amazing card because it lets you easily cheat out monsters from your extra deck for only 1,000 life points? Well, Magical Scientist allows you to do this as well, except it doesn't have a once per turn on its effect. And it also allows you to use level 6 or lower fusion monsters. So it has a little bit more monsters it can choose from than Instant Fusion. Although there are some downsides to the monsters you bring out with Magical Scientist, they can't attack directly, and they return to your extra deck at the end phase. Which are really light restrictions, to be honest. Magical Scientist basically allows you to special summon as many monsters as you have life points to spend, and can easily allow you to go +7 in card advantage, as long as you have 7 or more level 6 or lower fusion monsters in your extra deck that can be cheated out of the extra deck, and you have at least 7,000 life points to spend, going based on the standard rate of you start with 8,000 life points. And that's super good advantage, which can be used in so many different kinds of ways considering Instant Fusion is so heavily played and only lets you bring out one card. Even back in the day when Magical Scientist came out, players were still able to use this effect to instantly win on their first turn, with cards like Catapult Turtle, who would distribute all the cards it brought out in order to inflict damage to your opponent equal to half their attack, as pre-errata Catapult Turtle could use its effect multiple times per turn. In today's metagame, you could just use Magical Scientist for a whole bunch of extra deck plays in order to set up great boards, because that's some excellent advantage to obtain from an easily summonable monster that can be brought out directly from the deck with 1-for-1. So I'd say having a soft limit of +7 in card advantage is pretty good justification for putting this card at the number 1 spot on this list, as the best card in the game, which has an effect that you have to pay 1,000 life points to activate. If they ever wish to unban this card, they would probably just do it in the way they unban all the other broken cards in the game, and just give it a hard once per turn on its effect. If they just did that, it would be kind of a worse Instant Fusion, but I'm sure it would still see lots of play. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, there is an unofficial archetype referred to as Chaos, which encompasses any cards that have to do with both light and dark attribute monsters. Whereas most of them require both of these attributes in order to summon them in some way, or monsters who just have Chaos in their name. So in this list, we'll go over the 10 best Chaos monsters under those criteria. And at number 10, we have Blackluster Soldier Sacred Soldier. The Blackluster Soldier archetype is unofficially a Chaos archetype, as nearly all of the Blackluster support cards, except the original Blackluster Soldier, has to do with light and dark monsters. Unfortunately, this card cannot special summon itself from your hand by banishing a light and dark monster, like normal Chaos monsters, but when it is summoned, you can target one of your banished light or dark monsters, and return it to your graveyard in order to banish one of your opponent's cards. So, you can use this card to both return resources to the graveyard, and get rid of an opponent's card, which is why this card saw some niche play in Duel Links. People would use A and D Changer and then return it to the graveyard with Sacred Soldier in order to banish an opponent's card. And it has another effect where if it destroys a monster by battle, you can add a level 7 or lower warrior type monster from your graveyard to your hand, which basically means it can recover any warrior types except for other copies of itself since it's level 8. Not half bad. Definitely the weakest Chaos monster on this list though. And at number 9, we have Sky Scourge Norlaris. This is a Chaos monster that requires you to banish specific types of light and dark monsters in order to summon itself. So, in order to special summon this card from your hand, you need to banish 1 light fairy type monster and 3 dark fiend type monsters from your graveyard, which is a pretty steep cost for its summon, as those 2 types of monsters don't combo well with each other. But its effect is absolutely worth its summon, Because what you can do is pay 1,000 life points to send all cards on the field and in both players' hands to the graveyard, and then you get to draw one card. So a full board and hand wipe, which is absolutely worth that tough summoning requirement. Now, here's the thing with Sky Scourge. Normally, when people use this card, they don't actually summon it, and instead just steal its effect from the graveyard with Phantom of Chaos. Now, despite Phantom of Chaos having chaos in its name, it's not normally referred to as a chaos monster, because it has almost nothing to do with light and dark types. But since it has chaos in its name, I would totally say it counts as a chaos monster. So really, Phantom of Chaos should share this place on this list with Sky Scourge and Norlaris, because these two cards are usually always played together. Because Phantom of Chaos can banish Sky Scourge from your graveyard in order to copy its effect. And then you can just pay 1,000 life points to wipe the board in both players' hands and then draw a card. All without having to set up your graveyard with a whole bunch of specific types of monsters. And instead, you can just set up your graveyard with one Sky Scourge. Because of this, there are a few gimmicky OTKs which require these two cards working in tandem. Anything that can wipe a person's hand and field at the same time is worth noting. But honestly, it's not super competitive, which is why this is only at the number 9 spot. And at number 8, we have Light Pulsar Dragon. This is one of the few Chaos monsters who has two different summoning requirements depending on where you summon this card from. If you summon it from your hand, it has a standard banish one light and dark monster from your graveyard. But if you want to special summon this card from the graveyard, you can send one light and dark monster from your hand to the graveyard to bring it out. I should mention that its graveyard summoning method is rarely used, because having to discard 2 cards to summon one monster from the graveyard is usually not the best thing in the world to do. That being said, it's a 2500 attack beatstick who has a good floating effect. So when this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can special summon a level 5 or higher dark dragon type monster from your graveyard. Unfortunately, because of the way this effect is worded, having a when instead of an if, that means its floating effect can miss timing in a lot of situations. So if you tribute this card or send it to the graveyard as a resource, there's a good chance it'll miss its timing and not be able to summon anything. That being said, if this card is sent to the graveyard in its intended way, by being destroyed by an opponent's monster or card effect, you will be able to activate its effect while almost not missing the timing, depending on what your opponent does to destroy this card. And what's really good about its floating effect is it has a really good target, being the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, a level 5 or higher dark dragon type monster who is so good that it's currently banned in the OCG. And when Light Pulsar Dragon used to see play, you can absolutely bet it saw play alongside Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, who could just then revive Light Pulsar Dragon with its effect. And at number 7, we have Chaos Betrayer. This is a level 6 monster which can special summon itself from the graveyard by banishing a light and dark monster from the graveyard as well. But if special summoned this way, it's banished when it leaves the field. And also if this card is special summoned, you get to remove a card from your opponent's graveyard from play. I think this is the only Chaos monster who can special summon itself from the graveyard by using materials from the graveyard as well. And monsters who can special summon themselves from the graveyard are just infinitely more valuable than cards that can special summon themselves from the hand. And the fact that it has an effect on top of its good summoning effect, that just makes it a little bit better in my book. And at number 6, we have Chaos Dragon Levianeer. This is a 3k beatstick that can be special summoned from the hand by banishing a combination of light and dark monsters from your graveyard. And when it's summoned this way, you get to activate one of its 3 effects, depending on the attributes of the monsters banished for this card summoning. So if you only banished light monsters, you get to special summon a monster from your graveyard in defense position. If only dark monsters, you get to shuffle a random card in your opponent's hand back into their deck. And if you used a combination of both light and dark, you can destroy up to 2 cards in the field. Now, all 3 of these effects are good. Generally, cards that let you special summon from the graveyard are really good. Cards which allow you to disrupt your opponent's hand are good, and being able to destroy more than 1 card on the field is good, especially since the hand disruption effect doesn't discard, it sends it back to the deck, which is much better as most decks don't care about their cards being discarded. In fact, it helps some of them out. And its effect to destroy 2 cards in the field doesn't target, so they can't chain the cards you're about to destroy to this effect, and have to activate them preemptively. And the only downsides to its best effect, the one to special summon from the graveyard, is that it can't work on Link monsters, since they specifically have to go in defense position, and Link monsters cannot go into defense position. Honestly, there isn't really much bad about this card, other than the fact that it requires 3 monsters in the graveyard as setup, which is kind of a hefty cost. It's just some of the other ones that appear higher on this list are either a little better or just more iconic. And at number 5, we have Black Dragon Collapse Serpent and White Dragon Wyvern Burster. This will be a dual spot since these 2 cards are almost always played together, and you'll see why in a second. Black Dragon has an effect where you can special summon it from your hand by banishing a light monster from your graveyard. And if this card is sent to the graveyard from the field, you can add a White Dragon Wyvern Burster from your deck to your hand. White Dragon Wyvern Burster has an effect basically the same as Black Dragon, except it banishes a dark monster to special summon itself, and can search out Black Dragon when it's sent from the field to the graveyard. And unlike Light Pulsar Dragon, these 2 cards have an if instead of a when for its floating effect, which means it doesn't miss timing. So these cards can be used as tribute fodder or as materials for extra deck plays and still gain their floating effects of being able to search the other copy out, which makes these 2 cards really good and very versatile, to the point where they basically see play in meta decks here and there that happen to use light or dark monsters because they fit in so well with basically anything a deck wants to do, as they're easy to bring out, have good stats on the field, and float when used as materials. And at number 4, we have Blackluster Soldier, the Chaos Warrior. Now this card doesn't really have anything to do with light or dark monsters, but it does have chaos in its name, and it is a Blackluster Soldier card, 2 things which qualify it as a chaos monster. Now Chaos Warrior is a generic Link 3 monster, as it just requires 3 monsters with different names, and if one of the monsters is level 7 or higher, this card cannot be targeted by card effects or destroyed by your opponent's card effects, which is some pretty good protection on a 3k beat stick. Then, in addition to some decent arrow placements, it also has a battle effect, where if it destroys a monster by battle, you can activate one of 3 effects. This card will either gain 1500 attack, gain a second attack on your next turn, or banish 1 card on the field. And since this effect isn't once per turn, if you gain the double attack option and destroy 2 monsters, you'll be able to activate 2 of these effects. Now, all 3 of these effects are okay. If you could attack twice during the same turn, that would undoubtedly be the best of the 3 effects. But since it makes you wait until your next turn, that really balances out the second attack option a little too well, making the other 2 options much more viable to pick, as it's not a good idea to count on one of your monsters existing for more than 1 turn. So, if this card chooses to gain 1500 attack, it becomes a 4500 attack beat stick that can't be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's card effects, which is actually not half bad, considering the attack boost is permanent. And of course, banishing 1 card on the field is always good, which is probably what gets used the most out of its 3 effects, where you would probably only use the other 2 effects if your opponent didn't have a card that you wanted to banish. Basically, this card's a high spot for being a pretty good Link monster, with a decent effect, which honestly makes it so much better than anything a main deck monster really could be. Especially since its materials are somewhat generic, it just requires 3 different named monsters. And at number 3, we have Chaos Sorcerer, a card that came out with the first set of Chaos monsters, and was considered so good it was banned for a few years. Now, Chaos Sorcerer has an effect where you can special summon it from your hand by banishing a light and dark monster from your graveyard, which is a typical Chaos summoning effect. And then it has an effect on the field where you can banish 1 face-up monster on the field. And this effect is only once per turn, and this card cannot attack the turn you use this effect. So, what this card was meant to be was an option of either banishing one of your opponent's monsters or attacking with it. But once extra deck summoning became a thing, this banish effect became much more powerful because of its easy summoning condition, where decks are bringing this card out to be used as synchro or exceeds materials, so they didn't care if this card could attack that turn. So they would just banish a card with its effect, and then immediately go into whatever extra deck monster they were using this card as a material for. And since it was a dark level 6 spellcaster type monster, it could be used for a lot of different summons. And those were all pretty good stats to have on a pretty easy to special summon monster. So even after its initial effect was no longer overpowered, it wasn't immediately put on limited because of how useful it was as a combo extender. So it stayed around the limited and semi-limited list for a few years, before finally becoming unlimited once the power creep of the game got to the point where its banish effect wasn't a big deal anymore. So it really only has a high spot on this list for its historical purposes, and not because it's better than the other cards on this list in the current day. But it's still pretty good nonetheless. And at number 2, we have Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning. This is another one of the original Chaos monsters, and is why Blackluster Soldiers are basically considered Chaos monsters today. Its effect is the same as Chaos Sorcerers, you just need to banish a light and dark monster from your graveyard to special summon it from your hand. And it has 2 effects on the field, where one of them is the same as Chaos Sorcerer, where you can banish a card, but then this card cannot attack this turn. And its other effect is if this card destroys a monster by battle, you can make a second attack immediately, all in a 3000 attack beatstick. This was really good in the time it came out, and in fact, this card is still good today. So there's a reason this card got banned in one of the very first banned lists, and then stayed banned much longer than Chaos Sorcerer, even if it is unlimited today. It also stayed on the limited list for a really long time once they started loosening the restrictions on this card. And that's because it's easy to summon, has a big body for how easy it is to summon, can spot removal with its banish effect if need be, and if not, it can basically win you the game with its double attack. And there was a very popular combo with a synchro monster called Armory Arm, where if your opponent had 2 monsters on the field in attack position, you could win the game with Blackluster Soldier equipped with Armory Arm, because Armory Arm has the effect to equip itself to a monster, and then that monster will gain 1000 attack. And if the monster it's equipped to destroys a monster by battle, your opponent takes damage equal to the destroyed monster's attack. So since Blackluster Soldier has 3000 attack, Armory Arm would boost it up to 4000. And since Blackluster Soldier can attack twice, if it's able to do those 2 attacks on 2 attack position monsters, that's 8000 points of damage, which is exactly enough for an OTK. Of course, it was mainly used for its versatility of being a really strong, easy to summon boss monster, and used to be splashed in pretty much every deck like people will splash in hand traps today. It's just a really good staple monster, as long as your deck had light and dark monsters in it, or could fill up your graveyard with light and dark monsters with extra deck monsters. This card could easily be the number 1 on any other list if it wasn't for the fact that the number 1 Chaos monster is sometimes considered the strongest monster ever created. And at number 1, we have Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End. Recently, in the past few years, this card got an errata to its text, which very much nerfed its effect. So it's on this spot on this list for its old effect, which was very much overpowered. Basically, this card is just like Blackluster Soldier, in that it's a 3000 attack beatstick that only requires you to banish 1 light and dark monster from your graveyard. So it's super easy to bring out, and its effect was, you can pay 1000 life points to send all cards in the field in both players' hands to the graveyard, and then inflict 300 points of damage to your opponent for every card sent to the graveyard by this effect. Now, being able to send all cards in the field and in both players' hands to the graveyard is such a strong effect, especially since it doesn't actually destroy any of those monsters, that it's usually only given to cards with very hard to pull off cost, like the card The Law of the Normal, which has a similar effect, except it requires you to have 5 level 2 or lower normal monsters on your side of the field to activate. And Chaos Emperor Dragon had this effect while also being super easy to summon. And it even did bonus burn damage to your opponent on top of that, where you could expect your opponent to take around 3000 points of burn damage on average, which is a pretty hefty amount on top of an already broken effect. Now, you may remember Sky Scourge Norlaris has a similar effect, is much harder to bring out with worse stats, and even that card still saw play due to cards being able to copy its really good effect from the graveyard. And Chaos Emperor Dragon was one of the first ever cards banned for being too strong, since it was used in the infamous Yata lock deck, where players would turbo out Chaos Emperor Dragon, use its effect to get rid of all cards in the field and in both players' hands, and then bring out Yata Garasu in order to attack their opponent and not allow them to draw cards, so they wouldn't be able to play the game. and is still considered today as one of the best combos in the game of all time. And in fact, Yatagarasu is still banned because of this combo. So because Chaos Emperor Dragon was too strong, it was never going to see a return. So it got a change to its effect where it could not use its effect if you activated any other card effects during the same turn. And also after you use its effect, you cannot activate any other card effects for the rest of the turn. So completely locking out your ability to use card effects in order to use Chaos Emperor Dragon's effect actually did a pretty good job of balancing its broken effect. And that's why this card is currently limited to 1 and sees no play in meta decks. It wouldn't be a surprise to see if it was taken off the ban list in the future. Turns out what made this effect really broken was being able to do other things on your turn in addition to using its broken effect. This list will go over cards that were crazy strong on their own, to the point where usually the entire deck was based around it and it alone. This list will also include cards which were super strong in their own meta, so maybe aren't as strong today as they were in their prime. And at number 10, we have Solemn Judgment. Solemn Judgment is a counter trap card with the effect to pay half your life points to stop a monster from being summoned, or negate the effect of a spell or trap card. So basically, it's pay half your life points to negate one of anything, which was a really strong effect. But, funny enough, this card rarely saw play when it first came out. You see, the whole pay half your life points thing made a lot of people assume that this card was bad, because all it did was trade 1 for 1 at the cost of half your life points, which didn't seem like a good trade-off. Until people started to realize that paying half your life points to stop one of your opponent's key combo plays, which worked against 99% of decks, was actually pretty good. And then everybody started playing this card, and then it got banned. And the card stayed banned for the longest time, until recently, with how infrequent trap cards are even being played in decks anymore. It came off the ban list, and is now currently limited to 1 per deck. Solemn Judgment is an interesting card that had a couple of other cards printed based on it, but are also very good. And usually, even if a player doesn't run trap cards in their deck because they're too slow, they'll still consider running Solemn cards because of how good they are. And at number 9, we have the Tyrant Neptune. This is another one kind of like Solemn Judgment, where this card existed in the game for a really long time, and no one used it. But unlike with Solemn Judgment, it was just because there wasn't really a good card to make use of its effect. See, with Solemn Judgment, people didn't understand how good the card was. Neptune was pretty decent, and then became broken when Luralisk Independent Nightingale was released. You see, the Tyrant Neptune has the effect where it gains attack and defense equal to the monster's use for its tribute summon, and it can copy the effect and name of one of those monsters. And also, you can choose to tribute summon this with 1 monster instead of 2. So if you used Instant Fusion to bring out Independent Nightingale, and then tribute it for the Tyrant Neptune would gain the effect of being unaffected by everything, its attack would go up to 6,000, and then it could inflict 5,000 points of burn damage once per turn, which is the kind of stat line and effect of a broken custom card made by someone who doesn't know what they're doing. That is to say, it was incredibly broken and nearly impossible to stop. So you basically had 1 turn to try to get rid of a gigantic beatstick that was unaffected by everything, and that could inflict more than half of your starting life points of damage per turn. And it was not that difficult to summon, and that's why this card is currently banned, and why I think it's one of the strongest cards of all time, even if it was kind of a gimmick when compared to some of the other monsters I'll be talking about. Number 8, Dark Armed Dragon. This card was one of the retrained dark versions of other cards that existed in the game, where they would just have similar effects to their normal counterparts, and just require dark type monsters for their effects. Dark Armed Dragon was the dark version of Armed Dragon level 7, who was a level card that could only be special summoned by the effect of Armed Dragon level 5. And its effect was to send 1 monster from your hand to the graveyard to destroy all monsters your opponent controls with an attack less than the monster you discarded for the effect. So, it was a pretty decent effect, if a little hard to summon. So what Dark Armed Dragon did was require you to have exactly 3 dark monsters in your graveyard, which was a unique effect at the time. And then, as many times per turn as you wanted, you could banish 1 dark monster from your graveyard to destroy 1 card on the field. So if you could bring this card out, you could immediately destroy 3 of any cards on the field. And this was also back when ignition effects were still in the game, which allowed you to use spell speed 1 monster effects as spell speed 2 during your turn. So if your opponent tried to stop this card when it was summoned, they could still destroy 1 card on the field before going away. Also, if you had multiple Dark Armed Dragons in your hand, you could bring them all out at the same time, as the conditions for bringing them out don't require you to actually remove any of the resources from your graveyard. It's for you to have exactly 3 dark monsters. And Dark Armed Dragon was so good, it was the main factor in one of the few Tier 0 decks in the game. But if you don't know what Tier 0 is, tiers in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are determined by the popularity of decks in high levels of play. If a deck has more than 50% representation at events, it is considered Tier 0. And Dark Armed Dragon decks absolutely had more than 50% representation at events when it was first introduced. Eventually, they just limited the card to 1, and that significantly reduced the power of Teledad decks, to the point where it was no longer completely overpowered. Turns out, Dark Armed Dragon isn't half bad when it's just 1 per deck. The OCG even experimented with temporarily moving Dark Armed Dragon to semi-limited, and Dark Armed Dragon decks immediately started doing incredibly well. So the very next ban list it was put back down to 1. So 3 copies of Dark Armed Dragon would still most likely see competitive play even in the modern format. And at number 7, we have Super Quantal Mech King Great Magnus. This card is quite the mouthful to say, and is a good example of just a big boss monster that's hard to beat. It's a rank 12 Exceeds monster, and if you're able to summon it with 6 or more materials, the card will have these effects. It gains a one-sided mistake effect. Your opponent can't add cards to their hand. It is unaffected by other card effects, except for cards in its archetype. On a quick effect, they can shuffle 1 card on the field into the deck, and if it's destroyed, it floats into 3 Super Quantal Mech Beasts Exceeds monsters from your graveyard. All on a 3600 attack beat stick, which is just enough to beat over Ultimate Falcon. This card was so strong and hard to take out that it popularized the use of kaijus in the main deck, as tributing the card for kaijus was basically the only way to get rid of the card once it was out. It was a 1-card I win boss monster, which made it an incredibly strong card. But since you have to put so many resources into it, and it doesn't really affect the field that much, it can only get rid of 1 card per turn, it's not the most destructive thing in the world, when compared to some of the other, more stronger cards on this list. And at number 6, we have Towers. This card is a lot like Super Quantal Mech King Great Magnus, in that it's unaffected by pretty much everything, it can beat over pretty much anything, and it can get rid of a card once per turn. Except the big difference between the two is that Towers is much easier to bring out, and was on the ban list for that reason. Towers has the effect where you need to tribute 3 Klee monsters for its normal summon, and then the card is unaffected by spell and traps and the activated effects of monsters who have an original level or rank lower than this card. So at the time, it was immune to basically all monster effects, until Link monsters came out, who affect him no problem. I think that's kind of why it was taken off the ban list, because Link monsters can actually get rid of it. Also, all special summon monsters lose 500 attack and defense, and once per turn, you can make your opponent send 1 monster from their hand or their side of the field to the graveyard. It's this last effect that was the cherry on top for making Towers so good. If you got out Towers on your first turn, you not only had an incredibly difficult boss monster to get over, you also got to get rid of 1 card in your opponent's hand, which made your opponent start with 1 less card, and is always a very powerful effect. And also, since this effect forces your opponent to send a card to the graveyard, it bypasses almost all forms of monster protection. So, if your opponent only has 1 monster on the field, and none in their hand, and that monster, for example, is an Ultimate Falcon and immune to everything, it's not immune to your opponent having to send it to the graveyard with Towers' effect. This is what made Towers so strong. Great protection on top of a great effect, and was easily searched out in its archetype, and its archetype could easily get out 3 tributes for its summon, with some of those tributes even having effects for being tributed. And at number 5, we have number 86, Heroic Champion. This card is a lot like Great Magnus, in that it gains amazing effects based on the number of Exceeds materials it has, With all of its effects activated, it has the effects to, once per turn, destroy all cards your opponent controls. Your opponent cannot normal or special summon monsters, unaffected by all other card effects, gains 1500 attack and defense, and cannot be destroyed by battle. So, you get a strong monster who is unaffected by everything, can't be destroyed by anything, can destroy all of your opponent's cards, and locks your opponent out of summoning, including a kaiju to get rid of this card. This card was the complete package, indestructible, strong, destroyed cards, and had a floodgate effect, and this card was in the game for a long time, with no one really using it, because it was kind of difficult to get the required amount of materials for it, especially since it does have a maintenance cost. You need to detach one Exceeds material from this card during your opponent's end phase. This card didn't really start seeing a lot of play until Gossip Shadow was released. Gossip Shadow had the effect to transfer itself and all of its Exceeds materials to another number monster, which allowed you to instantly grant 3 Exceeds materials to basically any number monster, which included number 86 Heroic Champion, as he too is a number monster. So Dark Warrior decks could easily bring out Heroic Champion and Gossip Shadow to get it to its maximum amount of effects pretty easily, and to allow it to keep those effects for a few turns, which was more than enough to lock down an opponent long enough to win the duel. And because turboing out number 86 became a legitimate deck, this card got banned, and is still banned to this day, and will probably be banned as long as Gossip Shadow exists. Number 4. Masterpiece, the true Draco Slaying King. This card could substitute continuous spell or trap cards you control for monsters for its tribute summon, and he gained immunity to the effects by the types of cards used for its tribute summon. So for example, if you tributed a monster and a spell card, Masterpiece would be immune to monster and spell card effects. If you tributed a spell and trap card, it would be immune to spell and trap effects. So you basically got to choose which 2 types of effects this card became immune to. On top of that, it had a quick effect to destroy 1 card on the field for the cost of banishing any continuous spell or trap from your graveyard. So, its effects are pretty simple. Immune to 2/3 of the cards in the game, a decent body at 1950, and spell speed 2 destruction, to disrupt plays during your opponent's turn, or to get rid of problem cards during your turn. Now, what made this card really broken was the archetype it belongs to could easily search it out, easily fill the grave with continuous spell and trap cards, and on top of that, the spell and traps in a true Draco deck have effects that activate when they're sent to the graveyard, including by being tributed for Masterpiece. Now, most cards, which can disrupt plays during your opponent's turn, have some kind of limitation to them that makes them incredibly hard to pull off, and if they don't have those limitations, they're usually hard to summon. Masterpiece was easy to search, easy to summon, and could easily activate its effect in its archetype, which made the card incredibly strong, and led to the card being banned. Similar to Zodiac Trident, easy to summon with spell speed 2 destruction effects, but unlike Trident, Masterpiece was much harder to get rid of. Number 3. Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End. This card was so strong when it first came out that it was basically the reason a ban list was created. This card has the effect where you can pay 1,000 life points to send all cards on the field and in both players' hands to the graveyard, and then inflict 300 points of damage to your opponent for every card sent to the graveyard with this effect. The card also had a very easy summoning requirement, just banishing 1 light and dark monster from your graveyard, and had an incredibly strong stat line. It's basically the same as the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the hallmark of what a good stat line should be. With Chaos Emperor Dragon and a Sangan on the field, you can get rid of all cards in both players' hands and on the field, and then search out Yatagarasu to attack and lock your opponent out of drawing a card, to completely lock down your opponent from playing the game. And because of this combo, the first ban list was added to the game, immediately banning Yatagarasu and Chaos Emperor Dragon. And today, this combo is no longer possible because they've changed Chaos Emperor Dragon's effect, and Sangan. With Sangan, you can no longer activate the effect of a card added to your hand the turn it's added to your hand with its effect. And with Chaos Emperor Dragon, its effect and summoning requirements are still the same, but you can't activate any other card effects during the turn you activate Chaos Emperor Dragon's effect. Which means Chaos Emperor Dragon's effect needs to be the first thing you do on your turn, You can no longer set up the graveyard or attack with Yata to activate its effect. And this new nerfed version of Chaos Emperor Dragon is currently limited, and doesn't really see any play, as the new added restrictions to it does kind of remove any cheese that the card once had. So this card is on this list for the old school pre-errata effect, which was usually held as the benchmark for what an overpowered effect should be. And at number 2, we have Last Turn. Last Turn is an instant win effect that is actually pretty easy to pull off in comparison to all the other much more convoluted or incredibly hard to accomplish instant win effects, like drawing all 5 pieces of Exodia. With Last Turn, you can only activate this card if your life points are 1,000 or less, you select one monster in your side of the field, then send all other cards in the field and in both players' hands to the graveyard, then your opponent gets to special summon any one monster from their deck. And then those monsters do battle, and whichever player has a monster on the field at the end of the turn wins the duel. Of course, any other outcome results in a draw. Now, the way to cheese this effect is to simply have a monster on the field which prevents your opponent from special summoning, like Jojin the Spiritualist, which was a card that was used with this combo back in the day when Last Turn was still unbanned. Players who used the Last Turn deck would stall out long enough until they drew into Last Turn, or searched it out in some other way, and had Jojin the Spiritualist in their hand. Then they would use life point manipulation cards, like Inspection, to get their life points below 1,000, have Jojin the Spiritualist out in the field, and then activate Last Turn to instantly win. And your opponent wouldn't be able to special summon a monster from their deck, so Jojin would stay out on the field at the end of the turn, and you'd win. And ever since Last Turn was banned, more cards have been added to the game, which prevents special summons. And there's even an easier way to search out Last Turn with Trap Trick. So if Last Turn was ever unbanned, it would be much easier to use today than it was back then. The reason I have Last Turn at number 2 is because the card is so strong that it instantly allows you to win the duel, and is not that difficult to pull off. In fact, it's easier to pull off than some of the summoning requirements for a few of the other cards on this list. I think that makes this card in of itself very powerful, but I'm not really sure if it's weaker than the number 1 spot on this list, but let's get into that. And at number 1, we have Spellbook of Judgment. This card has the effect where, during the end phase of the turn this card is activated, you can add Spellbook spell cards from your deck to your hand up to the number of spell cards activated during the turn after you use Spellbook of Judgment. Then you can special summon one spellcaster type monster from your deck with a level less than the number of spellbook cards added to your hand with this effect. So for example, if you use Spellbook of Judgment and then activate 5 spellbook cards during that turn, at the end of the turn you'd be able to add 5 spellbook cards from your deck to your hand and then special summon a spellcaster type monster that was level 5 or lower. And spellbook decks had spellcaster type monsters which could gain effects during the end phase as well to gain even more advantage with this. Spellbook of Judgment basically allowed you to go +5 during your end phase, or even higher. The lowest end of the spectrum, Spellbook of Judgment would give you the same hand advantage as activating a Pot of Greed, with the potential of drawing more cards than even the most broken draw cards in the game. Not only that, spellbooks could easily search this card out and recycle the card, if for some reason they didn't win very quickly. And as a testament to how good spellbook cards were, that even after Spellbook of Judgment got banned, spellbooks were still a meta deck. So the cards Spellbook of Judgment searched out and recycled were good cards, and that allowed you to do a lot of different things. This card was just insanely broken, and is just a great example of one of the most powerful cards in the game, from just the pure advantage it could generate. And the funny thing is with Spellbook of Judgment, when this card first came out, spellbooks were not a tier 0 deck, because Spellbook of Judgment came out in the same set that had Dragon Rulers, another one of the most powerful archetypes in the game, which really just goes to show how strong Dragon Rulers were, that when Spellbook of Judgment was legal, it wasn't enough to turn them into a tier 0 deck. Although, the Dragon Rulers are more of a really good engine, and they weren't really good by themselves, and that's why none of them really made this list. This list is about very powerful individual cards, which Spellbook of Judgment represents perfectly. Now, as to whether Judgment is better than some of the other cards on this list, I think so, maybe by a little bit, because this card was very easy to search out, and generated an insane amount of advantage in a deck that could make use of that advantage, and also fits perfectly within the theme of this top 10. In this video, we'll go over boss monsters from the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh! Who didn't age as well over the years, and hardly ever see play nowadays. And at number 10, we have Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End. This card was such a monster of a boss monster that it basically created the ban list, where before this card was released, there were no banned cards in the game. And its effect was that you could pay 1,000 life points to send all cards in both players' hands and on their side of the field to the graveyard, and then inflict 300 damage to your opponent for each card sent to the graveyard with this effect. It also had really good stats and was easy to bring out, as you just had to banish one light and dark monster from your graveyard. Now, this effect and everything about it would still be good today, but they changed its effect so that you can't actually use its godlike effect on the same turn that you've used any other card effects, and it also locks you out of using other card effects for the rest of the turn. And this was enough of a nerf to the card that they were able to unban it, since now it takes 3 turns of setup to use this card in the same way it could be used in a single turn in the past. So the card still occasionally sees play, surprisingly, but mainly because its stats let it be an easy search target for the Melody of Awakened Dragon, and it's easy to summon by just banishing one light dark monster for its stats. And this card hasn't really aged badly, it's just they changed its effect to the point where it's nowhere near as strong as it used to be, which is why it's at the bottom of this list at number 10. And at number 9, we have Chaos Sorcerer. This card was also released around the same time period as Chaos Emperor Dragon, and saw heavy competitive play after Chaos Emperor Dragon was banned, because its effect was really good. You could just banish one face-up monster on the field at the cost of this card not being able to attack that turn. And since it was also easy to bring out, just banish one light and dark monster from your graveyard, and had decent stats for it at 2300, it pretty much consistently saw competitive play, until it got banned for a few years, and only came off the ban list and saw play until around 2015, when all of a sudden people just stopped using this card. You see, the card is still good and everything, it's just if you're playing a Chaos deck, or a deck that has both light and dark monsters in it, there is Blackluster Soldier Envoy of the Beginning, who is currently at 3 copies and is just a better Chaos Sorcerer, as it has better stats, and has the option to attack twice, or use literally Chaos Sorcerer's effect. And there's also Chaos Dragon Levineer, who's the best Chaos monster out there right now, since it's very flexible in which effects it can activate, and has good stats as well. So Chaos Sorcerer fell to good old power creep. Them unrestricting Blackluster Soldier, and then adding Chaos Dragon Levineer, kind of removed the need to use Chaos Sorcerer. And at number 8, we have Blackluster Soldier, the original non-effect one. Blackluster Soldier was one of the first ritual monsters added to the game. It also had the highest attack of all of the ritual monsters at that point, so it saw some competitive play in Earth beatdown decks, as it was a 3000 attack monster who could be special summoned from the hand, which was incredibly rare in those time periods. However, it didn't see play for very long, and pretty much stopped showing up at events about a year after it was released. And then they released a whole bunch of new Blackluster Soldier cards, like Blackluster Soldier Envoy of the Beginning, who is just better than the original Blackluster Soldier in every way, as it's easier to bring out, while still having the same attack, and just having good effects on top of that. Blackluster Soldier Envoy of the Beginning can kind of win you games on its own, whereas the original Blackluster Soldier required a whole bunch of resources to bring out basically a vanilla monster, who's not easy to cheat out as something like Blue Eyes White Dragon. Over the years, they just released so many better Blackluster Soldier cards, including a better Ritual Blackluster Soldier card. So this card just doesn't see any play at all, as its better Ritual version doesn't see any play either. And at number 7, we have La Jinn, the Mystical Genie of the Lamp. In the TCG, La Jinn was the strongest level 4 monster which was readily available, as technically there was Mechanical Chaser, who had 50 more attack points, but was much harder to obtain as it was like a prize card or something. So a lot of decks in the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just played La Jinn Beatdown, where you would control the field with spell and trap cards and just equip La Jinn with an equip spell card to attack for a game. Eventually, La Jinn got power crept when they released Gemini Elves, and then Gemini Elf got power crept when they released Gene Warp Warwolf. But by that point, no one was playing high attack vanilla monsters anymore anyway, so it didn't really matter. as most archetype-based monsters have the same attack and higher than Login, where it's not even a special thing anymore, which is why Login sees absolutely no play in a competitive sense, but used to be in everybody's deck back in the day. And at number 6, we have Blowback Dragon. This card used to see heavy competitive play as a staple tribute summon monster, as it had pretty decent stats for a 1 tribute summon at 2300, and had the effect where it could possibly destroy any card on the field, as you could, once per turn, target one of your opponent's cards and then toss a coin 3 times, and if at least 2 of the results were heads, you could destroy that card. Back in the day when destroying any one targeted card was almost unheard of, this effect was super good, and is the reason why this card saw so much heavy play. However, pretty much every deck has a way to destroy your opponent's cards. Pretty much every rogue deck has the ability to get rid of your opponent's cards. This isn't a super special effect anymore, as its niche is covered by basic extra deck monsters. You can just build into any monster you need to have an effect to get rid of one of your opponent's cards without relying on a gamble. But before extra deck monsters were part of modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, when Blowback Dragon still saw play, you could still have up to 30 cards in your fusion deck because it was so useless. So it's really only good within its era, and unfortunately doesn't see any play whatsoever in the modern day. Although it did see a small resurgence in Duel Links before it got power crept there as well. And at number 5, we have Air Knight Parshath. This was an incredibly heavily played staple boss monster in pretty much every competitive deck, because of its incredible overpowered abilities. This card could inflict piercing battle damage. That means if it attacks into a defense position monster, your opponent still took damage to their life points. And on top of that, if this card inflict battle damage, you could draw 1 card, which is still a good effect to this day. The card had 1900 attack and required 1 tribute, which means it could beat over any level 4 lower monster, like Login, when that was basically the strongest thing back then. This card could basically pay for its cost by just destroying 1 monster and drawing you a card, and it severely punished players who tried to stall out with a whole bunch of low defense weak monsters, or just using something like Spirit Reaper, as even if it couldn't be destroyed by battle, it could still inflict a whole bunch of life point damage and draw you a card. Now, Air Knight Parshath saw tons of competitive play up until around 2006, where it finally fell out of favor as the card heavily got power crept by everything. This card is not good at all in today's format, as piercing damage is laughable as a selling point of a card, and its stats are way too low for a level 5 monster that requires a tribute, and can't special summon itself. But the effect to draw cards on battle damage is still good. It's just everything else about the card is not very good. And even though there is a card which can cheat this card directly out of your deck, with the counter trap card Rebirth of Parshath, you still wouldn't choose this card as an option because they released better versions of this card over the year, including some extra deck versions of it, who you would 100% choose with a Rebirth over the original Air Knight Parshath. And at number 4, we have Vampire Lord. This is another level 5 boss monster which saw tons of competitive play because of its ability to revive itself after being destroyed by a card effect. Floating effects in the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh! Were incredibly rare, and almost no monsters could bring themselves back after getting destroyed, let alone a 2000 attack beat stick like Vampire Lord, even though this card only brings itself back after being destroyed by a card effect. In the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh!, destruction by card effect was the most common form of card destruction, as they were running things like Raigeki, Dark Hole, and Fissure. So really, its effect was a perfect counter to that current meta, and gave this card a lot of long-lasting power as it can attack over any level 4 lower monster, and even enemy Air Knight Parshaths. This card stopped seeing play around 2007 though, as there's just much better zombies to use, like Doom King Ballardratch for example, who's stronger than Vampire Lord, can revive itself easier, and has a much better effect of banishing and negating cards. They've been releasing new waves of vampire monsters who never use Vampire Lord in their decks, and then they released a second wave of vampire monsters who definitely didn't use Vampire Lord in their decks. The card just has too low attack and has too niche of a revival effect to see any kind of good play, when there's just so many better zombies you could use instead. But it has seen a bit of a resurgence in the speed duel format, for the same reasons it saw play in the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh! And at number 3, we have Evil Hero Dark Gaia. When this card first came out, it could easily allow you to OTK your opponent, back when that used to be a hard thing to do, as you could bring this card out with Dark Calling by using 2 strong monsters from your graveyard, in order to get out a monster with over 6,000 attack, and have the effect that if it declares an attack, you could change all of your opponent's defense position monsters to face-up attack position, negating their flip effects. So if your opponent tried to set any level 4 or lower monster to try to save themselves, this card can flip them up and force them into attack position so that your opponent would take a whole bunch of damage. And I remember this card was hated in the days of Yu-Gi-Oh! Online, and was thought to be too overpowered for how easy it was to get out such a strong monster you couldn't defend against. In the modern era of Yu-Gi-Oh! Though, even though Dark Calling still sees some play actually, no one uses Evil Hero Dark Gaia anymore. And that's because its effect is way too easy to stop in any competitive deck. If you simply negate this card's effect for any amount of time, its attack will be reset to 0. So if you bring this card out and your opponent uses an infinite impermanence on it, you now have a useless monster on your side of the field with 0 attack. And you don't have any way to get that attack back. It essentially just becomes a dead card on the field. And the reason this card dominated when it first came out, if only briefly in the actual TCG, was because effect negation was very rare back then and almost no one played it, even if it was available technically, because games were a healthy mix of spell, trap, and monster cards, instead of today where it's basically all monster effects. And at number 2, we have the Hitotsumi Giant. In the very first set of the game, this card was the strongest level 4 monster, whose attack of 1200 was only matched by 2 other cards, Silver Fang and Mammoth Graveyard, who both had less defense than this card, which made Hitotsumi Giant the very first strong boss monster of the level 4 and lowers. He was the original Login before Login was released. Although this card did eventually get power crept by Aqua Midor, who had the same attack as Hitotsumi Giant, only it had an impressive 2000 defense as well, which then got power crept by Celtic Guardian, who came out shortly afterwards and had 1400 attack, which then got power crept about a week later when Uraby was released and had 1500 attack on a level 4 monster, who was then power crept by Rogue Doll, which had 1600 attack, and then that became the new cap on level 4 monsters for a while, until in one set they released Axe Raider, Login, Mechanical Chaser, and Gemini Elf all in the same pack, completely blowing the old cap of 1600 out of the water. Of course, this was all OCG. In the TCG, we got Login in the first set and none of this applied. But in the OCG, Hitotsumi Giant was the original hard cap on level 4 or lower monster attacks. And that should explain why there's so many garbage early game vanilla monsters with such low attack points, when 1200 used to be the maximum amount. Nowadays, of course, this is a terrible attack power value, and would be considered a weak monster if it was given to a level 4 monster. And at number 1, we have the Summoned Skull, who was the original best boss monster that required 1 tribute, as this was the strongest card in the game who only required a single tribute at 2500 attack. And all other good 1 tribute monsters had less attack than Summoned Skull, so he could beat over all of them. Early games were basically decided by who could get out Summoned Skull first and win, as it was pretty hard to get over Summoned Skull once it was out. So Summoned Skull was basically the original boss monster in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! And then got power crept pretty hard once they started releasing other monsters with the exact same attack, releasing good effect monsters with the same attack, and then of course once extra deck monsters started seeing play, 2500 attack was more of a standard for decent attack stats of high level extra deck monsters. And now Summoned Skull sees absolutely no play, even in Duel Links, where decks that have the option to special summon Summoned Skull directly from the deck if they're destroyed, don't even play Summoned Skull in their decks, because it's just not worth the risk of accidentally drawing it. It's been power crept so hard that not even Duel Links wants to use it, as it's kind of a liability in the hand, whereas in the past, it's something you would have loved to see in your starting hand. So Summoned Skull easily takes the top spot on this list, as the card that was so heavily played in pretty much every single deck used it, to now no one wants to use it in even decks that can. In this video, we'll be going over 10 cards which have had such a drastic effect on the game that it either changed how players play the game, or had the game change around them. And at number 10, we have Infinite Impermanence. This is a card that has both a hand and on-field effect, where if you have an empty field, you can use it from your hand to negate the effects of a monster. And if it's on the field and activated like a normal trap card, it also has the same effect to negate the effect of a monster, but gains an additional effect, where for the rest of the turn it negates the effects of all spell and trap cards in the same column as it. So with Infinite Impermanence, the way this card changed the game was not in its hand effect, because it's basically just another version of Effect Veiler. And actually, it's its on-field effect, which makes it so you're incentivized to not play spell and traps in the same column as your opponent's face-down spell and trap cards, because you never know if they're going to have an Infinite Impermanence in that zone and be able to negate your effect. To a lesser extent, the Mech Knights also incentivize you to not play spell and traps in the same column as your opponent's spell and traps, but Infinite Impermanence is one of the most played hand traps in the game, and definitely is more influential in making people not play spell and traps in the same column as their opponents. Even if your opponent doesn't have Infinite Impermanence, people will still avoid playing cards in the same column as your opponent's face-down cards, just because Infinite Impermanence exists. These are the kinds of cards we'll be talking about on this list, cards that have such an impact that they influence how you play the game, even if they don't actually exist in your opponent's deck. And at number 9, we have Nibiru the Primal Being. This is another pretty new card, even newer than Infinite Impermanence as it only came out in 2019, and has the effect where, if your opponent summons 5 or more monsters during the main phase, you can then activate this card from your hand to tribute all monsters on the field, give your opponent a super token that has all the stats of the tributed monsters, and then you get to special summon Nibiru from your hand. Being able to tribute all the monsters in the field can kind of win you the game by itself in most cases, and it's an incredibly powerful hand trap effect. So the way this card changes the game is that if you're trying to get out a whole bunch of monsters, chances are you're going to count how many summons you're doing during that turn, and then think twice before performing your 5th summon. If you don't have a way to negate Nibiru by the time you have your 5th summon, and you don't know what card's in your opponent's hand, there is a chance you might just stop there, even if your opponent doesn't have a Nibiru, just in case they do. It also incentivizes people to try to get out a negate as early as possible in their combos if they want to extend past 5 summons, even if it would make their combos less efficient. Nibiru is another excellent example of a card which completely warps the game around itself, and really helps to slow down the potential of combo decks, and kind of completely counters archetypes that don't have a way to answer Nibiru natively. Just like Infinite Impermanence, there's a good chance your opponent will play around Nibiru, even if you don't actually have the card in your hand. And at number 8, we have number 101, Silent Honor Arc. This is a rank 4 Xyz monster, which simply has the effect, where it can detach 2 of its materials to absorb one of your opponent's face-up attack position special summoned monsters. In which case it becomes one of this card's new materials, and this card has another effect, where if it would be destroyed you can detach one of its materials instead. Since Honor Arc had generic level 4 materials, it was one of the first non-destruction removal extract monsters that players got access to when it came out, and that made it an absolute powerhouse for removing destruction immune cards, like Stardust Dragon for example. And what was so influential about Silent Honor Arc was that it was such a good removal boss monster that it kind of incentivized people to summon their cards in defense position. Because Honor Arc only worked on face-up attack position cards, so if you simply summon that monster into defense position, then it couldn't be absorbed with Honor Arc. So even if your opponent didn't have Silent Honor Arc in their extra deck, during this card's heyday, most players would summon their boss monster in defense position that they didn't want their opponent to steal anyway. Nowadays, people still kinda do this, but because of Lightning Storm and not Honor Arc. Lightning Storm can destroy all of your opponent's face-up attack position monsters, and it's a great going second card. So it reintroduced the popularity of summoning your big boss monster defense position if it wasn't destruction immune. Even if no one really uses number 101 Silent Honor Arc anymore, it was the first card that popularized summoning a monster in defense position. And at number 7, we have Evenly Matched. This is a trap card which can only be activated at the end of the battle phase if your opponent controls more cards than you do, where you then make your opponent banish a number of cards they control so that they control the same number of cards as you do. Oh, and also, if you don't control any cards, you can activate this card from your hand. Now, Evenly Matched is such a powerful card that it almost single-handedly popularized the going second deck. Before Evenly Matched, going first was always the better choice. It was so good that Konami had to limit how powerful going first was, through changing the rules of the game where you can no longer draw a card during your first turn. Even with that change, it was still incredibly powerful, and going second was just a detriment, as win percentages heavily favored whoever went first. Evenly Matched was a start of cards that are so good if you're able to go second with them, that there are legitimate versions of the same decks that either want to go first or go second. If your opponent set up a full board of monsters or a combination of a lot of cards in the back row, but they didn't have a way to negate trap effects, then you can gain a ton of advantage by making your opponent get rid of all their cards. The removal from Evenly Matched forces your opponent to get rid of their cards and banish them face down, which is probably one of the best forms of removal, as it bypasses almost all kinds of protection. Not even Ultimate Falcon is immune to the effects of Evenly Matched. And if you use the effect from your hand, you can just simply enter the battle phase, and then leave the battle phase to get rid of all but one of your opponent's cards, since it counts your Evenly Matched in the field as your one card. Then you can do all your plays like normal during the main phase 2 in order to set up your board. You do have to give up your main phase 1 and battle phase to use the card, but the amount of advantage you gain from wiping your opponent's entire field of indestructible monsters is kinda worth it. Evenly Matched was then followed by some more good going second cards, which made the strategy way more viable than trying to rely on just drawing a copy of Evenly Matched, thanks to cards like Dark Ruler No More and of course Lightning Storm. Evenly Matched was influential in the fact that it made going second advantageous, where multiple people playing going second decks will not want to go first at all, which was rarely a thing before Evenly Matched was released. And at number 6, we have Max C. This is a hand trap which was released in 2011, and has the effect where you can use this during either player's turn, and you gain the effect for the rest of the turn, where each time your opponent special summons a monster, you get to draw one card. Max C is easily the strongest hand trap in the game's history, and it's kind of funny that when the card first came out, it rarely saw competitive play. It did see some competitive play, but it wasn't until later on where the problems of the card really became apparent, and the card got banned for just being too influential in its power. Basically, Max C is so powerful that it changes the game around itself, kind of like Nibiru the Primal Being. The game literally just slows down if Max C exists in the game, because if you start special summoning your monsters and your opponent drops a Max C, they can chain it in response to you about to special summon a card, in order to immediately gain the advantage back of using that Max C. So even if you stop your turn immediately so your opponent can't draw a whole bunch of cards, then you don't actually lose any advantage for using the Max C, which is not the case for pretty much every other hand trap. And also, if you stop your turn so that your opponent doesn't draw a whole bunch for Max C, you're basically stopping your turn early thanks to the effect of one card. It simultaneously allows you to force your opponent to stop special summoning for the rest of the turn while not losing hand advantage and potentially forcing your opponent to skip their turn, which is one of the most powerful effects in the game. Currently, Max C is banned in the TCG and unbanned in the OCG, and the game is basically warped around Max C in the OCG. Max C just increases the power level of control decks that don't like to special summon a lot. It makes cards which can directly counter Max C way more viable and necessary to open up with first if you don't want to lose to that one card, like a Call by the Grave or Crossout Designator. Max C basically creates a game state where you need to have a counter for the card, otherwise you're going to lose out on your turn. And there's no real playing around the card like you can with Nibiru, unless you're able to special summon a whole bunch of times during your turn in order to deck out your opponent by taking the Max C challenge, which was even mentioned in an official manga chapter. And at number 5, we have Cyber Dragon. Cyber Dragon is a level 5 monster which can special summon itself from your hand if your opponent controls a monster. Now, definitely nowhere near as powerful as Max C, but it was a game changer, and this list is all about cards which change the game and not about the power level of the cards themselves. However, Cyber Dragon, when it was first released in 2005, was kind of overpowered in its time period. 2005 was still the era of 1900 attack beatsticks, and where tribute summons were still common even if Summon Skull Beatdown wasn't a competitive deck anymore. So if your opponent summoned out a big 1900 attack beatstick, then you could bring out Cyber Dragon and instantly beat over it, while you just normal summoned your own 1900 attack beatstick, and your opponent would have a hard time getting back from that loss of advantage. Cyber Dragon was so oppressive as a free monster you can bring out from your hand, back in the time when special summons were still pretty rare, that some people would just straight up not summon monsters during their first turn if they didn't have an answer to a potential Cyber Dragon. Cyber Dragon was also just used as tribute fodder, that way they can go into bigger boss monsters like Jinzo, and can be used later on in the graveyard for cards like Chaos Sorcerer since it was light attribute. And since Cyber Dragon acted as both a powerful free card to get on the field in order to extend, or just a really strong card to use as tribute fodder, the rest of the game kind of had to catch up to Cyber Dragon's power level. Cyber Dragon was absolutely a staple card, and was even limited on the ban list for a while during the Synchro era, because it was too strong at 3 copies, but never strong enough where it was ban-worthy. Then, Cyber Dragon got a lot of support later on in its life, which led it to be a normal card in a rogue meta deck. So sure, most people today know of Cyber Dragon since it still sees competitive play, but probably don't remember how absolutely game-changing it was when it came out. Its power level was so high that the rest of the game had to catch up to it in a hurry, and popularized the use of special summoning monsters from your hand for combos as normal part of the game. And at number 4, we have That Grass Looks Greener. This is a spell card which allows you to send a number of cards from your deck to the graveyard, equal to the surplus difference in your deck size to your opponents. So if you had 60 cards in your deck and your opponent had 40, you could send the top 20 cards of your deck to the graveyard. And with how many ridiculously good graveyard effects there are in the game, sending the top 20 cards of your deck to the graveyard could be equivalent to going plus 20 in card advantage. So it's an incredibly good effect to get off, which is why when that Grass Looks Greener was legal in the TCG, people were playing cards like Left Arm Offering, which gets rid of your entire hand to search out one spell card, just to search it out, and it was absolutely worth that cost. Now, the way this card changed the game was popularizing the use of 60 card decks, which is still sometimes a thing in the modern game, but it was a different story when that Grass Looks Greener was still legal. Because that Grass Looks Greener decks could gain so much advantage for just resolving a single card, that a good way to counter the card was to just play 60 card decks yourself. If you had a 60 card deck, then your opponent wouldn't really get anything from resolving that Grass Looks Greener, and you could completely counter the whole point of their deck during the deck building process. And because of this, a lot of decks just started playing the max cap of 60, even if they didn't want to. And decks which could take advantage of having more than 40 cards were performing a lot better in this era, of more and more people just running 60 card decks to counter that Grass Looks Greener. Grass was so strong it changed how people constructed their decks, and I think this is a first, where people changed the amount of cards they played in their deck because of one card in the game. Even if your opponent didn't have that Grass Looks Greener, chances are you would go against another person who also had a 60 card deck, not because they were playing the card, but because they were trying to counter it as well. After that Grass Looks Greener finally got banned, 60 card decks basically disappeared overnight. They still exist, don't get me wrong, but only if they directly can benefit from having that many cards, as it's still better to run the minimum amount possible so that you can actually draw the combo pieces you need. And at number 3, we have Malevolent Catastrophe. This is a trap card which has the effect that when an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can destroy all spell and trap cards in the field. So it's a full Heavy Storm-like effect. The way this card changed the game was how people place their spell and trap cards. You see, if your opponent has back row, or any cards in the field, or really anything at all, and you have traps or quick play spell cards you want to set to be able to use during your opponent's turn, you hold on to those before you enter the battle phase. Pretty much everyone sets their spell and trap cards during their main phase too who aren't Duel Links players, and Malevolent Catastrophe is the reason why. If you set your cards in your main phase 1, then attacking into this card, you would lose all your cards, which could easily be prevented by just waiting until your main phase 2 to set them. Raikou the Lightsworn Hunter also partially contributed to the status as well, as it was a very popular flip effect monster which could target back row in addition to monsters when it was flip face up. So if you had any set back row and you attacked into Raikou, chances are you would lose one of your spell and trap cards, because Lightsworns could just blow up your monsters pretty easily before the era of everyone having monster negates. So Malevolent Catastrophe causing people to change when they set their spell and traps is definitely deserving of a high spot on this list of cards that changed how players play the game. And at number 2, we have Gorz, the Emissary of Darkness. This is a card which has the effect that if you don't control any cards on your side of the field and you take damage, you can then special summon this card from your hand and activate one of its 2 effects based on the type of damage you took. Where you can either inflict damage to your opponent equal to the amount of effect damage you took, or if it was battle damage, you get to summon a token which has the same attack and defense as the amount of damage you took. So the way this card changed the game was how your opponent attacks with their monsters directly during the battle phase. Since Gorz can summon a really beefy token based on the amount of damage you take, if you're attacking into your opponent directly and they have no cards in their field, and you attacked with your strongest monster first, then they would bring out Gorz and get a super strong token that none of your other monsters would be able to attack over. So the way to counter Gorz is to simply attack with your lowest attack monsters first, ascending to your highest monsters last. This will force your opponent to activate Gorz early if they're trying to bring them out to stop you from lowering their life points to 0, in which case you can more readily attack over the token and potentially Gorz himself, which has pretty beefy stats for a monster that can special summon itself from the hand. Even if Gorz doesn't really see play in the modern era, longtime Yu-Gi-Oh fans will still attack with their lower attack monsters first and higher attack monsters last, just in case. And at number 1, we have Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End. This card was so impactful that Konami basically created the forbidden list for it. The original effect of this card was you could pay 1,000 life points in order to send all cards in the field in both players' hands to the graveyard, and then inflict 300 points of damage to your opponent for each card sent to the graveyard with its effect. It could also bring itself out really easily by just banishing a light and dark monster from your graveyard. So it's one of the most powerful effects ever printed on a monster. And the best way to take advantage of this to make sure you were going to win that turn was to make sure one of the cards you sent to the graveyard was Sangan so that you could search out Yatagarasu. Then you could just summon and attack with Yugioh in order to make your opponent not draw cards during their next draw phase, and then just repeat infinitely until your opponent's life points reach 0. Because unless your opponent had a response in the graveyard, there was nothing they could do to come back from the combo. And generally, Konami doesn't like it when you're put in a game state where there's literally nothing you can do to come back. So they heavily restrict the cards which allow you to skip your opponent's draw phase, like Yugioh or Time Seal. Both of these cards are still forbidden on the ban list to this day. Although Chaos Emperor Dragon was definitely the problem part of the combo, because it so easily allows you to set up an empty field in hand in order to lock down your opponent. If the card was unbanned with its original effect, it would still be one of the strongest cards in the game even today, almost 20 years after it came out. That's why the effect was changed to be a heavily nerfed version of itself, where it basically locks you out of using any card effects during the turn you use its effect, which was enough for them finally take the card off the ban list. Although the forbidden list exists in the first place because of how strong the card was, they basically had to make a way so that you could no longer use its super powerful effect at all, because this was before they would errata cards. So for creating the forbidden list, Chaos Emperor Dragon is a good spot to take number 1 on this list. In previous videos, we discussed all of the coolest and strongest monsters that evolved into Fusion, Synchros, and Xyz monsters, and how their particular upgrade fared in the competitive metagame, or how they managed to reference or call back to their original counterparts. So in this video, we're going to cover some of the best pendulum evolutions in the game, the ideas and themes they represent, and why they managed to see competitive play. And swinging into number 10, we have Odd Eye's Revolution Dragon, the ultimate evolved form of Odd Eye's Dragon and Odd Eye's Pendulum Dragon, while also being the good aligned counterpart to Supreme King Zark, since it's a combination of all 4 of the original Dimension Dragons. However, Revolution Dragon doesn't have too much in common with the Dimension Dragons or Odd Eye's Dragon, with its effect being more in line with the Odd Eye's Pendulum Dragon. Revolution Dragon's effect as a scale prevents you from pendulum summoning monsters other than dragon monsters, but allows you to target and reborn any dragon, fusion, synchro, or Xyz monster in your graveyard if you're willing to destroy Revolution Dragon in the scale. This is similar to how the Odd Eye's Pendulum Dragon's effect is used, allowing you to destroy the card as a scale in order to gain some kind of advantage. In the case of Revolution, it's a revive, and in the case of Odd Eyes, it's a search of any pendulum monster with 1500 or less attack. Revolution Dragon also has an effect to search, but that effect is tied to its monster effect instead, making it so that if you pay 500 life points and discard it from your hand to your graveyard, you can add any level 8 or lower dragon pendulum monster from your deck to your hand. However, unlike its unevolved form, Revolution Dragon can't be normal summoned or set and must be pendulum summoned out, or special summoned from the hand by attributing a fusion, synchro, or Xyz monster, which is a reference to the other Odd Eyes counterparts, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, Clear Wing Synchro Dragon, and Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon, all of which were used by Yugioh to bring out Revolution Dragon in the strongest duelist Yugioh manga. This is a huge investment of resources, but if you manage to bring Revolution to the field, it gains attack and defense equal to half of your opponent's life points, and even has a field wipe, allowing you to pay half your life points so that you can shuffle back all of the cards from the field and graveyard into the deck on a soft once per turn. Now, these 2 monster effects are somewhat unique and don't really call back to Revolution's original forms in some ways. There's no damage modification that can apply like the original Odd Eyes cards, and the 3 other Dimension Dragons aren't really given representation. But fans of the Arc 5 anime manga have already realized that a lot of the Revolution Dragon's design is done in order to mirror and contrast its dark counterpart, Supreme King Zark. This is apparent to both in their opposing attribute scales and even in their names, since a Supreme King is the opposite of a Revolution. But these differences also shine through in the way the particular effects work. Zark can destroy the field for free, but Revolution requires you to pay half your life points if you want to shovel everything back. Zark's main pendulum effect is based around restricting actions of the extra deck monsters, while Revolution Dragon's pendulum effect is based around supporting them, if you're willing to destroy it. And Zark's second pendulum effect exists to punish your opponent for searching, while Revolution Dragon allows you to sacrifice it and pay 500 life points in order to search your deck. This theme of sacrifice is omnipresent in the Odd Eyes archetype, and a lot of different cards being based around gaining advantage from destroying your own Odd Eyes monsters. This is supposed to be representative of Yugioh's courage as he's willing to sacrifice his own well-being for the sake of others, which is exactly what the original Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon does. It sacrifices itself so that the other monsters can be added to the hand, and this is actually the main reason why the card saw a ton of competitive success as a staple of pendulum strategies in slower formats, since they could use Odd Eyes as a consistency tool for a ton of different playmakers, with it being really notable in Duelist Alliance format being able to add a Qliphort Scout to the hand. And funnily enough, Revolution Dragon actually carries the idea to the modern age, because while its search effect has a different pool of monsters to grab from, it's still generic enough to be used in a ton of different strategies that use Pendulum Dragon monsters like Draco Slayers and Dragon Link, 2 decks that are willing to sacrifice Revolution Dragon to search for their playmakers, or to destroy to bring back those playmakers from the graveyard, which really does manage to keep the original ideas of Odd Eyes alive, and allows for Yugioh's courage to be represented in a more modern meta. Revolution Dragon is jam-packed with a ton of different references and concepts that have been borrowed from other cards, and it manages to keep the Spirit of Odd Eyes alive while being a genuinely great card that sees a solid amount of competitive play with its specific niche specifically because of the willingness to sacrifice itself. Which isn't bad for a card that's originated in a spin-off manga designed to teach children how to play the game. And shining to number 9 is Zephyrath, the direct evolution of Shadow Zephyr, whose original form is actually Gemnite Crystal, after having been fused, corrupted, uncorrupted, and then given the power of the Zephyra by the Natura Sacred Tree. And Zephyrath and Shadow Zephyr, after it was chosen to wield the power of the secret 11th Zephyr, in order to take on Tiara, Source of Destruction. While Zephyrath was Shadow Zephyr, its pendulum effect was the same as every other of the 10 original Zephyra, locking you into only being able to pendulum summon out Zephyra monsters and monsters of their associated archetype, with Zephyr locking you to only being able to pendulum summon out Shadows and Zephyras. And as a monster, it has one effect that can be activated whenever it's pendulum summoned to reference its Zephyrath, or whenever it's sent to the graveyard, just like a Shadow monster. And this effect lets you summon a Zephyr card from your pendulum zone other than another copy of Zephyr. Meanwhile, Zephyrath actually has an upgraded version of this effect as part of its monster effect, allowing you to tribute a monster on a soft once per turn in order to special summon any Zephyr monster from your deck. But if you want to use this effect, you need to bring Zephyrath to the field, which is fairly difficult because it can't be normal, pendulum, or special summon in any other way, other than from the extra deck by tributing all monsters you control, including at least 3 Zephyr monsters, pretty much meaning that your other monsters have to give up their Zephyr cores in order to bring out Zephyrath. If you do manage to special summon it, you get to perform an extra pendulum summon of Zephyr monsters in addition to your usual pendulum summon, which is actually an incredibly powerful effect, but one that isn't used often because Zephyrath is so difficult to summon. However, the reason why Zephyrath was so competitively viable, thankfully, had nothing to do with its monster effect, and was all to do with its amazing pendulum effect that put Zephyrath on the map both as a deck and as an engine. Because in this scale, Zephyrath is basically pendulum treasure for Zephyras, allowing you to put any Zephyr monster from your deck face up in your extra deck, then Zephyrath's scale becomes the same as that sent monsters. Like its monster effect, this effect is meant to represent Zephyrath's mastery over the Zephyr cores, since it gives you a roundabout way of accessing any of the chosen 10 Zephyr monsters, giving you whatever scale you need at any given time and allowing you to access the noble Zephyr Saber, the majestic Zephyr Wendy, or even the reformed Zephyr exaton. But more often than not, Zephyrath has been used competitively to grab out one particular Zephyr core, Zephyr Niu, Secret of the Yang Xing. Because whenever Zephyr Niu is pendulum summoned or destroyed by battle card effect, it allows you to add any Yang Xing or Zephyr spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. This has allowed for Zephyr to set up some pretty nasty back row interruption, and this gives the deck access way too easily to Zephyr War, Zephyr Divine Strike, and even 9 Pillars of the Yang Xing. And because Zephyrath differentiates itself from other Zephyr monsters by not having every restriction on its pendulum effect, you could use Zephyrath, Oracle of Zephyra, and Zephyr Niu as an engine piece in order to get a free body, a free search, and a really solid scale. Funnily enough, Zephyrath being playable thanks to a Yang Xing monster actually mirrors the lore perfectly, as it was the Yang Xing monsters that manifest the 11th Zephyr core, which chose Shadow Zephyr as its host, which is honestly really cute that Zephyrath's flavor matches its gameplay. Which is also true of its monster effects and summoning condition, because the Zephyrath was a combination of the Sacred Tree's efforts to take on Tiara, and so put all the Zephyr cores that were originally gifted to the other Zephyr monsters into one being in order to supercharge them to give enough strength to take on a god. This is also why Zephyr core's summoning condition is so difficult. It's literally asking you to take the cores from at least 3 Zephyr monsters and put them into Zephyrath, but in doing so you have to pave the way for a brighter future for your other Zephyr monsters, giving them another opportunity to fight back by letting you perform a second pendulum summon. These effects are powerful in their own ways, but they're also quite unique and don't really reflect the ideas and themes of Zephyr Core or any of its other previous counterparts, but instead represents their complete ascension to a whole new power level that's capable of taking on destruction itself. Which likely showcases that while the body that was used was Gemnite Crystal, the will of Zephyrath is heavily influenced by the Zephyr Cores, the Sacred Tree, and Sophia, which is why it's the only Zephyr monster not to belong to another archetype. But even in spite of that, Gemnite Crystal is still in there, because even though Zephyrath's effect to summon from the deck is rarely used, it's really similar to Zephyr Core's effect to summon out from the Pendulum Zone, which shows that Zephyrath is still the same person as Core, just super powered to take on Tiara. And after clearing a path by defeating Tiara, Gemnite Crystal does end up getting his happy end. Both as an engine and as a deck, Zephyr has seen a lot less competitive play in recent years due to a ton of different factors, which is honestly a shame, because a ton of the Zephyr cards showcase a ton of interesting lore and flavor of the story and even how they play. And nowhere is that more apparent than in Zephyrath, the card which makes the archetype function while also being an amazing conclusion to one part of the Dual Terminal saga. And slaying into number 8 is Master Pendulum, the Draco Slayer, who is actually Luster Pendulum after having gained the powers of the Ignite, Dynamist, and Magispector tribes, preparing to take on Vector Pendulum and as a Morphage army. Luster Pendulum Scale effect allows you to, on a soft once per turn, destroy a card in your other Pendulum zone and then add a card with the same name as that card you destroyed from your deck to your hand. But as a monster, Luster's effect is actually just a big downside because it prevents you from using Luster as material for the special summon of a Fusion, Synchro, or Xyz monster other than for a Draco Slayer monster. This effect is actually dropped completely in Master Pendulum because it doesn't have any effect at all, making the snippet of lore within its effect text technically a straight upgrade from its unevolved form, since it allows Master Pendulum to be used as Fusion, Synchro, and Xyz materials for non-Draco Slayer monsters. Meanwhile, as a scale, Master allows you to target and destroy one card in either player's Pendulum scale. Master Pendulum, as both a monster and as a scale, is supposed to represent how far Luster Pendulum has come in this particular journey to take on Vector Pendulum, his evil counterpart. As a monster, Master Pendulum has gained a greater mastery over Dragon Alchemy, and is more capable of being able to turn into a non-Draco Slayer monster as a result. And as a scale, Master's effect is meant to be a much more precise version of Luster's effect. Because, while it doesn't net you any sort of card advantage, it allows you to destroy cards in your opponent's Pendulum scales rather than your own, making it a way to deal with your opponent's Pendulum scales. This is because Master Pendulum, according to the flavor text, has gained an understanding that their powers is similar to Vector's and the Draco Fiends, and Vector's Dragon Alchemy is based around negating an opponent's Pendulum scales. But regardless of lore, the strong aspects of Luster and Master is that they both allow you to pop a card in your Pendulum scale. This is great for a ton of different Pendulum strategies, because you can fill up your extra deck with bodies to Pendulum summon out later while also triggering any on-destruction effects. This ended up being the basis behind the Tier 0 Pepe strategy in Draco Pals, where Draco Slayers saw play as an engine with Draco Face-Off, since they could just destroy cards like Plushfire with their Pendulum scale to get advantage, and allow the deck to access the Draco Slayer extra deck monsters, which were basically just excellent extenders that you could then use for rank 8 plays. And in these strategies, Master Pendulum not having the same restriction as Luster was actually a decent benefit, because it meant that if you summoned out Master, you weren't limited to only bringing out Draco Slayers, and you could use it to go into any of your other rank 4s. It being normal also meant that Rescue Rabbit could see play the strategy, allowing you to summon out 2 Master Pendulums at a time for an instant rank 4 or Dynastar power. It's strange to see that an effect monster can evolve or improve by losing its effect and becoming a normal monster, but Master Pendulum's evolution gave it a ton of interest and utility that Luster Pendulum didn't have. And setting example number 7 is Magical Abductor, a member of Endymion's forces who is the unevolved form of Magical Something, but the evolved form of Magical Exemplar. As Magical Exemplar, she has 2 effects. Her first effect makes it so that each time a spell card is activated, you must place 2 spell counters on Exemplar after the spell card resolved. And her second effect allows you to put those spell counters to good use, letting you remove any number of spell counters from her to special summon a spellcaster monster from your hand or graveyard with a level equal to the number of spell counters you removed. As a Pendulum monster, Magical Abductor's effects are actually still really similar to its original counterpart, and allow you to gain a ton of advantage off the use of spell counters both as a monster and a spell card. In the Pendulum scale, Magical Abductor has 2 effects. The first to gain you only 1 spell counter after a spell card is resolved, and the second which allows you to, on a soft once per turn, remove 3 spell counters from it to add any Pendulum monster in the game from your deck to your hand. Meanwhile, as a monster, Abductor has the same effect as its scale to gain a spell counter after a spell card resolves, and has a secondary soft once per turn effect that allows you to remove 3 spell counters, but this effect lets you add any level 1 spellcaster monster from your deck to your hand. She also has a bonus effect too, which allows her to gain an extra 100 attack per spell counter on the card. Both of these effects are really cool plays on the original Magical Exemplar, as they're both designed either around supporting spellcaster monsters and other magical arts. As a monster, this support is really explicit and allows you to search your deck for any level 1 spellcaster you can need. The most common targets for this in the modern era include Jester Confit as an extender, and Magician's Souls to draw a ton of cards. But this effect has a wide range of utility, with some other great targets being Effect Veiler, 5 Rainbow Magician, and even Drone Lockbird. As a Pendulum scale, Abductor's effect doesn't support spellcasters specifically, but instead has a much more generic effect that allows you to search for any monster that's gained the power of Pendulum. Both of these effects allow for Abductor to see a chunk of competitive success as an amazing generic tool for just about any Pendulum strategy, because it's really easy to give Magical Abductor the 3 spell counters necessary for her search, since Pendulum scales count as spell cards. This has meant that Abductor has seen play in a ton of different strategies throughout the years, both in non-spellcaster focused decks like Draco Pals and Metal Foes for her powerful scale effect, and in spellcaster focused decks for Endymion and Pendulum Magician, which can take advantage of Abductor as both a scale and as a monster. As an evolution, Magical Abductor is an amazing upgrade from its original counterpart that still keeps the same idea of using spell counters to gain advantage in some way, allowing for the ideas behind Magical Exemplar to be present in more than just spell counter based strategies like Endymion. And speaking of Endymion, counting down into number 6 is Endymion, the Mighty Master of Magic. the Pendulum evolution of Endymion, the Master Magician, after gaining greater mastery over these spell counters and unlocking the power of the Pendulum. The original Endymion is a level 7 spellcaster that you can special summon out from your hand by removing 6 spell counters from a magical city of Endymion that you control. And if you summon it with this method, you get to target any spell card in your graveyard and add it to your hand. It also has a second on-field effect that, on a soft once per turn, lets you discard any spell card to use Endymion's magic to target a card in the field and destroy it. Now, Mighty Master actually has a ton of similar effects to its original counterpart, despite how much more complex it is. In the Pendulum scale, Mighty Master can summon itself out from the Pendulum Zone by removing 6 spell counters from anywhere on the field. Then you get to destroy cards in the field up to the number of spell counters you removed. And after that, you then get to place spell counters onto Endymion equal to the number of cards you destroyed, letting you use Endymion's magic in a new age. Mighty Master can even let you add any normal spell card from your deck to your hand if it happens to be destroyed by battle as a monster, just like how the original Endymion let you add any spell card from your graveyard whenever it was summoned by its own effect. But just like with Magical Abductor, Endymion's use of spell counters has grown a lot more proficient, and as a result, he's gained a few new effects. As a monster, Endymion can't be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's card effects, and if a spell or trap card or effect is activated, you can use Endymion's quick effect to return a card with a spell counter that you control to your hand to negate the activation of that card and destroy it, and then put counters onto Endymion equal to the number of spell counters that card you return your hand had. These new effects showcase that not only has Endymion mastered magic to such a degree that he can protect himself, but he can counter an opponent's spell as well. But it's all of these effects together that made Mighty Master the premier boss monster of its own Pendulum archetype, Endymion. A deck dedicated to flooding the field with a ton of spell counters by using a bunch of different spell cards and to abuse the explosive effects of the Endymion monsters. And because it's so easy to gain a ton of spell counters, Endymion is insane as both an end board piece and as a form of removal, letting you negate an opponent's spell and trap card as a monster, or by wiping up to 6 cards your opponent controls when placed in the scale, letting you use Mighty Master in a similar way to how you might have used your original counterpart as a removal tool, just a lot more beefed up and easier to use. Endymion is an amazing example of an evolution done right. It's an amazing upgrade of its original counterpart that takes every one of its effects and amps it up to 11 to make it truly worthy of the title of a boss monster. And it does this all while keeping the same spirit and ideas from its original form alive. And at number 5, we have Chaos Emperor Dragon, the Dragon of Armageddon. The Pendulum upgraded one of the most iconic and feared monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End. The original Chaos Emperor Dragon couldn't be normal summon or set, but could be special summon by banishing one light and dark monster from your graveyard, and was famous for its devastating game-ending effect, which allowed you to pay 1,000 life points in order to make both players send all cards from their hand and field to the graveyard. Then inflict 30 damage to your opponent for each card sent to the graveyard in this way. Back in 2004, this effect didn't have any kind of restriction on it, which meant that you could use the effect of Chaos Emperor Dragon while you controlled a Sandgan or Witch of the Black Forest in order to add Yada Garasu from your deck to your hand to set up the infamous Yada log. But in the modern era, Chaos Emperor Dragon received an errata that made it so you couldn't activate any other cards or effects the turn you use the effect of Chaos Emperor Dragon, which pretty much made it a shadow of its former self that'll likely never see competitive play again because of how awkward it is to use. Thankfully though, the Pendulum Chaos Emperor manages to recapture some of its original former glory. Chaos Emperor cannot be normal summoned or set, it must be special summoned from your hand or extra deck by banishing light and dark monsters from your graveyard, but you can only summon Chaos Emperor Dragon once per turn this way. Then, once it's on the field, you can pay half your life points to send as many cards as you control as possible, other than cards in the extra monster zone, to the graveyard. Then you can send cards your opponent controls to the graveyard equal to the number of cards you sent to the grave. And instead of going to the graveyard, a special summoned Chaos Emperor Dragon returns to the bottom of the deck once it leaves the field. As a scale though, Chaos Emperor's effect is actually pretty unique and works really well with the Chaos strategies, allowing you to target a banished dragon and add it to your hand while destroying Chaos Emperor in the process and putting it into your extra deck face up. Now, it is really cute that Pendulum Chaos Emperor's monster's effect is based entirely as a variation off of the original Chaos Emperor, but even though Pendulum Chaos Emperor's effect is a decent form of removal, it still doesn't compare to the almighty power of the uneroded Chaos Emperor Dragon, since it's more difficult to use, doesn't hand loop your opponent, and isn't even a guaranteed wipe of their entire field. When the original Chaos Emperor came into the field, it stayed true to its name as a signifier of the end times, as it pretty much meant you were winning the duel. The new Chaos Emperor Dragon can technically be used in a similar fashion as a way to close out games, but it's definitely a lot weaker as a boss monster. But even though Pendulum Chaos Emperor only captures a fraction of Chaos Emperor Dragon's power as a monster, most of the card's strength is actually in its Pendulum effect, because this effect allows you to gain free follow-up and card advantage in Chaos Attribute Dragon decks, and is why Chaos Emperor Dragon is a common feature in a deck like Dragon Link and Bistio Control, 2 non-pendulum decks that really value the effects to recur the dragons after they've been banished by a Chaos Baby or by the effects of a Bestial. And even though this ends up destroying Chaos Emperor in the process, you don't lose anything from this effect because you can still summon it out from your face-up extra deck to the extra monster zone or a zone of link monster points to, making it an amazing extender. Chaos Emperor might not be as strong of a boss monster as its original counterpart, but its monster effect is still a cool smile and a reminder of one of the most terrifying monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. And while its role as an extender is a lot different to how Chaos Emperor Dragon was used, it still carries on the legacies of Chaos and Armageddon with it in a new form more suited for the modern day. And bringing us back to the Endymion lore at number 4 is Mythical Beast Jackal King, the boss monster of the Pendulum Mythical Beast archetype, which is actually an entire archetype composed of pendulum evolutions of Mythical Beast Jackal after being heavily experimented on by the Mythical Institution. True to its role in the lore, the original Jackal's 2 effects are based around assisting to and enabling the other Mythical Beast pendulum monsters. Its scale effect can only be activated if you don't have another card in your pendulum zone. It allows you to target a card in the field that you can place a spell counter on and place 1 spell counter on it while destroying Jackal in the process. But as a monster, Jackal has an effect that allows it to gain a spell counter each time a spell card resolves. And if you manage to rack up 3 spell counters, you can remove those counters and tribute Jackal to summon out any Mythical Beast monster from your deck. Now, because every Mythical Beast monster is part Jackal, their scale effects are really similar to the original counterpart, allowing you to destroy the card in the scale in order to gain some advantage or using cards that can gain spell counters. In the case of Jackal King, its scale effect lets you destroy it, and if you have no cards in your other pendulum zone, then you can special summon out any Mythical Beast pendulum monster from your extra deck other than Jackal King himself. And as a monster, Jackal King has an effect to gain 2 spell counters after a spell card is resolved, and a quick effect that lets you put those counters to good use, because whenever your opponent activates a monster effect, you can remove 2 counters from Jackal King to negate the activation and destroy the card. This monster effect is the reason most strategies saw competitive value in Jackal King, because if you can bring it to the field and activate any spell card or pendulum scale, you got an amazingly strong monster negate to act as interruption during your opponent's turn. This made Jackal King a really great tool in a ton of different pendulum strategies from the likes of Endymion, Pendulum Magician, and even to some Metal Foes builds. Jackal King's scale effect was also a really strong tool too, and formed the basis of a really tight and compact Mythical Beast engine, where you'd want to play 3 Master Cerberus in order to search out Jackal King, then use the effect of Jackal King to summon up Master Cerberus from the extra deck to put a free bot on board while preparing Jackal King to be pendulum summoned out of your next deck later. The cute thing about this particular effect is that it actually mirrors its original Jackal form, because while Jackal's monster effect allows you to summon a monster from your deck, Jackal King's scale effect summons out from your extra deck, which is actually a really neat evolution of the original effect, which shows a greater strength and power of Pendulum, while its new monster effect showcases just how strong the Jackal's magic has become. Jackal King is an amazing boss monster and one that puts Mythical Beasts on the map as an engine for other Pendulum decks to use because of its great negate and scale effect that was inspired by its original form. And despite Jackal seeing less play than its royal counterpart, the extra flavor it adds to the card by existing is honestly just really cool. And taking the number 3 spot on this list, we have Archfiend Eccentric, the Pendulum evolution and the light counterpart of Archfiend Eris. Eris actually has a relatively simple effect that can only be activated whenever it's destroyed by battle or card effect, which lets you add any Archfiend card from your deck to your hand except Eris itself. But Eccentric actually differs from Eris quite a bit with unique effects that work quite differently from her original counterpart. In the Pendulum scale, Eccentric lets you target another spell or trap card in the field, destroy both the card you targeted and Eccentric herself. As a monster, Eccentric lets you tribute it for cost to target another monster in the field to destroy it. Essentially, as a spell, Eccentric is removal for back row, and as a monster, she's removal for other monsters. At first glance, it appears that these effects don't really share any distinct relation, with Eris being a way to search out and start your plays, and Eccentric just being removal, with their only real commonality being their designs and archetype. But these two cards actually share a key theme in their effects because they both represent important moves when playing chess. Archfiend as an archetype encompasses a lot of different themes and ideas, being one of the biggest archetypes in the game that also happens to include Summoned Skull and Red Dragon Archfiend. But one of the themes the deck has returned to a couple of times is representing a chess game, with 2 different series of Archfiend monsters representing different pieces on the chessboard. In the second series, Eris represents the pawn that would eventually promote into the queen, with her effect being a reference to a gambit, a move where you sacrifice a piece in order to gain some kind of advantage. In chess, it will be in a better position, but in Yu-Gi-Oh, Eris was instead sacrificed by the likes of Infernity in order to add Infernity Archfiend from your deck to your hand. Eccentric carries these same ideas but is used in a completely different way, because each of her effects are instead used to trade 1-for-1 with your opponent's cards, which also just so happens to be another key component of chess, since you need to trade down your pieces of equal value with your opponent in order to reach an endgame. Eccentric lets you do this in 2 different ways, letting you trade off your Eccentric for an opponent's skill drain or TCBOO, trading a scale for a spell or trap. While as a monster, you're trading your Eccentric for an opponent's boss monster. The theme of trading 1-for-1 is precisely why Eccentric has been such a notable tool in pendulum strategies throughout the years. Since drawing it means you either have a decently strong skill to perform a pendulum summon, or you can trade with your opponent's back row and interaction for free, making it a really versatile and solid inclusion in just about any pendulum strategy. But even in non-pendulum focused decks, Eccentric still sees a solid amount of play, and it's currently one of the best staples for Super Heavy Samurai because it's a way to remove your opponent's spell and trap cards without putting a spell in your graveyard, since it's technically counted as a monster. And speaking of Super Heavy Samurai, and defending their title, the number 2 spot on this list, we have Super Heavy Samurai Monk Big Benkei. A strong part of the recent wave of Super Heavy Samurai support that's actually based on the Super Heavy's original boss monster, Super Heavy Samurai Big Benkei. And as the deck's original boss monster, Big Benkei encapsulates Gong Strong's original heavy strong style, a type of dueling strategy taught by Gong's family and dojo that forgoes spell and trap cards entirely to focus on powerful defensive main deck monsters. Big Benkei shows off the power of the style with a whopping 3,500 defense, a relevant stat because not only can you change Benkei to defense position when it's summoned, it also allows all Super Heavy Samurai monsters, including itself, to declare attacks while in face-up defense position. But Super Heavy Samurai Monk Big Benkei is actually incredibly different from its original form in both its scale and monster effect. Its monster effect can be activated if you don't have any spell trap cards in your graveyard, and lets you send the original Big Benkei from your hand or deck to the graveyard in order to special summon Monk Big Benkei from your hand. With its only other effect being that when it's used as a synchro material and added to the face-up extra deck, you can put Big Benkei to your pendulum zone. Which you want to do because if Monk Big Benkei is in the pendulum scale while you control Super Heavy Samurai monster, you can add one Super Heavy Samurai Soul monster from your deck to your hand. These effects are definitely very different from its original counterpart, but there's a good reason for it. You see, in the anime, with Gong Strong's heavy strong style, the way that Super Heavy Samurai was initially played was by summoning Big Benkei to the field, and then equipped with a bunch of different Super Heavy Samurai Soul monsters to give it various powerful effects, from defensive buffs to being able to attack twice, and even protection from battle. This brought Gong a small amount of success, but this style of dueling wasn't enough to be able to keep up with the rapidly growing power and those around that played fusions, synchros, Xyzs, and pendulum strategies, as Gong would find out after narrowly managing to draw with Kit Blade, a synchro duelist. And as a result, Gong asked Kit to train him in the ways of synchro summoning, fusing it with his heavy strong style, making way for a new Super Heavy Samurai boss monster, Super Heavy Samurai Warlord Sasunuo, a boss monster that was even capable of pushing yugioh to his limits. This led to Big Benkei's role in the deck, both the anime and TCG being a lot less prominent, as instead of relying on Big Benkei to finish games, you can just go into your easier to bring out synchro monsters that have more beneficial effects. Super Heavy Samurai Monk Big Benkei shows an understanding that Big Benkei is no longer the ultimate boss of the archetype, where you send the old ways of Super Heavies to the graveyard by foolishing Big Benkei to bring out Monk, a version of Big Benkei who lives a more peaceful life, even having dropped its effect to be able to attack while in defense position entirely. But even though Monk Big Benkei is no longer a boss monster, it's an amazing enabler, and one that's centered entirely around supporting this newer heavy strong style. Its second monster effect incentivizes its use as synchro material, so that you can put it back into the scale later to perform a pendulum summon. And in the pendulum zone, its effect is actually really cute as it references the original Big Benkei's affinity and playstyle with the Super Heavy Samurai Soul monsters, allowing you to add one of those equipped monsters to your hand. But instead of supporting Big Benkei, these cards you add are designed to help your other Super Heavy Samurai monsters instead. The effect is actually a linchpin of the Super Heavy Samurai engine because after you use the scale effect of Prodigy, you can place Monk Benkei into your scale, and then because you control Prodigy, you can use this effect to add whatever soul card you need at any given time. If you wanted an extra search for any Super Heavy Samurai monster, you could search for Soul Piercer to link it off. Or if you wanted to summon out a Super Heavy directly from your deck, you could grab Soul Peacemaker. Or if you wanted an extra extender, you can go into rank 4 or Synchro 8s without your normal summon, you can go for Soul Gaia Booster. Super Heavy Samurai Monk is one of the coolest evolutions in the game, because even though its effect is completely different from its original counterpart, it's one of the only examples of an evolution understanding how its own role has changed and gives way to new Super Heavy Samurai boss monsters, while it sits back in the scale supporting them peacefully. And it's really cute that this main way of getting into Big Benkei is with Prodigy, who's essentially a Super Heavy Samurai version of yugioh, showcasing the friendship between the two and how yugioh's strength as a duelist also inspired Gong's growth, as well as paved way for a new future for Super Heavy Samurai as a deck. And visiting from the stars at number 1 is Astrograph Sorcerer, one of the ace monsters of the antagonist of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 series, Zark. Astrograph Sorcerer is a level 7 Dark Spellcaster monster with 2500 attack, which essentially made it Zark's version of Dark Magician. As a monster, it has 2 effects. The first can be activated in hand whenever a card you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, and lets you choose a monster in your graveyard, extra deck, or banished card that was destroyed this turn, then add one monster with the same name as that monster from your deck to your hand. But while Astrograph Sorcerer is on the field, you can activate its effect to banish it and a Pendulum Dragon, Xyz Dragon, Synchro Dragon, and Fusion Dragon monster from your hand, field, or graveyard to special summon out Supreme King Zark from your extra deck. This effect is meant to translate the way Astrograph worked in the anime over to the TCG, but Astrograph's Pendulum effect is actually entirely unique because, in the anime, Astrograph isn't a Pendulum monster at all. It's actually just a regular effect monster. So Astrograph's Pendulum effect is entirely unique and is actually centered around supporting one of its original counterparts, Stargazer Magician, because this skill you can choose to destroy Astrograph Sorcerer to either place Stargazer Magician in your Pendulum Zone or special summon it. Now, Stargazer and Time Gazer are among the first Pendulum monsters ever made, so their effects are amazing, both in the scale and as monsters. But even with that being the case, there are some similarities between their effects and Astrograph's. Stargazer's monster effect, like Astrograph, triggers whenever a monster is removed from the field. In this case, it's whenever a Pendulum monster is returned to the hand, which lets you summon the monster back to the field. While Time Gazer's monster effect is based around stopping destruction, because the first time a card in the Pendulum Zone would be destroyed by an opponent's card effect, it's not destroyed. And as pendulums, Stargazer and Time Gazer have similar effects to one another. To activate Time Gazer, you must control no monsters, and if a Pendulum monster battles your opponent, they can't activate trap cards until the end of the damage step. Stargazer can be activated at any time, and if a Pendulum monster you control battles your opponent, they can't activate spell cards instead. And both Stargazer and Time Gazer became a scale 4 if you don't have a Magician or Odd Eyes card in your other scale. Like how Zark is the true form of Yugioh, Yuto, Yugioh, and Yuri, Astrograph Sorcerer is supposed to represent the true combined form of Stargazer and Time Gazer, who, like their owner, was split into multiple parts after Zark's first defeat at the hands of Rei Akaba. As a result, its primary monster effect is basically just a stronger version of Stargazer's effect, where instead of triggering when a card is returned to the hand, it triggers whenever a card is destroyed. Both let you restore the monster in some way, with Stargazer returning it to the field and Astrograph adding another copy of the monster to your hand. This link between the cards is a lot more apparent in the anime, where Astrograph lets you place the card that was destroyed back into the zone it was in before it got popped, instead of letting you add a card from your deck to your hand. But this change ended up being a huge benefit, and is part of the reason why Astrograph saw a ton of competitive play in the OCG and TCG and Pendulum-based strategies, because of its particular synergy with Heavy Metal Foe's Electromite. Because, with Electromite, you can add Astrograph Sorcerer to your face-up extra deck on its Link Summit, then pop a Pendulum scale you control to add the Astrograph Sorcerer from your extra deck to your hand, then use the effect of Astrograph in hand to summon it out, and add another card from your deck to your hand, which gave you a free search, a free body in the extra deck, and a Link monster with 2 downward pointing arrows, all of which were vital for Pendulum strategies after being nerfed by Master Rule 4. Now, Astrograph's other effects aren't really too relevant in the competitive metagame, but they are at least cute references to its original counterpart and role in the anime. Its Pendulum effects require Astrograph to be destroyed in order for Stargazer to be brought out, like how in the anime, Astrograph had to be split apart to birth the new magicians, while its second monster effect is precisely how Zark managed to fuse with the Dimension Dragons after turning evil, forming the Supreme King Zark to terrorize the world. With how powerful Astrograph monster's effect is, it's no wonder he became the world's greatest duelist in the original dimension. And even in our world, Astrograph Sorcerer was deemed too powerful at 3 copies, and has spent a ton of time with the Forbidden Limited list for the absurd potential advantage this card can provide, since its search effect is not once per turn. And with the eventual release of the upcoming Zark support, as well as yet another Pendulum evolution of Astrograph, the Supreme King and his cards are only going to grow even stronger. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, cards will get erratas to their effects for a number of reasons. Usually it's to clean up their card text so it's not so long and convoluted, and sometimes it's to change effects or add limitations. And in this list we'll go over 10 of the cards who had the most amount of changes for whatever reasons. And at number 10, we have Kinetic Soldier. When this card was first released, it had the effect where, when this card battles with a warrior-type monster, increase the attack and defense of this monster by 2,000 points only during damage calculation, which is a pretty easy to understand effect, even with its old wording on it. So in its first errata, its effect was changed to be a little bit more simplified, which simply says, when battling a warrior-type monster, this card gains 2,000 attack and defense during damage calculation only. So basically, same thing, just less words, and that'll be the gist of a lot of these cards on this list. And I won't bore you by reading out every single little change. There was one other little thing about this card though. Its attribute was changed from Earth to Light. Yeah, that doesn't happen very often. It is incredibly rare that a card's attribute or type changes during an errata, and Kinetic Soldier was one of those very few cards, because it was given out as a World Championship promotional card, and then when they released it in normal packs, they gave it an updated card text and a completely different attribute. But that's not all. This card has had a total of 5 erratas to it, which make it tied with the bottom 4 spots on this list, as this card got another errata, where its attribute was changed back to Earth, and a comma was removed from its card text. Now, you see what happened was they accidentally changed its attribute to light. It was supposed to be an earth monster all along, and this has only happened one other time with Nitro Warrior, where it was originally printed as a fire type and then was misprinted in its second set to be of the wind attribute. So even though there's two different versions of Kinetic Soldier out there with two different attributes, all of the other erratas have earth as well, so that's the attribute it's supposed to be. Although Kinetic Soldier's erratas don't stop there. It got a third errata to update its problem-solving card text, then a fourth errata to do it again, and then a fifth errata which changed its name from Kinetic Soldier to Cypher Soldier. Because you see, in Japanese, its name is actually supposed to be Cypher Scout. And with the new Cypher archetype being released, Cypher Soldier retroactively gained a whole bunch of new support cards, which didn't actually work on him since his name was Kinetic Soldier. So when they release cards like Cypher Wing, which has the effects that interact with Cypher monsters, it had to specifically state that it works on Cypher monsters or Kinetic Soldier, since it was supposed to be part of that archetype. So instead of having little stipulations to every single Cypher card, they just changed the name of Kinetic Soldier to Cypher Soldier, which they were much more willing to do nowadays than they were in the past. So Cypher Soldier has had a colorful history of changes, despite the fact that its effect has not changed a single time over all 5 of its erratas. And at number 9, we have Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End. This card received a total of 5 erratas, and most of them were just fixing its text, since it's such an old card and had some of that old textbook wording, where in its very first version it forgot to say that it cannot be normal summoned or set. So in its original text was that it could be special summoned from your hand by banishing a light and dark monster from your graveyard. And then you could pay 1,000 life points to send all cards in the field and in both players' hands to the graveyard, then inflict 300 points of damage to your opponent for each card sent to the graveyard by this effect. And this ultra-powerful card basically created the ban list just so they could get rid of that card from the game. Then, even though this card was banned for so long, it kept getting re-released, and then they would update its card text, where they basically just gave it proper problem-solving card text, all the way until its 5th errata, where they completely changed its effect. It still had the same summoning condition, but it had a little restriction added to it. One of them was that it only inflicted 300 points of damage to your opponent for each card sent to your opponent's graveyard by its effect, rather than all cards sent to the graveyard. And its other new restriction was you cannot activate other cards or effects during the turn you use this card's effect. It was due to this huge restriction to this card that it actually got unbanned, since part of the reason this card was so strong was its combo potential to completely screw your opponent over. Not being able to use any other card effects the turn you use its effect meant you couldn't use the card during the same turn you set up your graveyard, nor could you use any other card effects after using this effect, which essentially turned its original combo potential into a 3-turn strategy, which significantly slowed it down to the point where it's no longer broken. Not quite a whole bunch of colorful changes like what Cypher Soldier got, but this card did have its effect changed, while also receiving a whole bunch of updates its original effect before they threw that out. And at number 8, we have Ryko, the Lightsworn Hunter. This is a flip effect monster who's had a total of 5 erratas in his lifetime. Now, this is an interesting card. It basically got a buff to its effect with its errata, while also not really changing what this card was meant to do. So, in its original form, this card had a flip effect, where when it was flipped face up, you could use its effect to target one card in the field and destroy it, then send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard, which was actually a pretty powerful effect back in the day. And Lightsworn decks love to send cards from their deck to the graveyard, and destroying cards is always good. In fact, it's partly because of Ryko that people started setting their spell and trap cards during their main phase 2, because if they set them during main phase 1, they could be destroyed if they attacked into this card. And in its original text, the way it destroyed the card was just by saying it can destroy one card in the field, so in its first errata, it was changed to say you can select one card in the field and destroy it, which was then changed in its second errata to you can target one card on the field. Basically, its effect was changed to say that this card does in fact target, in order to remove some ruling confusions, as back in the day, not every card which could target said that it could target. Then, in its third errata, its effect was changed to say that after you destroy a card, send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard, in order to remove any other kind of ruling confusions. Because you see, the fact that this card had an effect which happened immediately after it destroyed a card meant it could cause other cards to miss timing. I remember back in the days of Yu-Gi-Oh! Online, when I was playing my Shining Hero Gate deck, which revolved around Elemental Hero the Shining, it had a floating effect which would activate when it was destroyed. That would allow you to add 2 Elemental Heroes that were banished to your hand. And I always hated attacking into Raikou because they would always destroy my Shining and cause it to miss its timing, so it wouldn't be able to add any cards back. And a lot of cards missed timing back in the day. So this card really got people to know the rules a lot better when it comes to timing, and the difference between when and if effects. Then, in its fourth errata, they really drove home the fact that the effects happen back to back, so that they can force cards to miss timing, as it was changed to say, apply these effects in sequence, target a card in the field and destroy it, then send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. That was all the way until its fifth errata, where they completely changed their mind on this long-standing effect, and did 3 things to the card. First, they gave it a flip type distinction, next to the fact that it was a beast and effect monster, since flip effect monsters themselves are their own special type of monster, and benefit from a whole bunch of support which specifically only works on flip monsters. Then, they changed its effect to apply both of its effects simultaneously, and this little ruling makes it so it no longer causes Elemental Hero the Shining to miss its timing, since it would destroy the card and send 3 cards from your top of the deck to the graveyard at the exact same time. However, at the same time, they gave it a buff, where the card no longer targets. The card now just destroys 1 card on the field, which means it can now destroy cards which are normally untargetable, like Obelisk the Tormentor for example, where in the past they would have been immune to this card's effect since it had to target. So that's why this card is a little weird. They simultaneously nerf the effect by having them both happen simultaneously, after having 2 iterations of this card specifically saying that they happen in sequence. And then they buff the card by removing its targeting condition after having 2 different versions of this card specifically changed to say that it does target. Basically, its last errata was just to completely undo everything that was set up by its first 4, in order to basically give it a new effect that also basically does the same thing, and the card doesn't really see play in Lightsworn decks anymore, so it doesn't really matter anyway. And at number 7, we have Toon World. This card had a total of 5 erratas, plus 1 if you count the errata this card had before it was translated into English in the TCG, giving it a total of 6 erratums. Now, the very first effect of Toon World, it had the effect where you had to pay 1,000 life points to activate the card. Then, you had to pay 500 life points during each of your standby phases to keep the card on the field. And if the card on the field was destroyed, you would gain all the life points back that you had paid for its maintenance cost. And in the first errata of this card, they changed all of that effect into just pay 1,000 life points to activate this card, which is quite the change in card text. And that's the version we got in English in the very first set that it was released. And then the card just got a whole bunch of updates to its card text, basically just different versions of wording of the card in the exact same way. And it was all very simple, just pay 1,000 life points to keep this card on the field. With some small changes, like changing the text that it was a magic card into a spell card, when they did that for all spell cards back in the day. And nothing else really happened with this card. It's kind of amazing this card got so many erratas without changing its effect, but I guess it's kind of standard practice for cards that are iconic. And at number 6, we have Future Fusion. This card has had a total of 6 erratas, but only 1 effect change. In its original form, the effect of this card was basically, after the card was activated, you choose a fusion monster and then send the materials of that fusion monster from your deck to the graveyard. Then, 2 standby phases after you activate this card, you would special summon that fusion monster and attach this card to it. And Future Fusion was really good in decks that wanted to get a whole bunch of cards in the graveyard immediately, so it was banned after a couple of years. Although it wasn't banned immediately, and it did stay around for a while, so we got some erratas to the card text. One that changed the text which told you to select a fusion monster from your fusion deck into the extra deck, back when they changed the name of the fusion deck to the extra deck. Then it just got a couple of other updates in similar veins, until its 5th errata, when they actually changed its effect. Its effect was still basically the same. You got to bring out a fusion monster after 2 standby phases. However, the difference was, you didn't actually send the monsters from your deck to the graveyard until 1 standby phase after you activated the card, instead of sending them all there immediately after using the card. So with this change, your opponent would have a full turn to destroy this card in order to prevent you from sending cards from your deck to the graveyard, which gave it enough counterplay where they were able to unban this card and eventually unlimit it, since that slowed it down enough where people just didn't play the card anymore. And then after its 5th errata, it got 1 more errata to shorten the text of graveyard to GY, and that's it. Not all these erratas are super interesting. I'd say a vast majority of them are just normal text changes, but even with just normal text changes, this is one of the most errated cards in the game. And at number 5, we have Brain Control. This card is at a grand total of 6 erratas, with one of them being a change to the card's mechanics. Now, in the first form of this card, it had the effect to pay 800 life points to select and take control of one face-up monster on your opponent's side of the field until the end phase. This card was then changed over the years to kind of clean up its card text a little, changing the word select to target, changing the word life points to LP, and a few other minor changes until its 6th errata, where this card was given a limitation, where you can only target a monster your opponent controls that can be normal summoned or set. Essentially, this makes it so you can't steal extra deck monsters with this card anymore, and was enough of a nerf to the card that it was able to be unbanned, and currently sees almost no competitive play at all, despite the fact that previously weaker versions of this card, like Mind Control, are currently limited to 1 for being too useful. This was just another case of a very iconic card, which was also a banned card that got re-released a whole bunch of times. They just updated its card text with problem-solving card text stuff before nerfing its effect with an errata. And at number 4, we have Y Dragonhead. This card has had a total of 6 erratas, with a change to the card's type, and a very rare buff to its effect. Now, the original version of this card was pretty standard Union Monster stuff. You could equip it to its specific Union Monster equip card, which in Y Dragonhead's case was X Head Cannon, and while it was equipped to that monster, it gained 400 attack and defense. If that monster would be destroyed by battle, you could destroy the equipped card instead, and once per turn, it could special summon itself as an equipped card to your side of the field, although not on the same turn that it equipped itself, and you can only have one Union Monster equipped to a monster at a time. That's a pretty long mouthful of card text to basically say this card can only equip itself to one specific monster, and that one specific monster will just gain 400 attack and defense. Of course, there was other uses to this card other than its pretty mediocre Union effect, but those don't really have too much to do with its erratas. Now, a lot of the erratas to this card were just cleaning up its text to explain what it does in less words, or to clarify some things. Like in some of its older card texts, it would say that it could become a monster again, when referring to its effect as special summon itself as an equip card, which is a pretty funny card text if you ask me. Anyways, nothing really changed about this card all the way until its 6th errata, where this card was given the effect tag, as before this errata it only had machine/union in its card text, and kind of left out the fact that it was also an effect monster. Pretty minor thing that didn't really change anything. There was one other thing that did change with this card in its 6th errata, and that was the removal of the "a monster can only be equipped with one Union Monster at a time" clause. You see, before this errata, pretty much all Union Monsters had that little clause to their effect, and it was when they started releasing the ABC Dragon Buster cards that they just retroactively removed this restriction from Y Dragonhead and Z Metal Tank, who actually shares a spot on the list for having the exact same changes done to that card as a way to kind of buff Union Monsters. Since Union Monsters were almost never played for their Union effects, there wasn't really a reason to have that restriction on them anymore. So with them releasing a new set with good Union Monsters and cards, they buffed the 2 Union cards which also benefited from that new wave of support, by removing the restriction on their Union equips. This, however, does not retroactively remove the restrictions to all Union Monsters though. If a card says in its card text that only one Union Monster can be equipped at a time, then that's still the case. So a new wave Union Monster can be equipped to the same monster as another new wave Union Monster, but if they have an old wave Union Monster equipped to them, then you cannot equip one of the new waves to it as well, as the old one will restrict you from adding any other Union Monsters to them. Although Union Monsters are pretty bad, so no one's really using the old ones anyway, so this isn't really a concern. And at number 3, we have Catapult Turtle. This card has had a total of 6 erratas, with one of them changing the functionality of the card. The first version of this card was overly worded to explain its effect, which was pretty common in the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh! They basically had to explain some of the rules of the game in the card text. So its very first version read, offer one monster on your side of the field as a tribute to inflict direct damage equal to half of the tribute monster's attack to your opponent's life points. Monsters used for a tribute summon or that are offered as tributes due to other card effects are excluded. So in the first errata of this card, they just removed that last sentence completely, as it's not needed. They also removed the offer one monster on your side of the field as a tribute thing to just tribute one monster, like they did with all other cards that told you to offer a monster as a tribute. And then they turned the direct damage into just inflict damage, since all effect damage is basically direct damage. It wasn't really needed to explain that on the card text. Then it got a couple of other minor tweaks to it, with its 5th errata stating that it inflicts damage to your opponent equal to the tribute monster's attack on the field, which could be a buff to the card depending on how you look on it, as most cards that inflict damage based on a monster's attack only count their attack from the graveyard. And then its 6th errata was a nerf to its effect, as they slapped a soft once per turn on it. Whereas before, you could use its effect as many times per turn as you wanted, and it was involved in some FTKs in the past, so giving it a once per turn on its effect basically stopped that from happening completely, and you'd have to use something like Cannon Soldier instead. And at number 2, we have the Twin-Headed Behemoth, who got a grand total of 7 erratas. One of them used to change its card effect in order to resolve a Ruling's Nightmare that this card created with its old text. Now, in its original card text, it stated that if this monster is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, this monster will be special summoned with an attack and defense of 1000 during the end phase of the turn. And then it also went on to say this effect can only be used once during the current duel, making this the first card in the game which had a once per duel effect, which is why they didn't really word this card correctly. Because you see, based on its wording, this copy of the card could only use the effect once per duel. But if you had other copies of the card, then those would also all have their own once per duel effects. So essentially, you could use the effect 3 times per duel if you had 3 copies. Where this caused a Ruling's Nightmare is, what do you do if one of the cards is returned to your deck? How do you keep track of which ones have already activated their effects that duel? Which is why they tried to rectify this card by a whole bunch of erratas and by limiting the card to 1 per deck. So its first change was you can only use the effect once in the duel, which still had the same problems as the original text. It just cleared up the card text a little. In its 4th errata, it was changed to, each player can only use the effect of Twin-Headed Behemoth once per duel, which did finally fix the problem. They basically invented the hard once per turn clause, which involves literally printing the name of the card in the card's text to signify that you can only use the effects of that card's name once per duel. Then in its 6th errata, they removed the each player part and just said that you can only use the effect of Twin-Headed Behemoth once per duel, since the wording implied that your opponent could use it as well. And in its 7th and final errata, all they did was clarify its conditions for activating its effect, saying that if this card is sent to the graveyard because it was destroyed on the field and sent there this turn, then you could use its effect. So they only changed the functionality of this card one time when they properly gave it a hard once per duel effect, since you can't really have soft once per duel effects like it originally had, which it wasn't supposed to have, and only had those rulings because they kind of made the card incorrectly. This is one of the few times where a card was placed on the ban list because of its card text being too confusing. And at number 1, we have Necro Valley, who has had a grand total of 7 erratas. However, the functionality of this card changed about just as many times as its text. In its first version, the card was a magic card, which had the effect that, as long as this card remains face up on the field, all effects of magic, trap, or effect cards that involve graveyards are negated, and neither player can remove cards in the graveyard from play. In addition, increase the attack and defense of all monsters that include Gravekeeper in their card name by 500. So its original card text was kind of vague in what it actually did, as it just negated the effects of cards which involved the graveyard, which could really mean anything. Like, if you discard a card, does that mean it involves the graveyard? So a lot of the erratas of this card was to more or less really crack down on what exactly that line of text meant. So in its first errata, all mentions of magic cards were just changed to spell card, so nothing really changed there. It wasn't until its second errata where they started clarifying its card text a little, where now it said cards that affect a card or cards in the graveyard are negated, rather than cards that simply involve the graveyard. So simplifying it to cards that affect the graveyard does kind of limit the scope a little bit more than just cards that involve it, but it doesn't stop there. In its third errata, they removed a couple of sentences that weren't really needed, like how this card needs to be face up on the field, and that it increases the attack of Gravekeeper monsters, rather than being specific that it affects monsters with Gravekeeper in their card name. In its fourth errata, its effect was changed to negate the effects of cards that target a card in either player's graveyard, and that cards from either player's graveyards could not be removed from play. As before, it only ever talked about the graveyard, and never really specified if it worked for both players' graveyards. And it also changed the wording to cards which target stuff in the graveyard, rather than things that simply affect cards in the graveyard, which more significantly narrowed down what this card actually did once again. In its fifth errata, its effect was changed to, cards in either player's graveyards cannot be affected by card effects except for their own effects, which really seemed like a step backwards in trying to specify what this card was, as it went back to cards that affect the graveyard, rather than stuff that targets cards in the graveyard. And it did also exclude monsters who affect themselves in the graveyard, which meant monsters could activate their graveyard effects in a limited capacity. Then, what do you know? In its sixth errata, it got another clarification to its card text. or a change actually, where its new effect was negate any card effect which would move a card in the graveyard, other than itself, to a different place. It still had the effect where cards cannot be banished from the graveyard, so this allowed you to activate more graveyard effects than previously, like Glow Up Bulb for example. But a lot of graveyard effects require you to banish themselves in order to activate their effects, so it still shut down most of those. But it was a lot more specific on what it actually did now, as it's a lot easier to quantify effects that move cards around, rather than what it means to affect cards in the graveyard. Then, in its 7th errata, it got a change again. Or a buff, actually. It still had the same effects as the 6th errata, cards in the graveyard cannot be banished, negate any card effects that would move cards in the graveyard somewhere else, but they removed the effect of cards being allowed to move themselves, which meant no more Glow Up Bulb effects. And on top of that, they gave it an extra effect to negate any card effect that changes types or attributes in the graveyard, which seems to be specifically designed to counter cards like Zombie World, which changes the types of all monsters in the graveyards to zombie type. And because of this 7th errata, this is one of the few cards in the game to actually receive a buff through its errata, as most of the times cards only ever get nerfs if an errata changes the card's functionality. And the only thing that stayed consistent about this card's effects for all of its erratas was the fact that it always gave Gravekeeper monsters 500 attack and defense, and it always prevented cards in the graveyard from being banished. It was the other effect of stopping cards from working with the graveyard that took a few tries for them to finally get it right, which easily makes Necro Valley the most changed card in the game, as almost all of its erratas were more than just simple text changes to decrease the bloat of extra words for the card, and basically changed how the card functioned multiple times over its lifespan, to the point where I'm pretty sure Necro Valley has had the most effect changes of any other card in the game, as well as having the most erratas. Konami often makes mistakes with card design, which is why the Forbidden Limited list exists in the first place. However, sometimes they attempt to fix these cards by changing how they work instead of limiting how players use it, for the better or for the worse. And in this video, we've gone over some of Konami's worst attempts at erratating cards to balance them out. Starting us off at number 10, we have Treeborn Frog. This is a level 1 water aqua monster with 100 attack and defense. Its original effect says that during your standby phase, if this card is in your graveyard and you don't control a Treeborn Frog or any spell or trap cards, it can special summon itself. Treeborn Frog was a very good card for Monarch-centered strategies back in the day. Being able to get tribute fodder every single turn for no cost was something no other card could do. And as duels took way more turns back then, you'd be able to trigger a Treeborn a dozen times in the same duel and have it provide value every turn. Another one of Treeborn's great attributes was how versatile it could be, as its revival effect was not once per turn. This meant that if you can get it off the field during the standby phase, you'd be able to bring it out again. You could use this interaction to do things like an enemy controller to tribute the Treeborn to steal an opponent's monster, and then get your frog again afterwards. The way this card was errated was that its revival effect became azathot once per turn. This didn't interfere with the combos such as the Econ one, as that card is treated as another copy when it leaves the graveyard, but it made this card lose some key interactions. For example, when facing a Light and Darkness Dragon who can negate effects at the cost of 500 attack and defense, you could repeatedly trigger Treeborn in the graveyard to drain Light and Darkness Dragon's negates all at once. For a more modern example, say if Appaloosa negates your Treeborn in the graveyard, you'd be able to attempt to bring it back again. This errata made it so that you can no longer do this for both situations, as you'd only be able to trigger each unique copy of Treeborn in the graveyard once. This is just the first of the many unwarranted erratas in this list, and even if they did randomly nerf a card that hasn't been relevant in forever with it, at least it was only a slight hit. And now at number 9, we have Toon World. This continuous spell currently only has an activation condition, which says you must pay 1000 life points to activate this card. Despite not really having an effect, Toon World has managed to see play a couple of times throughout the years. Even if Toons as a whole have never been a competitive strategy, the existence of Toon Table of Contents, a universal searcher for the archetype which can also search itself, boosts the playability of almost every one of these cards. Most commonly, this one was used in FTK decks played alongside Royal Magical Library, which can draw you cards if you activate multiple spells in the same turn. Toon World has some nice synergy in these decks since it can be bounced back to the hand with Giant Trune to get another spell activation, and it also lowers your life points, which helps for FTKs that use Reversal Quiz or Life Equalizer. One thing most people don't know is that Toon World has actually received an errata before it was released in the West. In the original OCG printing, on top of requiring 1000 life points to be activated, you'd also have to pay an additional 500 life points during each of your standby phases or else it'd be destroyed. But if it left the field, you'd get all the life points you paid for its maintenance costs back. This errata did buff the card by a small bit, but it does raise the question of why would Konami cut out most of this card's effects like this? It's not like this buff was going to make Toons anywhere near playable at the time. Though it's not like they'd ever end up doing that, since Toon Kingdom haven't managed to do so despite being one of the most over-tuned pieces of legacy support out there. The reason why they changed it is unknown, but it can probably be brushed up as to an oddity from the really early Yu-Gi-Oh years, where countless erratas had to be thrown around, though this seems to be one of the less justifiable ones. And at number 8, we have Brain Control. This is a normal spell card which lets you pay 100 life points to target a face-up monster your opponent controls that can be normal summoner set, and take control of it until the end phase. In its original state, this card could target anything instead of just normal summonable monsters, making it into what's essentially a change of heart with a slight downside. For that reason, it was very quickly limited after its release, as it was too strong for the metagame back then. This card and Mind Control both became must-have staples when the Synchro era started, as you now had way more ways of getting rid of stolen monsters by using it as a material. These two were in most decks that had any tuner access, though Brain Control was clearly the superior one, as Mind Control still stopped the monster from attacking or being tributed over, and that's why Brain was the one that ended up being banned. This card remained on the Forbidden List until 2017, when it finally got an errata that made the card completely unplayable. Brain Control would have still been a decent card with its new effect back in 2009, when you were still taking main deck monsters with it anyway, but the same didn't fly for the modern era. Not being able to take extra deck monsters meant that often you wouldn't be able to take anything out of your opponent's board, as that's what's pretty much every deck ended on. On the flip side, Mind Control, which is still allowed at 1 and didn't get an errata, had its restrictions matter less and less with time because of how less the battle phase mattered, and how easily you could use your opponent's monster as a material. By this point, you could either synchro or exceed with whatever you took, and this would only become easier with the introduction of link monsters, making it so that pretty much every deck had a way to get rid of monsters on their side of the field. This made Mind Control a staple throughout all of the Link era, and it was even allowed at 3 copies for quite a few formats, putting into question how necessary it was to kill Brain Control like that, as it's only slightly better than Mind Control. This question was finally put to rest when they freed Change of Heart itself, the stronger version of both of these cards, earlier in 2022, and it doesn't even see that much play now. The issue with this errata is how it completely killed off the card for good, as it became 100% inferior to every other option then, when power creep would have made it fine to have it at 1 in a few years anyway. And at number 7, we have Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End. This is a level 8 Dark Dragon monster with 3000 attack and 2500 defense, which must be special summoned by banishing a light and dark monster from your graveyard. It has the effect of paying 1000 life points to send all cards in both players' hands and on the field to the graveyard, and then burn your opponent for 300 points of damage for each card sent this way. Pre-errata Chaos Emperor Dragon was one of the best monsters in the game when it came out. Its summoning condition, a staple in pretty much all Chaos monsters for the time, made it easy to bring out as most good monsters around were light or dark. Its effect to wipe the field made for a deadly combo when used with Sangan, that can be used to search out Yugioh to leave your opponent with 0 cards and without a draw phase. This is one of the most iconic cards in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, as its printing forced Konami to change the limited list to the forbidden and limited list. This is why it's such a shame that it got an errata that made it an entirely different card than it once was. The new version of Chaos Emperor Dragon has the same effect as the original one, but you cannot activate any other card effect the turn you use it. This checks for activating cards before as well as after Chaos Emperor Dragon comes down, meaning that if you want to use this, it must be the only thing you're doing on your turn. Functional erratas like this have always been a point of contention throughout the community, as what's the point of changing a card to unban it if it's effectively not the same card anymore? Players generally enjoy it when old powerhouses are brought back into somewhat playable capacity. This has happened multiple times with things like Sangan seeing play as recently as last year, or Ring of Destruction being playable in burn strategies. Chaos Emperor Dragon definitely won't ever be able to come back into the game with its old effect, but when it comes to dealing with such an iconic card, it'd be better to either print a new card that attempts to bounce its old effect, such as a Pot of Greed or a Pot of Desires, or to just accept it's going to be a permanent fixture on the list, like Graceful Charity. The new CED printing only serves to waste the cardboard it's been printed on. And at number 6, we have Night Assailant. This is a level 3 Dark Fiend flip monster with meager stats that has the effect to pop a monster your opponent controls when it's flip face up. Additionally, if it's sent from the hand to the graveyard, it lets you target another flip monster in your graveyard and add it to your hand. And with this card's newest errata, you have to add a flip monster that is not Night Assailant instead. The subtle change in wording has to do with how its old effect would play out when you had multiple copies of this card in rotation. With its past effect, if you discarded Night Assailant for something like Raigeki Break while you had another one in the graveyard already, you'd be able to target the other one and add it back to your hand. This gave you infinite discard fodder while you had that little loop going on, thus giving Night Assailant a place in the meta back then as a man-eater bug with an extra upside. The card saw play as an advantage engine for decks which played discard traps back then, up until it got limited to 1 to prevent said loop. And it remained playable anyways as a way to recycle good flip effect monsters like Daikoichi for a few years, before being naturally phased out of the meta as flip effects became too slow. In 2022, Assailant got an errata and was then allowed to come back to 3. The issue at hand is that Assailant would have been already unplayable at 3 with its old text. This kind of advantage engine has been far too slow to do anything since forever. The only utility they'd have is a 2-card combo for infinite discard fodder, which there aren't really any good outlets for anyway. Sure, you can use Snipe Hunter to pop your opponent's whole board, or Cold Enchantress for OTKs, but those would hardly be relevant in 2015, much less now. In the end, what this errata did was slightly nerf the card in speed duels, an alternate format with a much lower power level and limited card pool, who had just received it. And at number 5, we have Sinister Serpent. This is a level 1 water reptile monster which originally read that during your standby phase, if it's in your graveyard, you can add it back to your hand for free. In its errata form, this card's effect not only became a hard once per turn, but it also makes you banish a Sinister Serpent from your graveyard during your opponent's next end phase. This card used to be one of the hugest staples of old Yu-Gi-Oh! Once it got into rotation, Sinister Serpent gave you value for the rest of the game in the form of easy +1s during each of your standby phases. While it's not as impactful as a +1 as something like a Pot of Greed since you're only getting this weak monster back, it was still strong enough to be in a lot of decks. Its main application being letting you use cards which discarded for free. There were lots of great forms of removal locked behind discard costs back then, such as Raigeki Break and Phoenix Wing Windblast, and also cards that comboed well with the extra fodder, such as Graceful Charity and Mirage of Nightmare. This kind of resource generation from the graveyard was something that wouldn't be seen in any other card all the way until Treeborn Frog, and that's why this card got banned alongside a lot of other staples in 2005. Around 10 years later, this card would get an errata before being brought back into the game, and to no one's surprise, it never saw play again. 2015 was the time where the game started speeding up massively, where we got combo behemoths like Pepe. Even outside of that, control decks now had access to much better resource loops within their own engines, like Seer and Dante. This card not only had no niche, it was also massively nerfed, and just like most other entries in this list, it saw no play after being changed. And at number 4, we have Mermail Abystus. This is a level 7 water aqua monster with the effect to special summon itself from your hand at the cost of discarding one other water monster to the graveyard. If it's summoned this way, you add a level 4 lower Mermail monster from your deck to your hand. Abystus has always been the best high-level monster from the archetype. It has the easiest summon condition out of all of them, requiring just a single discard. It's important to note that this kind of cost is a huge boon for its deck though, since the Atlanteans all have amazing effects when pitched for the cost of a water monster's effect, with heavy infantry and marksmen giving you removal and dragoons giving you a search. When brought out, it also searches for the deck's other best normal summons in Mermail Abysspike. It did so much for the deck it even came out already limited when it got imported into the OCG, where they wouldn't free it until years after Mermail's dominance on the meta was up. This card would end up receiving an errata while Mermails weren't doing much of anything in 2017. It just changed how the effect to search when summoned worked. Before it read you can add, making it optional, and now it's obligatory. This was a very unusual change which was quietly rolled out without much fanfare. In practice, what it did was that it made it so that you wouldn't be able to chain block Tiz's effect. In Yu-Gi-Oh, you first build a chain for obligatory effects and then for the optional ones. And since the Atlanteans are all obligatory, this meant you could choose the order of the chain to protect Abystus. This change essentially made it so that whenever you pitched an Atlantean for this card, the Atlantean's effect would be Chainlink 1, and Abyssus on Summon's effect would need to be Chainlink 2. This wouldn't have been nearly as relevant back when it first came out, but in the more modern game, that meant you couldn't build the chain to protect Abyssus from hand traps such as Ghost Ogre and Ash Blossom, making this errata into a nerf, even if it wasn't a big one. People were initially confused by this change, as the deck hadn't done anything despite having received legacy support not long before, and many wondered if it was a preventative measure for some more future support, though that never came to be. And at number 3, we have Armory Arm. This is a level 4 Light Machine Synchro with generic materials, which works like a Union monster. In that once per turn, you can equip this card to another monster or special summon from the spell and trap card zone in attack position. While it's equipped by this effect, the monster gains 1000 attack. And if it destroys a monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you inflict damage to your opponent equal to the destroyed monster's attack. Armory Arm was one of the best generic synchros around back when it was still the newest summoning mechanic. This was in part due to being the only level 4 synchro at the time, but it was also amazing at enabling OTKs. The extra damage could often be the difference between ending the game or not, but there was also a very popular OTK build around this card. By summoning both Colossal Fighter and Armory Arm in the same turn, you can use Armory Arm to equip itself to an opponent's monster with more than 1800 attack, and then crash Colossal into it. Since Armory Arm doesn't specify you have to be the one beating over an opponent's monster, it'll burn your opponent for 2800 when you crash into it, and then Colossal can special summon itself back from the graveyard since it's just been destroyed by battle, allowing you to crash it again. Repeat this a couple more times, and you can deplete your opponent's life points with just these 2 cards. This interaction was used as a payoff for many synchro combo decks for that time, such as Fish OTK, and though it wasn't something every deck could do, it was definitely a strategy you needed to be prepared for. That is, until Konami errated Armory Arm a couple years after its initial release, making it so that its effect would now check the destroyed monster's attack in the graveyard, making it not work with Colossal since it comes back and breaking up the OTK entirely. This errata was probably done as a way to unify how the card worked between the TCG and the OCG, since in Japan the card had slightly different wording, and so it was ruled there that the OTK wouldn't actually work. Still, the weird part about this errata is that when 2022 came around and an Armory Arm got a reprint in the West, it had gotten its original effect back, making the OTK possible yet again. This is possibly the only instance of an errata being reverted, and stealthily at that. As it's not like there was any announcement about it, Konami simply updated the database with its newer text and called it a day. And at number 2, we have Yugioh Guardian. This is a level 6 synchro monster, which takes an Earth tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters and has 2800 attack. Whenever it destroys a monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you can spell summon that monster to your side of the field in defense position. Yugioh was one of, if not the most powerful synchro back when the mechanic was still fresh out of the oven. With a gargantuan attack stat of 2800, eclipsed not only all other synchros of its level, it also beat many of the higher level ones as well. Not only is this a huge threat, it also snowballed extremely quickly, as it still in effect turns every successful battle from a +1 into a +2. It's important to note that before its errata, this card had no restriction on its summoning materials, and also that level 6 synchros were really easily accessible. This card, together with Bryonic, gave you tools to deal with almost everything that could be thrown at you. It made decks with easier access to level 6 synchros like Black Wings a considerable force within the metagame. Similarly to Brio, this card spent a long time limited before being banned due to how much they invalidated the rest of the available synchro pool. The thing is that Brio proved to be much stronger than Yugioh in the long run. Battle-related effects fell off extremely quickly, while Brio's ability to bounce cards only got more applications with time. This led to Yugioh eventually being freed somewhat around 2014, and though it still saw some play in decks like Shadow's, it wasn't really that big of a deal anymore. That is, according to the eyes of the TCG. In the OCG, this card remained banned all the way until 2017, where they finally allowed it to come back, but only with its errata to its materials, which made it require an Earth tuner. To the eyes of the West, this was completely unnecessary, as the card had fallen out naturally a long time ago. To put things into perspective, the TCG got this change a month after Zodiac Trident was released, the power level disparity between these two cards being such that Trident is still banned to this day. It isn't clear if the OCG really feared this card, or if they just held a grudge from back when it dominated the metagame, but this is definitely one of the most unwarranted nerfs to a monster out there. And finally, at number 1, we have Imperial Order. This is a continuous trap card which reads, pre-errata, negate all spell effects on the field. During your standby phase, pay 700 life points or destroy this card. Imperial Order got banned really early on in Yu-Gi-Oh's lifespan, finding itself a place on the Forbidden List all the way back in 2004, for a really obvious reason too. This card allowed you to lock your opponent out of spells entirely for a few turns, which has always been game winning, and when you wanted to use your spells yourself, you could just choose to not pay the maintenance costs and it would destroy itself. It took over 10 years, but eventually Konami thought this card would be fine to be brought back into the game with one small change. They changed it so the 700 life point payment was no longer optional and also was done during both players' turns, meaning you couldn't get rid of your own IO as easily as before. While this did lower the power level of the card slightly, it was still one of the most powerful floodgates in the history of the game. Overnight, this card became a staple in pretty much every side deck as one of the best going first options you could have. Spell cards play a vital role in pretty much every single deck, often being consistency pieces, utility, and removal. If you go first and have IO, you can use all your spells that you desire on your turn, and then when your opponent tries to use them to deal with your board, you flip over IO and lock them out of the game. Locking yourself out of spells for the next turn doesn't matter if you're so far ahead that your opponent can't possibly come back into the fray. It didn't help that many decks could easily deal with their IO if they still needed to use spells, like Zodiac and Trident to pop their own. This one of and many side decks helped turn many Yu-Gi-Oh matches into non-games by how much it restricted your opponent going second, filling a similar role to what Trap Dust Shoe did in the past. This card only got more toxic as time passed too. The game became faster, making this even more of a blowout than it already was. The release of Pot of Prosperity gave decks even a higher chance of fighting it when going first, since many players would do their whole combo to empty the deck of their engine pieces, and then have an even higher chance of finding their order. Worst of all is that in the presence of Mystic Mine in the format, the card even had a reasonable reason to be main decked as it was a pretty good out, which made it more than a post-side worry. Now, despite being so hated and seeing such consistent play, Konami seemed unwilling to hit it all the way until early 2022, as if they couldn't admit they had made a mistake. Of all the erratas around, the one to Imperial Order is the most unfortunate one, not because it ruined the card, but because of all the formats it made worse with its existence.